Hey, what's up? I'm here. I'm doing some game dev on my endless runner roguelike type of thing. Yeah, I want to do some level design specifically. I've been working on this game for several months now. I'm sort of new to Godot, but that's okay. We're gonna get into it. We're gonna have a good time. I hope you will join me. Thank you for being here. Yeah, so this is one of the levels that I've been working on. I started it last week, actually, if I'm being honest with yous. I do this every Wednesday and Thursday. I do a little live stream. I take a week off once in a while, but pretty much that's what I do, is work on this game. It is a game. It is a game. It is a real game. It is a game that I have made. I'll show you a little bit about it. This isn't really gonna give you the best impression of it right now, but it's something. So what I'm doing is I'm trying to get the levels to spawn in a certain way. So right now, this is not like how the game looks. This is what the main character looks like for now, although I am remaking the main character. The game is about an alien who invades Earth. This is just a debug level that kind of shows pretty colors, which is nice. Pretty colors. That's good, right? But really they represent things. So the yellow means it's a type of level chunk that is safe. The blue, or no, points. Yellow means points. Yellow means points. And it represents those types of level chunks. Red means it's an obstacle chunk. It's the type of chunk that's kind of dangerous and it could hurt the player. And then blue represents safe, or the ones that won't hurt the player as much. And something that I'm experimenting with is trying to get like the distribution of those to be kind of fair to the player. So that's something. But I want to show you what those chunks actually look like as well. So let's do that. Let's get into that. And I want to make some new levels. I want to design something a little different than I have had. Well, maybe not that different. This one, like I said, I made last week. There's a few of them. These are actually the points ones, are what we see right here. The ones that are going to allow the player to collect more points, as opposed to just getting hurt or being safe from any damage happening to them at all. So I'll put the actual gameplay in here. So I'm gonna go to the script so we can see what that looks like. Like I said, I do a lot of game dev live streams. If you hit that subscribe button, you're going to be more aware of when I do those live streams. I'm gonna be here for like 8 hours. I'm gonna be here for like 8 hours, doing my best. And so, you know, you can always drop in, come back later, that's all right. I also accept help. If people know what they're talking about, I prefer help that is cogent and actionable. But, you know, generally I'm just kind of working on this on my own, but I have a lot of help from you guys. So right now we want to set like what the current level is, right? So it's set to 0 right now, and that's the debug level. This is the way it's set up right now. I kind of want to level select, but in the game, the player's not actually going to have to select levels per se, so it's kind of like, you know, why bother with that? But this is more what it looks like. So this is actually a problem I need to fix. As you see, we're missing a leg already. That's because I spawned in on danger. Which isn't a great thing. That's something that I want to fix. I don't know that I want to bother with it today. Maybe I'll bother with it today. I don't know. But I'm kind of leaning towards not, because I kind of just want to design levels and stuff. But basically what I would need to do is I would need to say that don't spawn in dangerous things right away. So if I reset my level here, now you see we didn't spawn on top of it. So yeah, so you're an alien, you're invading Earth, and the object of the game is to abduct as many creatures as possible. So as you can, that was a menu. As you can see, there are some cows here, and we can dunk them into this orb that descends from the sky. Now the player won't be able to actually pause the game like that, but it's a little debug feature. So yeah, so you're just running through here, you're abducting creatures and humans and stuff like that to get points. This is actually level 1. we kind of dragged some of those cows out of the building. That's something else I need to fix. So there are a couple things. You know what? I might do some scripting work today. I do want to do level design, but one of the other bugs, so many bugs, that I need to fix is you can grab animals out of buildings, which you're supposed to have to destroy the building first, and then you can grab the animal out of it. So, you know, I kind of want to get that fixed and set up a little bit. But yeah, and you can get hurt, so as you saw earlier, we can lose an entire limb, and the idea is that that's going to actually make the game a lot more difficult, so you will not be as able to do things, because you'll be all beat up and stuff. So you'll actually fall to the ground. In theory, you should be slower and stuff like that, but I haven't quite gotten there yet. But we will. We will, and then you can regain your limbs as well by, instead of scoring those meat objects, you can just eat them. But I haven't set that up either. So yeah, so you've got a bunch of particle effects, things like that. So it's just a little bit at a time, just beginning to put the game together and stuff like that. And this was the last level that I set up, is this chunk. When I say level, so there's levels and then there's like chunks. The chunks represent what makes up the level. And so this is really a chunk here. And it's got a little solar panel farm on it. It's got some cattle ranches on it. There's a truck. There's some hay bales, things like that. This is a points chunk. So those yellow strips that were coming by. That's what this one is. And then here's another points one. And so it kind of randomly chooses, when it sees a yellow strip, it says, okay, I need to pick one of the many points chunks that you've made and spawn it in there, and it just randomly picks one. I only have 3 for it to randomly choose from. I want more for it to choose from, and that's true for other things too. So a lot of these are just kind of blank, right? I would like there to be stuff on all of these. So that's something that I'm also working on, and things like that. So I am going to get to work on that. I'm going to have fun. It's going to be nice. And we're all going to take care of each other. Okay, I don't know. That part might not be true. That part might not be true. All right, give me a second. I'm going to play some music. And I'm going to get something set up real quick. I am doing a vertical feed today at the same time. What's up, shorts feed? That's something I'm experimenting with. And we'll see. We'll see how that goes. But I do need to set up one thing over there, because I'm a little, I'm a little figuring out how some of that works. Let me see. Hopefully I can press one button and it'll be fixed. No, that's not how that worked. Okay, cool. No, that's fine. Who needs a one button fix? Dude, hope y'all are doing great. I do. Enjoy the music. It's royalty-free YouTube music. You can go wrong, but you might not go wrong with it. So as far as the coding stuff goes, I don't know, guys. I don't know if I want to do coding today. I do. I guess I don't want to dig right into that. Like start right out with that. I feel like it'll be more fun to start out with something else. You know? Maybe that's just me. It's hard. I'm trying to get both chats set up so I can see them. It's tricky. YouTube does not make it easy for us, does it? If you're watching it after the live stream, feel free to fast forward on past this part. We'll get back to it in a second. Okay. I think I've got what I need. All right, let's get back to the game dev. So the way that I've been designing these chunks is I get a bunch of my assets that I've made. So I've made these all in Blender myself so far, with the help of folks in chat have given me tips and things along the way, which I always deeply, greatly appreciate, of course. And let me make sure I can see everything. It's different having 2 live streams. It's like it's double the management to do. It's kind of weird, but I'm here for it. Okay. So I have like these trucks, right? These fences, these cows, and I put them all in different places and I arrange them and I get them all set up, and that way it's like a level. And then this chunk spawns in and it works. It just works. Sometimes. And then we have a ground as well that has like some dirt, some grass, and then that is actually a shader with a mask on top of it. So if I pull up this terrain bit over here, and we look down here, let me get out the way. Okay, so if we look down here, you can see there's a mask texture. And this mask texture is actually what is allowing that dirt to be on there. So I have a separate image editing program open here, and I'm gonna use that to design how the dirt and the grass is laid out. So like literally, if this one in particular applies to this here. So like if I let's just draw some mess on here. Let's just make a mess of things. Actually, let's do the opposite. Let's draw through it. Boop 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 boop. So if I do that, and then I export this on top of the same file, look what's gonna happen in Godot. First of all, Godot is going to recognize that I made that change. We'll just keep it like that. Godot's gonna recognize that I made a change, and it's gonna start loading that new asset in there. And look, it's all gone. So I think it's kind of fun and cool to just be able to do that. Obviously, it'd be nice if I could just come in here and like paint right on there, but you know, sometimes this is the way it's gotta be. So I'm gonna just export that back so we get the normal one. And yeah, this is the one I made last week. I think it has, it might have problems that need to be fixed. It might, but I think it's pretty good the way it is probably. What's up, Pixel Tuner? Pixel Tuner in the house. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. You're the first one in today. You're the first one in today. It's been quiet. Yeah, this looks pretty good. Again, I have the problem where we're clipping, well, it's kind of both. We're clicking through the building, and then the cows are clipping out. See, the cows are all lined up in there. And that's actually probably a pretty easy fix. I'm not gonna worry about that. Other than that, I think the level is fine. Obviously, we spawn on the solar panel sometimes, which is like not ideal, but that could be fixed. That could be fixed easily. Hope you're doing good, Pixel Tuner. Thanks for stopping in. Really, the way I would fix that is I need to tell the game to spawn in blank chunks or safe chunks at the start, and then start spawning in other ones. Because the script that I have for this, let's pull up that. Our terrain controller script specifically. This has a couple playlists. So this is actually an entire playlist that plays either do a safe chunk, now do a safe chunk, now do a points chunk, now do an obstacles chunk, now do a safe one, now do a points one, stuff like that. So the points would be the cattle ranches, the ones with the cows on them and stuff. Or the solar panel farm would be on a points. Solar panel farm could also be an obstacles, because there's obstacles on points chunks as well. And then we also have this playlist that has only safe things on it. So then further down in this function here, this is choosing chunks based on a playlist. So actually right now there's only one playlist coming in, but we have a second playlist I can put in here. Chunks list various 2. So then this is gonna pick one of 2 possible playlists from which to, really an order from which to choose chunks from. That's hard to say. And what I would wanna do is I'd wanna say, well, in the beginning of the game, make sure that it's spawning in safe ones only. So like if I come in here and I say, instead of the various ones, if I switch this to safes and we run it, it's just gonna be a bunch of safety. We're not gonna have to worry about any adversity, you see? Totally safe. No obstacles, no points to collect. There's some cornfields. The cornfields don't hurt you. You can barrel on through them with no problem. But now, if I want there to be danger, I want it to also make sure that it starts with safe, so that way you don't load into danger. So if I come switch this back, it's gonna become dangerous again. So somehow I gotta figure out how to update that array from being safety at the beginning. So now we've got all kinds of stuff. From being safety at the beginning to being obstacles and points and the variety of things. So that's something to deal with today. But I think right now I'm just gonna make a new points chunk. This one looks good. I said we make a new one. And to do that, I'm gonna wanna look down in my file system and let's go to Cattle Ranch, Cattle Ranch, Cattle Ranch. I'll make it a little bigger. I'll make it a little bigger. Check this out. I set up this today. Or yesterday. Not this. Hold on. This. Nice. Okay. So, we're gonna say terrain is where this is. And then not there. Military, concrete, dirt, grass. We need level 1 is the one that I need here. I'm just gonna close this so it's not in my way. There we go. Level 1. Alright, obstacles, points, and saves. So this is the 3 cattle ranches that I've already made. I've made these. That's good. That's great. But I want to make a new one. So I could just duplicate an old one. You know what I kind of want to do? I kind of want to just not do that. I'm going to get the base. So there's like a base terrain block. I'm going to duplicate this. And I'm going to duplicate it into that terrain folder, that level folder with the obstacles. So terrain level 1, not obstacles, but points. So we're gonna copy the file into there. Now it's shown up just as I need it. And we can start fresh. Now I don't think this is gonna have our shader on it. So if I wanted to have some dirt and stuff, I'm gonna need to actually apply that. That's probably, if there's anything that would be nice to have copied over from the other one, it's that. But that's not really hard to do. So let's even just do it as an example. Let me get that zoom out of here. And actually, let's go like that. Now down here, you can see the surface material override is set to, well, in this case, it's a shader. Whereas on the new one that I made, let's close this. On the new one that I made, it is not set to that. It is set to dirt shader.tres. Whereas this one, or not this one, let's say this one, is set to, well, it says type shader material. It could be more specific, but it's this. Terrain level shader pierogi.gd shader. So I'm gonna copy this value, and I'm gonna paste it right on there. And then you can see we get the same dirt on there. And then if I wanted to paint over it, I could do that. But we're gonna wanna set a different one. So actually, let's do that. I'm going to save this image file here as Cattle Ranch 04. Now, ideally, I think I'd want, like, honestly, maybe 6 or 7. It's kind of a lot, but you know, and that's to say 6 or 7 cattle ranches or points chunks, because if I look at the code itself, or specifically the playlist of chunks that spawn in, we've got, so there's 9 that are going to be visible. Really, it's 8, but there's 8 or 9 that's visible at any one time. And I don't think there's ever going to be 6 or 7, but basically the more that I make, the more variety the player is going to experience. So if this is what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So if the player will see this much at a time, right, then I would need at least 3 unique points chunks at any one time. But if I only have 3, which right now I do, then, you know, for this next section of however many, then they're gonna see the same one. And this one looks like we could have 4 potentially in the same viewport, which is kind of a lot. I might want to tone that down. But, you know, I want to make sure there's enough variety in there that the player doesn't necessarily see the same thing over and over again. You know, in my overscope Heart of Hearts, I would want like 10 to 20, which is a lot. But I think I'll go for 6 or 7 for now, and if that feels like it's not random enough, I'll really ask myself if it's important to add more. It may well not be, but something to consider. And then with the obstacles, I only have like 1 obstacles chunk right now that's unique. So I definitely want to work on those. There's not a lot of unique safes ones, so that's all the kind of stuff I want to do today. So let's make this cattle ranch. Let's make this cattle ranch. That is not the dirt that I want, so I was updating the image over here. I've actually saved this, so now I'm going to, for now, just hide these. And then I'm gonna export this as level number 4. And then I'll hop into Godot. Godot loaded something in. It didn't replace it because it's got a new name now. So, let's update this mask texture here. I could go to, there's a couple different ways I could do it. You gonna give me a quick load? Quick load would be nice. No? Okay. Okay, that's fine. I'll just drag and drop it. So I actually need to come over here. Textures, terrain level 1 textures. Alright, there's the one I just made, number 4. And I am going to drag that. Oh, it's not letting me. Oh, it's not unique. That's why I couldn't modify it. Because remember when I copy and pasted it from the other chunk, this one, when I copied and pasted it, it created a link. That is to say, this one and that one are actually the same thing. They're the same instance, just in different places. So it's not gonna let me actually make a change to it. I have apparently now made it unique, but it wasn't unique a second ago there. So that's just true. So we do want to make sure that that's unique. Now this is blank grass. This is the new level. I should rename this because that's a little confusing. That gets a little confusing. So let me just rename that real quick. I gotta keep organized or things fall apart. So let's rename this to level 1 Cattle Ranch 04. Okay, so now it'll just hopefully be a little easier for me to, you know, keep track of that way. All right, and then I'm just gonna go ahead and make it unique again, just to be sure that it's unique. Okay, and then I'm gonna update this, and I'm gonna, so I can drag it Oh, I can't even drag and drop it. Oh, because that's a scene. I can drag it and drop it like this, right? And so you can see it's letting me do that. I like to quick load. I think quick loading is nice, but we'll just drag and drop it. Whatever works, works. Cool, cool, cool. So let's build this out. Let's build this out, baby. I am gonna add some ranches in here, or some barns. So I'm just gonna search up a cow barn and drop it in. I want it to be different than the others, but not like too different. What if this one has like a bunch on it? I'm gonna make sure actually, before I stamp it in, I'm gonna make sure I've got grid snap on, just so it kind of is a little neater. Okay, duplicate that. Duplicate that. This will potentially be a very significant obstacle to the player if it spawns in. I mean, this is quite a lot. This is like factory farm. That's a lot of... That's a lot. I know I wouldn't do more than 4, especially if I want to fill this up with cows. But I'm really aiming to add variety between the different level chunks. Above all else, I kind of want to make sure they're the same distance apart. I'm gonna adjust the snap amount, and for now I'm gonna put these on top of each other. Yeah, I wanna be more confident that we're putting it in the same place. So we're going to adjust the snap 0.75. If I double that, that's 1.5. See what that feels like. More. Make it 3. I want it to like jump further. Really? Is this really what's happening? 6? Are you sure? Yeah. 12! I guess this is like a large distance that I'm moving these. Yeah. That's what I want. Just easy drag into, there we go. Much better. Now I know these are even. I kind of want to push them further back. Got to be a little careful with that. Especially we got a 12 snap. Now I can hold the shift key and then I can move it a little bit more gently. I have a feeling, you know, I don't want to keep 12 grid snap on. So let's pull it down to 3 for now. And that should be okay. Push this back. I gotta be careful too, because the closer it is to the edge, I can't really add a lot of dirt and stuff to the edge of it, or it's gonna have problems. It's gonna have problems if I put it right up on the edge. Because, you know, I want them all to blend into each other. So, I mean, I can kind of show. Here, let's just even do it with this one, since we're experimenting anyway. Let's add... Let's just make a new layer here. And I'm just gonna scribble a bunch on here, and we'll even make the edge kind of have some for sure. Alright, so now if I set this up as the texture, and we come take a look at it over here, so you can see it's right up against the edges. It's getting cut off. And the way that I have this set up right now, it means that it's not gonna blend, like, at all. It's gonna blend devastatingly. So you can see it's getting cut off. Whoa, those look wild in the distance. You can see it's got like a hard edge right there. This is not good. This is not what I want. Not what I want. I want it to be more gradual when it goes into the green. So I don't want to put things too close to the edges, or that happens. And it's not what I want. So we got to be a little careful. Now I will destroy this monstrosity. And I also, you know, I don't have to put dirt back here, you know, but I would think, you know, if the cows are supposed to be going in and out of some of those doors, you know, particularly these, or this right here, there should be some dirt there. I'm gonna add some fences in next. I'm gonna save myself a little trouble, and we're gonna do some copying and some pasting. A lot of what I've been doing also is I've been putting all of the barns at like angles, so none of them are like flat or like facing the character directly. I just kind of like the way that looks. So this one will be definitely very unique. I mean, here we have all the solar panels are facing one direction like that. But for the most part, things tend not to be facing forward. So we'll see how that goes. Cheeky Boom also has eyes on the stream. Welcome, Cheeky Boom. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. Let's do fences. No, I'm not gonna make fresh fences. Okay, I love myself more than that. I'm gonna. Oh, these also have some problems because I remade the fence. And the fence is a different size, so they like overlap wrong. I remember needing to fix that now. So actually, these are the ones that are set up more correctly. So I should use these. Okay. So we'll save a little bit of time maybe by copying these. Maybe. Paste that on in. Rotate it so it's straight. I guess for this, I would imagine, like, the fence is, like, more in the front. This one's definitely gonna stand out a lot more than the others. For sure. Duplicate it. Now, I'm noticing that it isn't connecting perfectly. You see, that's where you might want to get your snap back to the way that it was. Let's bring this down. What is 1.5 gonna be like? A little too big. Looks like 0.75 may be the magic number. Yeah, it was useful to increase it for getting those houses in different places. Oh. But what if I hold shift? Yeah, then we can like kind of nudge it. But what if it was perfect? What if it was perfect? What's half of that? Oh, frick. I don't know. Something? It's gonna be like a fraction? 0.33 point something? What if we just do 0.25? Wow. Yeah, I think the fences, we're not gonna get a perfect snap on those. That's okay. How do these ones line up so perfectly though? How did I make those line up? All right, hold up. Let's try this again. Let's try this one more again. Only a mouse could fit through those cracks. Well, you know, that's funny and adorable. And it also makes a good point, which is that does it really need to be perfect? No, it doesn't. Certainly no cows will be getting through there. It just kind of irks me, you know? It just seems like it could be so close to perfect. Wow, even on 0.75. I don't even know if a mouse could get through that. Definitely. So wait, what did I do over here? I guess I only ever put that many. Oh, some of them lined up. I think it's fine. I think it's okay. Besides, it gives it more of a rustic feel, right? It's more rustic because it's a little imperfect, as it would be. Alright, that's what I'm going with. Watch, it lines up on some of them. That doesn't make sense. It won't. Okay, so we'll just keep these fences down the line. Let the mouses get through. I didn't live on a farm, but I did live in a communal home that had a chicken coop. And let's just say that mice, really, they were rats. That rats really do like to live with the farm creatures. Very much so. Because they know that there's gonna be food there. Since you're gonna be feeding the animals. And, you know, usually it's like very easy for them to access food and water, by the way. And it's easy for them to access like the underground and dig tunnels and all that. The chickens were amazing. Best eggs I've ever eaten in my life were from chickens that we were raising ourselves. Amazing eggs. Like, I eat eggs from the store now, and they're so bad compared to those. I had no idea what I was missing when it came to eggs. Until I had actual eggs from chickens. Oh, I'm using Blender. Okay. Scooch it a bit. But yeah, there were a lot of rats. I had to deal with them. It was interesting. Okay, so fence there. And then if I wanted to also go the other way, let's just grab a few of these. Give them a rotation. Try to get them in place. More or less. Ideally more. These fences, they don't like hurt the player or anything like that. They're pretty benign. They're more contextualizing the world. I mean, that's really their only purpose. There is another purpose, in theory, which is that, hey, what's up, Zane? How you doing? Welcome. Thanks for coming through and hanging out. How you doing? In theory, if there are enemies behind the fence and you click to try to hit that enemy, you might accidentally miss the enemy and hit the fence instead. I am building a level for my game, kind of. So I'm making a game about an alien that invades Earth, and that alien just spawned into danger. Something I gotta fix. That alien needs to abduct animals and humans in order to get points and be a good little alien. And so you start the game out in a bunch of cattle ranches, cattle farms, farmland, stuff like that, abducting cows as aliens do. And yeah. And so it's kind of like an endless runner roguelike type game. So I missed that cow. So we can destroy this building and then start grabbing these cows, and then we get points if we grab those cows. And I'm building more chunks. So the way that the game works is the terrain moves towards the player. It slowly goes towards the player. And then I want to feed certain level chunk types at the player. In this case, cattle ranches. So I'm designing a few more cattle ranches. And the more I'm looking at it, the less that I like the the ones that aren't at angles. I hate it. It's so jarring. I have tried Unreal Engine, actually. Yes, I have. I did about, you know, maybe around 200 hours of Unreal Engine before I kind of just decided I didn't really want to keep making games in it. And the main reason why I didn't like making games in it was because it felt like it was designed for bigger projects. So yeah, so I actually have a whole playlist on the channel where I have about 30 live streams where I did Unreal Engine, and I liked it. It's so powerful, and there's so many cool things you can do in Unreal Engine. I loved that. But what I didn't like about it was it felt like it wasn't for the type of games that I want to make, which are like smaller games, something that's simpler and isn't necessarily made for a AAA studio. But I love Unreal Engine. It's super cool. This is Godot, is what this is. Godot is super awesome. There's actually a link in the description box if you want to check it out for yourself. It's really simple. When you download it, it's literally just an exe file that you run. You don't even have to install it. It's free, it's open source. That's another thing I love about Godot, is you don't have to worry about any type of you know, licenses, or if you make this much money, you owe it. It's totally open source and free, and it's getting a lot of updates because people are working on it all the time. And yeah, it's got really decent requirements, like you don't need a very powerful computer to make it work. But I super recommend it. I super duper recommend you check it out. GodotEngine.org. Putting a link in the chat for you. But I love it. I love Godot. And I love the community. There's so many great folks who come through and help because of that. We got Pepe in the house. Welcome, Pepe. Pepe is a member of this channel. Did you know you could join this channel? That's true, and Pepe has done it. So Pepe, you're gonna get a song. First, let me make sure that I have some music to sing to. Yeah, I would say this is, I mean, it's not very singable. Let's skip to the next one. Okay. Pepe, Pepe, oh yeah. Pepe, Pepe, Pepe is here and Pepe is alright. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. Oh Pepe, I appreciate you. Oh Pepe, welcome to Hyper Game Dev. No one said I could sing well, but I sing to you. Pepe, I'll sing to you if you join up to this channel. Oh yeah, welcome to the stream. And the Patreon is joinable too. That's right. That's absolutely right. You're not wrong. All right, welcome Pepe. There's your song. Thank you. Yes, wink, 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 wink. Zane says, cool, you'll be the best one day. Oh, that's very nice of you. It's very nice of you. I mean, I'm working hard. 8 hours, twice a week, actually 3 times a week. If you do join up as a member, you not only get a song, but there's also another 8-hour live stream that I do that you get. So I'm actually usually doing about 24, is that 8 times 3? 24 hours a week. Almost 30 if I go overtime. Working in this engine, so I will keep doing it. Thanks for the support, Zane. Appreciate it. All right, so let's keep at it. Let's keep doing what we're doing. We gotta take Zane's advice. That would be the right thing to do. Now, look, I am not happy with these facing forward. I don't know. It's like the artistic vision that I sort of feel or have is that things should be angles. I don't even know if I like the solar panels facing like that. I think I'm gonna have to have them facing that way, but it's really those buildings, those barns. Especially with them so, maybe it's that they're so far back too. I mean, obviously they're kind of like flickering in a really extreme way. That's sort of something we can deal with, but I don't know, if it don't feel right. I feel like they need to be at angles. I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm gonna angle them. I don't know. I don't know how that's going to work, but we're gonna do it. I'm gonna actually adjust the rotation snap. Right now it's at 15 degrees. Let's try 30 degrees. I kind of wanted to just go a little more extreme here. Oh, look, it doesn't have to be like, whoa. Whoa. Oh, I put all the fences in this one barn. That's actually kind of a good idea. It's not, because I don't think they're going to reset because they're in there. Let me actually see. Because I have a script that so if something gets destroyed, the only way that it, so you see all those solar panels just wrecked our character, is if it gets destroyed, there's a script that runs when it gets past the player that tells it to replenish itself. And I think that if those fences are children of a node in there, I don't think they're going to reset themselves properly. But let me just check, because it would be very convenient to throw all the fences into one node. Yeah, see, it's not replenishing. It's just sitting there. But there may be another reason for that, actually. No, yeah, I don't think there is another reason for that. Yeah, not replenishing. So, unfortunately, we're gonna have to move these out. Boop, 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 doop, boop, boop, boop. Okay, put all this right there. No problem, no problem. Where did all these go? Oh, I never got to them. I see. Alright, so now I can rotate this and not rotate everything. I mean, it's definitely a little bit of a weird design. I'm starting to not feel having so many of these. But it's at least got to look a little better. Obviously, now the fences are still facing, you know, forward or parallel or whatever. But see, this one is at an angle. I like them at the angle. There's something about it that it creates. Even this just looks so much better to me. It's still a lot, but I like it much, 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 much better. Yeah, I like that better. Now, if I wanted to try to do the fences at angles, I don't know if I like that. I mean, this is wacky. Like, there's no cow ranch on Earth that looks like this. Like, this is not what any cow ranch is doing. So I don't know how I even feel about it in that sense. I'm really kind of getting a bit creative with this. But if I want to do that, how do I want to handle it? I don't know. I guess I'll just keep doing what I'm doing. In the immortal words of Zane, obviously. But also, in order to make better decisions with something more complete. I mean, the fences are a pretty subtle thing. They don't really make or break anything. You can barely even see them. Let me get all of these fences here. Not those. Just trying to select all of it. Oh! It was saving. I don't know why it was saving. It's always so hard to find where things are. You know what? You know what's gonna be easier than doing all that mess? Is if I just mask select it. So let's go above here. Select them all. Perfect. Oh my gosh. That was so much easier. Wow, okay, good. That was not hard. Duplicate it, push it on back. See, that's starting to get a little too far. I would almost say maybe we could cut it off. No, because it does, if the cows are gonna come out that back door. It's gonna need to come back to here at least. Okay. That has to be fine. It has to be fine. The dirt is definitely gonna be cutting it close. And obviously this fence is gonna cause some overlap. That's alright. Yeah, we do a lot with cows here. So obviously that's not lined up perfectly. I don't care. The fences, you can barely see them. I need to not prioritize worrying about that. Really, this particular chunk, is pretty much just functioning to serve up cows. Just serve them on up to the player. You know, it's not much of a challenging one. There's not a lot of artistic design going into it. Just make it obvious. There's still some assets that I want to make for these like tractor and things. Oh, we should put the power lines in there. We probably definitely want a water windmill, because the water windmill technically is how the cows get water. And if there's all of these buildings, they're gonna need a little bit of water. They might even need a lot of bit of water. I don't know how I feel about this chunk so far. I'm not sold on it. We'll see. Maybe put it in like the corner here, because it's very much giving mirror image, right? Like and that's the thing. None of the other ones have that. All of the other chunks are much more like half and half. Like there's stuff on one side and there's stuff on the other side, and this one is just like all one whole thing. And we ran into that. See how this has like stuff on one side, stuff on the other side, stuff on one side, stuff on the other side. Even this one. And then this one is just like double mirror. I don't know if I like that. I think I don't. But then again, if they're all half and half, that feels a little contrived as well. I almost want to just have it in the middle and then stuff on the sides. That's how I want to design this. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take half of this and I'm gonna actually delete it. Do over. And then I'll take these. Because I want like a bit of a formula. I want to have like the same kind of pattern that I tend to use. Because this isn't the only world or area, right? There's the first 3 levels, which take place on cattle ranches. Or cattle ranches, farmlands. Not just cattle ranches, but farmlands. Rural. And then there's going to be a whole nother area that has small towns. And then there's going to be a whole nother area that is for big city stuff. And then finally, I'll show you. Finally, there's going to be the military base area. And so I'm gonna need to design these with some degree of, you know, repetition. Like I'm gonna want to develop like a way of doing it, you know, that I come back to over and over again. So yeah, area 1, cattle farms and rural. Area 2, small towns. Area 3, big city. Area 4, military base. And they each are gonna have 3 levels in them. And then I've got like a smattering of references. This is all my like cattle ranch. Oh my god, look how many cows there are in here. Holy crap. It's like a little upsetting how many cows are on there. They're like ants. But yeah, that's what I've been basing all this design on, is all these references. And then small town area, I haven't like thought a lot about this, but that's gonna be its own thing. And no, it's just cows everywhere. So many cows. The city, I'm really excited for the city because it's gonna be wild. I've made some of these assets already. I've actually made some of these buildings. I just haven't like built out the levels yet. I'm just starting with the first area. And then there's a military. I've also made some military assets as well. Like I made one of these and stuff, and then that'll be the last area. So when I make these areas, I'm going to want to have some kind of pattern down for the way that I design them. And I think the more that I as I start practicing this level 1, so saying, okay, sometimes there's stuff on the left side or the right side. Like here, this is very clearly left side, right side, left side, right side. Right, over here, very clearly left side, right side, same kind of thing. A little bit less. I mean, this actually kind of is giving a little bit of both. It's got like center vibes and then also a left and right vibe. I would say this is more center with two things on the side, but then it also kind of does the left side, right side thing. And so then this one, I'm imagining more being center with stuff on the sides. And then, you know, when I go and do the city, when I go and do apartments, offices, yeah, all that stuff, commercial buildings, whatever, I'm gonna want to try to follow like a similar pattern to how I lay out the levels for a couple reasons. One, because I think it'll look better, and two, because it'll make it easier for me to design, and three, because the player will be able to like get used to what to expect when they're playing those levels. That's the idea, anyway. All right then. So yeah, I think this makes a little bit more sense. I don't know. I really hated how that was turning out. I didn't like it. Wasn't doing it for me. So what else do we want to add? What other assets? We've got this alternate barn here. Hay bales, pickup truck. I really need some more assets. Solar panels and electric poles. That's pretty much all the assets that we got. Trees. Oh, I forgot about the tool shed. We got tool shed. Let's add some tool sheds. That's a bit of an underutilized one right now. I mean, I don't know if I need to add multiple. Something else I want to make is I want to make some more barns, like barns that aren't necessarily a cattle barn, per se. I think I'm just going to add like one of these. There really doesn't need to be much in these. You know what I should do? I should add cornfields on either side. That's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to do. That's it. We're going to put in some cornfields. Let's make this one a little different so it's not like the same. Just change it up a little. Yeah. I'm putting cornfields on there. So the way that I've done the cornfields, which I don't have open right now. Oh, I must be saving it on accident. Oh, wow. I accidentally made a hotkey that saves things. That's actually not a bad thing. Huh. It's only a little concerning. Which one? This one? This one? It's gotta be this one. There we go. So here we've got like a little mini cornfield on here. I think that would be perfect. Every cattle ranch does not need a cornfield, but it adds some variety. It'd be kind of cool if I had like a different crop, but you know, that's a lot of work. Maybe I will add a different crop, because it's really, it's a lot of work, but it also wouldn't be that hard to do. That way it's not just like corn everywhere. You know, like do some soybeans or something. I should write that down. I do have this project manager that I'm using called Hack and Plan. It's called Hack and Plan. It's kind of like Trello, but it's geared towards game developers specifically. And I like it a lot. And I've been using it to help me manage this project. I'm gonna add a new task on here. That is specific to art. Make a new crop besides corn. I'm gonna say crop section. I just think that'll help me remember what to do. We're gonna say it's an art thing. That's it. Just gonna make it and add it on there. And then, wow, that really wants to be fuller screened. I was trying not to full screen it so it doesn't get too weird on the shorts feed, but that's okay. It's not that bad. It's got a good, that kind of works. So art, make a new crop section besides corn. I'm gonna move that to in progress, and bam. Now I will see this someday. Oh gosh, now I'm looking at all the other I have so many things on in progress. Oh my gosh, that's getting to be a lot. Cursor raycast should not be able to grab. That's something I do want to kind of fix today. Remake the forest chunks, but the latest tree. Yeah, I should do that too today. Body part collision damage to obstacles doesn't seem to remove collision on obstacle. Oh yeah, that is another problem. More chunk generation control. Yeah, that's true as well. Yeah, I'm looking at the to-do list, just like, oh, right. Something that needs to be... We can also... I may not need this. Where's the one with the, There was the clicking through... What was the other problem I needed to fix? I guess the spawning on top. That's pretty much it. I guess that's more chunk generation control. Usually what that is. Alright. Wow, well... You know what? I'm just gonna have a little fun. We're gonna make the level, and then we'll worry about the other stuff. So I'm just gonna grab this whole corn stuff here. I'm gonna copy it and then drop it in here. No, and then look, I find the coding stuff fun. I enjoy doing the coding stuff. Why is there a Cattle Ranch 5? Oh, I see. I know why there's a Cattle Ranch 5. Okay, I see. Anyway. Alright, paste this in here. That's obviously conflicting with our fence a wee bit. I kind of like it to go all the way off. I kind of want it to be like a bunch. Is that so bad? Alright, actually, before I put that in here, let's shrink down our fence area. And we should do that. I should do that selection trick. Call it a trick. It's just selecting things. I don't know. I guess I was afraid to select this way because I thought it would select things I don't want, like the terrain block underneath. But it doesn't. It doesn't. It pretty much just selects exactly what I want. Props. Props to Godot on that one. Alright, delete those nodes. Probably. I mean, I guess I'm a little nervous. It makes me nervous, just drag selecting sometimes, that there isn't something in there I don't want. So I'm just gonna double check that there's nothing in there that I don't want. I think it's probably fine. I see a bunch of fences in there. I think it's fine. Delete it. Take a leap of faith. That's always the best way to game dev, is taking a leap of faith. What, you don't take leaps of faith when you're using a program that is based on very particular things that are either true or not true? You're doing it wrong. Just kidding. Okay, cool. This looks fine. So at least I have that number, 10 things. I want to remove 10 things. Assuming it was even on both sides. That may not be a fair assumption. Maybe like there. 10 nodes! Good. Good. Select all these, drag them in, and then I'm just gonna want to make sure that it lines up well enough for me. Looks good. Alright, so a much smaller area there. Now I'm gonna put the cornfields in. Now this big white box on the end is actually like the boundary, so the player can't actually move past that, pretty much. Like there's a little bit of the area there, and the thing is it's a little visible. Oh god, I'm gonna need to fix that spawn thing sooner than later. So there's a little, you can see there's some trees in the background there, so you can kind of see back there. But these, you know, so I can like click on these trees and destroy these trees, right? And here you can see some of those. See how I can still run into these? But I can't go any further. I'm pressing, you know, to the right as hard as I can, but I can't go over there. You can see there's some fences back there. So these trees, I can click on them, but it won't do anything because they're out of bounds. And so I set up the ones out of bounds to be non-interactable. It also makes them more lightweight. They don't have as much crap on them, which is nice. Like, they're not gonna take up as much, you know, space in the game, as much memory. So that's always good. And so I'm gonna want this cornfield to continue out there, I guess. You can barely see it, especially when you're up close. But no, I mean, look, you can see the fence a little. And who knows? I might change the way the fog renders, and then it'll just like end, which is like fine. So I guess I do want to add some benign cornfields that just go out there. I'm surprised I haven't. Haven't I? I must have. I guess not, because look, here's a safe area, and you can see it just ends right there, and it doesn't continue. So that would actually be something to do. Let me do that. I'm going to pull up the safe cornfield, one of the safe, so I think there's multiple of these. Lots of corn. Why does it say cornfield 2? Terrain experiments is cornfield 1? Wow, okay. That does look like an experiment. Cornfield 2. Yeah, so these don't actually continue beyond. So I'm actually gonna do that. And again, you know, I've been making a separate asset for the ones that go off of edges. And I haven't done that for the cornfields yet, but I would like to. So let's try it. So obviously for this one, we have a bunch here. I don't want to select the ground part, just this part. So we would get rid of all of those, and I would need to replace it with other ones. What is this? Oh, that's a decal node, I see. Okay. This has a block object script. I don't know that this needs a block object script, but okay. What is the corn row ground need a block object script? There's nothing to destroy on it. It also doesn't need this block. Yeah, this doesn't need to be on here. I'm gonna get rid of this script here. This script is not doing me any good on the cornfields. If anything, that's gonna just be more memory use that we don't need to worry about. Technically. Okay, so now those don't have a script over there anymore. So now this corn row, this is funny, this corn row doesn't have a script on it. Doesn't need one. And I need to make this corn stalk, which this is basically, it's like 15 or so of these in here. And this has all of this logic on it, right? It's got obstacle, hit points, collision. I want to make a version of this that doesn't have that. So let me just make sure that I do even have a version of that. Or make sure I don't already have a version of that. Cornstalk. I don't think so. Welcome back, Pepe. With a pizza. Let me get some of that. Let me get some of that pizza. Let me get some of that pizza. Please. Yeah, I don't think we have that yet. There's just this one. So, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate that. All right. There we go. Get it. All right. That's nothing. Yeah, I can't. What you mean I can't take an emoji? Well, you know what? I got a spoonful. I will instead enjoy a spoonful of my quinoa. My cheesy quinoa. You know, it does have a pizza-like flavor. So thank you. Thank you for inspiring me to take a bite of food. That's not a bad thing. Actually, I had pizza last night. I had pizza last night. That's enough pizza for a week. Every Tuesday, we have pizza night. That's how it works in this house. All right, so I'm going to duplicate this then. And we're going to call it, I think we usually say mesh only is my naming convention typically. Yummy pizza, yummy pizza. And so for mesh only, I'm going to want to remove... Did that work right? Wait a minute. Why do I feel like that didn't work right? Wait, why is there only one in there? Hold up, I don't feel good about this. Hold up. We didn't actually duplicate that. I only see one in there. Hold up. Wait a minute here. I was about to break the one that I made. That reminds me, oh gosh, oh frick, I changed the, oh, it fixed it for me. Okay, let me just, let me test the game real quick and let me do a GitHub push real fast. Because I just want to make sure we're not breaking things. Okay, this is fine, everything is fine. We used to do Friday pizza nights, nice, that makes sense. The Tuesday thing is kind of random. It's a little, there isn't much rhyme or reason. Friday makes more like sense. It's like a pizza night. So I get that. It makes it special. It's just something to look forward to every week. You know, like, oh, it's pizza night. Okay, we're gonna do GitHub because, look, everything is fine, but there was a moment where that easily could have become a not fine situation. So. Yeah. I'm gonna deal with that. Alright. Oh gosh. GitHub just has to take up a lot of space on screen. That's just the way it is. Alright, so we're gonna open up this project. GitHub, of course, just lets me keep a little bit better track of everything. What type of pizza, though? Like deep dish or thin? We normally do a thick crust pizza or Italian style. Can't do deep dish. Yeah, I mean, so I'm very particular dietarily. So for us, it's a chickpea flour pizza. I would say it's like regular crust. Oh, we get a little frame drop there. I got frozen loading all that GitHubbery. Yeah, I would say it's like regular crust. It's not thin, it's not super thick, it's like somewhere in between. And then it's just cheese pizza with tomato sauce, and we put a little basil on it. We actually make it. We don't make the dough. We buy the dough, chickpea flour. And then we put the sauce and the cheese and the basil on top and bake it. Which means the whole house is just filled with pizza bake vibes. Yeah, deep dish is kind of messy, you know? There's a lot going on in deep dish. So yeah, it's not the most special pizza other than it's got a special flour in it. That makes it special. We should experiment with a different pizza type, though. That might be fun. Okay, so these are some changes. We're just gonna say in my commit description. Began making a new cattle ranch. That's enough. That's enough. There's some other things that got added in. New alien model. Imported to, but not set up. Apparently. Oh, changed the window resolution. Things like that. Added a layout. Those are some things I did off stream. Okay, let's commit it. Just so that way we have a place to come back to. Very important. The best thing about pizza, though, is even a bad one is enjoyable. You can't hate pizza. That's true. Have I ever had a bad pizza? I don't think I have. You know, if I did have a bad pizza, it was like a slice that I got on the street or something. And it hadn't been kept warm. Like I bought no, but they usually will warm it up for you. So I don't know. I don't think I ever have it. No, I don't think I have. I haven't had a bad slice of pizza. No, you're right. Nope, facts. Nope, you're spitting facts. So. Okay, so I'm gonna make sure I'm actually duplicating this time. Okay, please be doing that. Duplicate. We're duplicating the file, and it's gonna give us an option to rename. I must have just hit rename last time or something. I don't even know what happened. Call this one mesh only. Then do the dupe. Now I have the mesh only one, and that's the one I opened. So now there's the one that's correct, that's in my game, that has all the code on it. And then the one that I'm about to start adding in is the mesh one. And this one does have the code on it, but I'm about to obliterate that. So let's do it. Get rid of the obstacle, hit points, all of that. Doesn't need to be destroyed. I'm gonna get rid of the script. Bam, mesh only, done. So now it's just a little bit more lightweight. I was trying to save it. Okay, it just was taking a while. There's not much to save, Godot. Oh my. All right, wow. I mean, I guess I'm wrong. I guess there's a lot to save. I don't know. Okay. Godot's being awfully slow. I don't think I have that much open, but I can close stuff if you want. Alright. So now I want to put mesh only out here in the out of bounds area. I actually would rather do this on this cornfield first. I'm gonna hide the boundary marker because it's, you know, in my way. Drag this in. And then I just have to make sure it's kind of lined up good enough. It is like out of bounds stuff, so I think perfection is not necessary. but it should be good enough. At least. Oh, I probably even like move these a little bit so they look like a little different. Alright, and then duplicate this that way. And this is not a small amount of meshes. The reason why I had to bundle these up was because it was way too slow if I didn't bundle them. That's why there's 15 in one section. So, you know, even just the way that it is still, it's still a bit of effort for the engine to deal with, but oh well. Okay, so there's all those. Now I want it on the other side as well. I mean, technically, I'd want it to go even further out, right? Like, that's just the end of it. Why not go further? I mean, I'll tell you why not, because that's a lot, right? Like, that's too much. I don't know. All right, so we're gonna rotate this so that way on the inside are the ones that are a little bit functional. And let me just see what that looks like. So I actually, well, before I do that. Oh, wow, and then this one you can see it's really far away. Let's pull it in a little bit more. Doesn't really have to be perfect. Please, I said it doesn't have to be perfect. Okay, grab these. So now I've got both of those. I'm gonna copy it as such, save it, and now I'm gonna update the other cornfields ones to have these on the side as well. So paste those in. They're all exactly the same. Whoa, that's a cool angle. It's like isometric. Wow, it looks awesome. I want to play that game. Wow. Anyway. Paste these in. Save it. Wow, I made a lot of these cornfields. That makes sense, though. That way they all spawn in correctly. Paste that, save it. Okay, so now every chunk that only has a cornfield should be extending further out to the side. I might want to do it more. I mean, yeah, you can see it a little bit. I think that's enough. I think that's plenty. Granted, like I said, if for some reason I decide that I want to make the fog thinner or something like that, or it renders differently, I might wish I had more out there. And you know what? In that case, I'll deal with it. I think for now, this is plenty of corn stalks out there. Because I don't even notice it until I'm like right on top of it. And then it reaches to the edge. So I think that's plenty. Good, so then I'm gonna come finally back to my cattle ranch that I'm working on. It's deep in there. Okay, here. And let's hide that boundary so I can see what I'm doing. Now that's pasting a lot more. Maybe what I'll do too, let's even just get rid of all this. Well, I don't know if that makes most sense. No, paste this in here. Scooch this. Oh, there's no row. I forgot. Right. Did not think about that. Is that... How is that set up exactly? I'm actually not sure. Because I'm just noticing there's not like the dirt path in between. So see how there's a dirt path in between each of them? That dirt path, is that in the corn row thing? Where does that live? Exactly. This only has one decal on it. So that must be living on the cornfields themselves. That's the only explanation. Oh, I see. Decal row between. Gotcha. I see that now. I see that now. Right there. Decal row betweens. Gotcha. So those are what I want to have as well. So it's probably on here somewhere. Right there. Decal row between. So I'm gonna duplicate that, and we'll bring that here, so that way it exists. Then I'll select all of these, and we'll scooch it closer. Okay. Something like that or something. Okay. And we put the boundary back. Looks pretty good. Great. A part of me kind of wants more cornfield leading up to it, because I still gotta figure out something to put in between there. I'm gonna add this on the other side though. Whoa! Oh! Whoa! Whoa! Oh! Well. Okay. Just realized that's why I don't like selecting. I just realized I doubled the marker boundaries. I put 2 of them in all of these. I'm gonna have to get rid of that. Look, there's 2. That's wrong. There's only supposed to be 1. Makes sense that I did that though. That's the risk of highlighting a bunch at once. There might be something, for example, that isn't visible that is getting selected. Okay. Okay. Make sure we don't select that marker. Delete these nodes. That means in every cornfield that I made, there's gonna be an extra boundary marker, which in some ways it doesn't matter, except that it bothers me. So yeah, I'm gonna come deal with that. Is that true? Is there actually an extra boundary marker in each one? Or maybe it was just that one. Oh, please tell me it was just that one. I'm not ready. Nope, it wasn't just that one. Nope, all the other ones do. They all have double. Right? Tell me the truth. Yeah, it does. But I have to find it. Oh man, I gotta find it in the list here. So I'm actually gonna search marker boundary. So there's some that are instanced, the yellow ones. The yellow ones are the correct ones. The extra one is not. All right, we gotta fix this. I don't want extra stuff in there. Luckily, it's kind of already selected because that's what I pasted last time. So that makes it a lot easier. Not a big deal. Very fixable. Okay. All right, save them and close them. do be like that. Okay. Finally, back to this. And then I'm going to copy all of this, but we're going to make sure we are not duplicating the boundary marker. I just did it. Select these. I'm going to unselect the boundary. And then bring it across. Duplicate, drag it, and then technically well, you don't want to rotate it. You do want to rotate it. You absolutely want to rotate it. 100%. Is that the same place? Not quite. It's on the far edge. Select these, duplicate, drag, rotate. Obviously, you gotta get rid of the boundary. Put on that far edge, get rid of the new marker. That should be the same on each side, probably. I hope so. Oh, I rotated it. Wait, what? Why is it missing? Oh. I made these less dense than the ones on the other cornfields. On the actual cornfield scenes, it's like, it's got entire corn stalks all the way down the line. On the cattle ranch, there are a few missing. Well, let's make that match. I guess that makes sense. It's kind of hard to select. Let's see if I can't do this. Oh, because we're on move. I hate that. Dude, that's driving me nuts. Godot keeps defaulting my tool selection to move mode. You know what? I think it's because of a hotkey that I have set. I set up some hotkeys the other day for stream stuff, and they're interfering with my Godot usage, which is disappointing. But true. Wow. Okay. Well, you have to remember that. Alright, select all of these. Oh. They're not... So these are actually lined up very, very differently. Why are there double? Okay, I'm very confused. I have two on top. Oh my gosh. I've made mistakes. I've made double of all of these. Holy crap. How annoying. Alright, I'm gonna have to fix. I got some fixing to do. I'm not even sure which ones I need to fix. Oh, dang, how annoying. I guess I'm gonna delete them one by one. It's probably the easiest way to do it. It must have been in one of my duplications and bringing it to the other side. I didn't realize that I already had one duplicated. So I'm gonna just get rid of all of these first. I think I just did that one. Yep, so there it's invisible. It be like this today. Okay. Delete that. Delete that. Grab this one. I feel like they look like chromosomes from above. I lost a little bit of track, but I'm sure we'll figure it out. Okay. Good. And then I should be able to delete one of these decals without any issue. Yeah. And we should be able to delete a row without any issue. There we go. So now there should only be one set of everything here. Probably. Now, I know I didn't double duplicate it over. Uh-oh, I think I did. I'm just looking at it. It looks like there might be two on this side as well. Oh, there is. Oh, I double duplicated the double duplicate. Wow. Wow. I don't know about that box selection. I warned myself against using box selection, and it became apparent why I shouldn't do it. It immediately became apparent why I shouldn't do it. So there you go. Okay, and then get rid of one row between, another row between, and that. Alright, now it shouldn't be duplicated anymore. Probably. Probably isn't. And I'll be able to come in here and remove the center rows without any problem. I'm glad I stumbled on that. I mean, I can't imagine not stumbling on it, but it's possible. It's definitely happened where I've left things that there are two of on top of each other, and I'm like, why is this thing not breaking or disappearing? I don't understand. And then it turns out, oh, there's just two on top of each other. So, it'd be like that. And you can see it's still a little misaligned. So I'll try to fix that alignment as well. I'm kind of done with the box select though. It's too risky. It's hard because it doesn't always tell that I'm clicking on it. Because I'm clicking on it like a little sooner than you see it get highlighted. I just gotta look for like the right click spot. Okay, there's that. What if I just do one? Nice. Actually, that only worked for one of the rows. Wait. No, 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 no. Don't do that. Let's unselect these. So, I mean, it almost makes more sense to do each set of three individually. Now I kind of wish I had both sides selected at the same time. Okay, there's that. Come over here, do the same. They don't have to be lined up because, I mean, technically, a real cornfield might actually have some variation in it. But, you know, not necessarily. That's not actually necessarily true. I just think it'll look a little better this way. Alright. There we go. Let me see what this plays like. Let's do a little feel test. Just past it. Oh, the boundary is visible. Dang it. That must be because there's still an extra one in there. Because there's actually code that removes the boundaries manually. Or programmatically. Okay, so this is the tile here. Or the chunk. It's kind of a bit of a gap there. It's fine. I mean, what do I want to put in here? I kind of want to just do more cornfields in here, so it sort of frames this. I will say, it's kind of weird with them next to each other. You know, when I see, like, this barn right behind this barn, and, like, one is angled just, like, ever so differently. There's something kind of sloppy feeling about that. So I think I want to at least ensure that it's at the same degree angle, which I assume is going to be a 45-degree angle. So I might adjust that. But yeah, I don't know how I feel about that row gap. Let me see. Yeah, so that does go away. It's probably fine. I guess I'm more inclined to actually get rid of the row gap, now that I think about it. Okay, so let's adjust this angle. I think my rotation snap is still set to 30. Let's bring it back to 15. And we're gonna give it, what, like one more tick? So it's at 45. That's not how that works, is it? I think you'd want to go that way. Like that. I kind of don't like the row gap in between. So I'm gonna get rid of those. I thought it's what I wanted. But then I just decided I didn't like it. I do not want to accidentally grab the marker, but I do want to adjust these to bring them a little closer. So they sort of line up on top of each other. Something like that. Come over here. Do about the same thing. Make sure we didn't miss any. Oh, I want to get rid of the row. Can probably figure out how to do this. Hey, what's up, Zombie Bowtie? Welcome. Thanks for stopping in. Not a lot, just working on my game. What's up with you? Building some levels, you know. Let's get rid of the row betweens. Not feeling it. Oh, I thought that might not be over enough. Just maybe a bit like that. Can actually see that these are a little misaligned, which is not ideal. Okay. And then the other thing I wanted to fix was on some of these cornfields. There's a bit of an issue. Just a bit. Where we've got an extra boundary showing. I don't know which one is the one that it's on. There. Found it. See? There it is. Don't belong. It's an imposter. Okay. Let's go see where we're at. Well, before I do that, I'm actually gonna expand the cornfield area a little bit over here. So it maybe, I don't know. Because if you try to double this, it's gonna be too big and it's gonna encroach all up on the cattle farm, which is gonna be annoying to deal with. Make sure I don't have a boundary, I don't, but if I duplicate this, you see, we're gonna have some issues, which means I might want to think about making a smaller section over there. Anyway, sorry that was cut off for the shorts people. So right there, right? If I duplicate this and bring this over here, look at that. It's encroaching. So I could do like one row shorter, but then I just have to remake something. I guess I can live with that. Yeah, maybe I'll just do that. Select these. Wait, there's 2 sets again? What is happening right now? Oh, dang. It duplicated another set again. Dang! Is that on both sides? What? Dang. I don't know how that happened. Risky stuff. The box select. I'm done with box select. I'm done. It's over. I mean, I might forget. Box select is killing me. Oh my gosh. I'm sinking so much time and effort into box select correction. Correction of box select problems. Dang. That's so easy to mess up. And I gotta come over here. Hey, what's up, Mohammed? Welcome. How you doing? Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. Boop, 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 boop. Delete that, delete that, delete that. And that. Also that. Including that. Don't forget these. What's up, Super Novero? You like how this looks? Thanks. Yeah, so I'm trying to make some cattle ranch stuff. Specifically, this one has some cornfields on it. New game? Same game. Same game. Just designing some new chunks on here. Specifically this one. It has, oops, we ran into that. It has some cornfields on the end. For some reason, when I pause the terrain, if I run into something, it starts moving it again. Not a big deal, but sometimes annoying. But yeah, same game. Same game. This is the one. Whoop. I really want the cornfield to be up to here. You know, maybe like a lane in the middle, but that's it. So I'm just trying to design some different cattle ranch chunks. So there's a bunch of different chunks that have different properties. So the ones with cattle ranches on them are points chunks. That is to say, they're the ones that you farm for cows to get points. That's how you get points, is you abduct animals and humans and stuff. And so the cattle ranches have points on them that you can get. And so that's one type of chunk. And then there's the safe chunks, the ones that don't hurt you, that are just there like these cornfields, these don't hurt you at all. And there's obstacle chunks, like this forest, where it's got like trees on it and stuff. And those will hurt you. Yeah, what's up? Shoot! And so I'm adding some more points chunks, the ones that have the cattle ranches on it. When did I start developing? I mean, I started like taking it like seriously probably just under a year ago, but maybe about 2 years ago, if I were to say, you know, I was doing it a little more for fun. It's still for fun, but I started taking it more seriously like a year ago and learning text code. I only started learning text code like 9 months ago, so a little less than a year ago. But yeah, 1 to 2 years ago. Really? I clipped that solar panel? I gotta work on the collisions of the player. It's so easy to accidentally bump into things. Oh, I just found doubles. Oh, no, that's not doubles. I see, they have multiple hit points. I see, and you have to hit them multiple times to kill them. I'm starting to think all these things need hit points. Why was them blowing up too? What is that bug? What even is that bug? That was a weird one. And I was clicking on it. Like 2 of them at a time were spawning the problem. Or spawning the damage stuff. I think health bars on all of these would be very helpful, actually. Is this a special obstacles chunk that just has solar panels? I don't know what's happening. No, it's not. Okay. Okay, wait, stop. When will I collab with other developers? Soon. You know, I do have some plans for that. Maybe in the next year. And it's gonna be fun though. It's gonna be like a fun live stream where me and someone else try to do things together live at the same time, which is gonna be wild. But generally, I do like working alone. But if you think about it, I'm collaborating with you all here. But I know what you mean. So yeah, that's something I'm planning actually. For us all to be here developing together. I wonder, oh, maybe it was icy. I was running into them on one side, and then I was clicking them on the other. That's probably what was happening. I gotcha. One of the reasons it looks so weird, too, to me, is because I haven't set up the collisions right. So, like, the collisions on the player, for, like, the player's body, I'm actually remaking the player character right now, and currently I'm doing that during the member streams on Mondays. I'm remaking it in Blender, and then I'm gonna eventually bring it on here, and I'm gonna start setting it up that way to be a new player character. But you can see the collision shapes on here. So like, there's these like blue shapes, right? These outlines. They're like these capsules sticking out. And those are currently the collisions, and they don't change. You can see they're not animating with the arms or anything like that. And, you know, if I start wrecking those arms and they break off, I have to actually run them into things for them to break off, of course. Oh, I haven't set up the... wow, I guess... Oh, I haven't set up the windmill to be destructible yet. So if the arm is gone, you can see the collision stays there. That capsule is still there. So it gets a little weird, you know, if I'm in here trying to dodge things carefully, it's really hard to know because you would think there is no collision there anymore. but there still is. So I'll still even run into it as if that arm is there. So that's something that I'm planning on fixing soon, but like for right now, I'm not really prioritizing because there's so many other things to do. But soon I've got a remake of the player character coming, and I'm really excited. I think it should even be on here. How it's coming along. So it's quite a bit different. Actually, I'm remaking the face. Oh wow. Okay, so there's a couple problems with it. That's not really what it looks like. That is absolutely not what it actually looks like. What it looks like is let's see. Get rid of that. And then in the center, why does it still have that egg? There we go. This is a little closer to what it's shaping up to be. So it's quite a bit different. This is its human transformation. When it eats a cow, it's supposed to become like a cow shape. So I'm gonna have to make cow limbs. This is if it's a human. Favorite snack? Favorite snack is shredded wheat. I love me some shredded wheat. Seasoned shredded wheat. That's my favorite snack. My favorite. I'm just keeping it real with you. I like me some shredded wheat. If you don't know what I'm talking about. If you don't know what I'm talking about. And I don't like it with sugar. I like it just plain the way it is. Plain old shredded wheats. That's what I like. Little ones, not big ones, little ones. Look at this like old man. Look at this old man. I'm like this old man. I'm eating my shredded wheats. But I like little ones. So like it's like kind of like these, but not the frosted ones. They're non-sugary versions of this. And then instead of that, I put like spicy seasonings and stuff on top. That's what I like. Today, one of my other favorite snacks, I have almonds that I put in a salsa jar. There's no salsa in there, but it's almonds, and I season them. So it's very similar. I do the same thing. I put shredded wheat in like a jar, and then I season the crap out of it with like, you know, buffalo flavor, chili powder and stuff like that. And then, yeah, I think I got, okay. It's almonds. And then I season them, and I eat them. And it's delicious. So I guess seasoned crunchy things. Seasoned crunchy things are what I like. Not good, I tried it. To each their own, to each their own. You also gotta make sure you season it well. Season it well. I season, oh that's so good. I season the crap out of these. Like, I mean, I put, they're like spicy, delicious. They taste like Doritos, basically. Favorite snack. Favorite snack. Favorite snack. I am what I am. Muhammad, I think I know your favorite snack. I think you told me. You like Oreos. Correct me if I'm wrong, though. Alright. Thank you, Zombie, for understanding. I appreciate it. Somebody gets it. Hey, what's up, PT Jones? Welcome. Thanks for stopping in. How you doing? Yes, that is what you like. Yeah. I thought so. I thought so. Alright, we don't actually want this alien in here. I was just showing you what it's gonna look like. I don't really want it in there. Get it out. Okay, so let's try to add more cornfield on here. So to add more cornfield on here, I'm gonna need to adjust the row, because otherwise it's going to invade the cow area. The only invasion happening here is an alien invasion. Yeah, there's 2 YouTube streams, it's true. I don't think YouTube likes it. YouTube is playing games with the notifications and the impressions, but yeah. Yep. 2 streams, baby. One is vertical, and one is horizontal. Just an experiment. A little experiment. Something I've been cooking up. See what happens. Offer an alternative if people are on their phone. Plus, the YouTube Shorts feed, you know, they're actually promoting live streams in the Shorts feed. I don't know if they're gonna promote this one, but and even if they do, it doesn't mean people are gonna watch it. But I figured I'd at least put it up there. Offer that alternative. I would say why not, but YouTube do be playing games when it comes to notifications and all that, so we'll see if it's actually the right choice. You can't know unless you try. Alright, so I'm gonna adjust this over a bit. So the way I'm gonna do that is I'm gonna actually set this to have editable children. So I'm gonna right click on this and do editable children, which will let me resize that just like that. I kind of want it to be even smaller. I should really put in the rows before I do this, so I know what size it actually needs to be here. That would probably be a good idea. I'm thinking we get 2 rows of stocks. Yeah, nice. And then I can shrink this down to fit. Great. Not bad. Okay, and then I am not going to use box select because it has only given me problems. It's too risky, it's dangerous. Oops. I meant to press control click there. I selected too much. If I'm selecting things in the scene, holding shift and clicking is fine. But if I'm over here in the node tree, I better be control clicking or I'm gonna be in danger. Mohammed says, you know, I remember you are a very healthy person. Yeah, I guess you could say that. I try. It's just, I'm very sensitive. My body is very sensitive. If I eat something that isn't healthy, I have a strong reaction to it. So it's sort of out of necessity that I avoid certain foods. So yeah, you're not wrong about that. You're not wrong about that. It's just my life has just been so much better since I started eating better. I feel better all the time. But I would never expect anyone to like live your life, like enjoy your Oreos, like please. Goodness sake. Some people just can tolerate that a lot better. Not me. Oh, collision shapes are still on. If you tried that and you're used to eating like things like Oreos as a snack, you're probably gonna be pretty disappointed because at least something that I've found is that my as I stopped eating things that were like really sugary or, you know, not healthy or whatever, as I stopped eating that stuff, I started, you're the only one watching it? Okay. You know, honestly, I don't like I would actually appreciate if you didn't tell me how many viewers there are. I don't like looking at the views. I don't like thinking about how many people are there. It's not really something that's conducive to me doing the best job I can. I like to do it as if there are a lot of people there, you know, or as if there aren't any people there. I like to keep it unknown. So yeah, I'd appreciate if you didn't let me know. Just don't care. Just don't care. I mean, I do care. That's the thing, right? If you tell me I know there's one person, I'm like, oh, I don't have to worry about that. Okay, well, in the shorts feed, I don't have to care. There's nobody there, right? It's like some part of my brain is less likely to give attention to it, and I don't want to do that. But also, I'm glad you're there. But yeah, so if you're used to eating certain types of foods, like snack foods, unhealthy things, and you try to switch right away to eating like healthy things, you're going to have cravings for other stuff. You're gonna prefer other stuff. But as I stopped eating some of the less healthy things and I started eating more healthily, my tastes changed. And I started to appreciate the flavors of other foods that are considered healthy. It's hard to explain until you try it, but it's almost like you're not used to tasting those things or appreciating the taste in those, so it's easier to just like steamroll over it. Yeah. So my plan is to put it on itch.io. Absolutely. The way that this is gonna work, this is like a prototype, and it's also like a learning project for me. So I don't want to sell this version of it, so it's not gonna go on Steam. What I want is to finish this version of the game and have it be free to play on itch.io. I think sooner than later, I'm gonna at least make an itch page so that you can like download it and try like a version of it, but I will actually release the game on itch, and then what I want to do is I want to get feedback on that, and I want people to try it and tell me what they think, and then based on that feedback, I'm going to remake the game, which I then would try to sell and put on Steam and stuff. So that's kind of the plan right now, is build a version of this game that's sort of a prototype, and then after that prototype is done and I've gotten feedback on it, remake it based on the feedback, and then see what happens, and then maybe sell it at that point. So yeah, I don't know when that's gonna happen. It's gonna take a while, but eventually I'll put it on itch.io, and maybe sooner than later I'll have like a devlog version of it on itch. We'll see. When you start the barn, do yes, it depends, but yeah. So like this one, if I hit stuff here, it's not gonna hurt me. So like this, I can just attack these and it doesn't cause me any pain, and that's fine. If I run into it, however, so I can hit this, it breaks apart into pieces. If I run into it, it will do some damage and it will hurt you. So you have to make sure you're not running into it and you're attacking it. If I hit this little tool shed, you can see I got some red flashies on there. So I took some damage. Yeah. Hey, what's up? Pierogi Gon. We got Pierogi Gon. Pierogi Gon's a member, so Pierogi Gon gets a song. We got a new song coming. The song was just ending, so I gotta get a new one. See what we're listening to. Oh, it was the last song in the set. All right, hold on, Pierogi. We're gonna get you your song. We're gonna get you a song. It's gonna take me a second to load the next page of songs. We need a song so we can sing a song. Can't sing a song without a song. Oh, the Indian ones are very hard for me to sing to. Okay, hold on. Let's try a different one. This is Songception. I love the Indian ones, but I cannot sing to them. Oh my gosh, there's just Indian one after Indian one. Oh, these are all Indian ones. Alright, let's try this one. Let's try this one. Maybe? Okay. Pierogi gone, you get a song. Thank you for supporting up a game dev all day long. Pierogi gone, you're here and you're alright. Pierogi gone's not gone, Pierogi gone, you're here and you're alright. Pierogi gone, thank you for supporting the stream. Pierogi gone's not gone, Pierogi gone, thank you for being here. You're on. Pierogi gone, you're not gone. Pierogi gone is here. Yeah, Pierogi gone's not gone. Oh, Pierogi gone. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Alright, there's your song. Alright, you can always join if you want to get a song sung to you. Every time you join in these streams, hit that join button. And thank you if you're willing or able to do it. Alright. Good idea. There's Steam Early Access as well, but can go both ways. Yeah. So, yeah, I don't want to do that because to me, there's a very specific process when it comes to releasing a game on Steam, and there's like momentum to build up on. There's so many resources and instructions on the right best ways, and even following them isn't gonna necessarily save you on how to market and release your game on Steam. And I really don't want to spoil that process by just kind of casually putting this up there. Because the thing about like the early access stuff is, from what I've researched, you want to time your early access with the game release in a certain way, especially depending on like how you know, the amount of money you have, what kind of studio you have, like how you're marketing things. And I haven't done enough research on marketing and all that, and I don't really want to worry about that. I just want to make my game. You know, I'm too new. I'm too new to bother with Steam. Like, I haven't made a full game yet, and I want to have that experience before I start dipping into Steam. So yeah, hopefully that makes some sense, but it's there, it exists, but it feels like it would be a distraction from actually getting the experience that I'm looking for right now, which is why I'm saying, you know, I put it on itch.io, get feedback from there, and then remake it. And then once I'm working on that remake, start looking into things like Steam Early Access, marketing, and all that stuff. So that way I already have a game, and I know what the game is going to be, and I've had the experience of making the game. That's like my plan, anyway. We'll see how it works. There are animals in the barn. Absolutely. Some of them do and some of them don't. That's mostly just because I haven't gotten around to it. But yeah, so like this one, you can see, bam, they're in there. That's actually the whole point, too, of the barn, is like something that you have to destroy in order to get to the animals. So yes, I agree with that. Already on it. Already on it, baby. Yeah. Okay. Alright, so we got some cornfields on either side. We got the cattle ranch there. So I'm gonna want to put some like dirt in the middle or whatever. Stuff like that. And I usually put a truck on everyone because it's just one of the few assets I definitely have for this area. So sure, let's put some trucks. Oh, I guess in theory we'd want like a gate that's like a part of it that's open. Maybe I should, you know what? Maybe I'll like design the fences a little more. Do a little like opening and rotation and things like that. So it's like we're entering into the area. Just to give it a little more personality, a little more intentionality, things like that. The amount of levels in the game is going to be 12. 12 levels. I will show you if I can find I put here? 12 levels in the game. So there's gonna be 4 areas. This is area 1, which has cattle farms, farmland, rural, and things like that. So this is just where I have references. And then there's 3 levels per area. So these are my references that I've been using to design it. And then the second area is gonna be small towns. And in small towns, there's 3 levels. Again, just some references. I've only made a couple assets for this yet. Haven't started designing the levels per se. Third area is gonna be big city, and it's gonna have 3 levels in it. I have made a few buildings already, but I haven't started building any of the levels for this section, but it's gonna be a fun one. I'm very much looking forward to that. And then there's the military base area, which is also gonna have 3 levels, and that's the final area, the most difficult area. So it's gonna go from the easiest to the most difficult. And I've made a few assets for this too, but again, haven't started making the levels. I'm just starting with the first area for now, which is cattle ranches. Do, 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 do. The song makes me feel like I'm on a secret mission. Nice. Okay, guys, we gotta make this game. We gotta make this game. It's gonna be really, really, really good, but we have to make sure it's secret. We can't have everybody knowing, stealing our idea. So be quiet. Be quiet. It's a beautiful reference sheet. Thanks. There's definitely a lot going on it. It's only gonna get more. It's only gonna be more. It's like, because, you know, since I've done the farmland, there's the most. And really all of this is all more farmland stuff. All of this is just more farmland stuff, honestly. Do I mew? Do I mew? Meow? Like what? What do you mean? Would Mew be my Pokemon of choice? I've done a lot in the city because I did build a few buildings. But yeah, I can't wait to make more. I'm excited to make more assets. Right now I'm kind of stuck remaking my player character. Is sort of my art task for now, unfortunately. So we'll see. We'll see. So you're not asking about a Pokemon. You're not asking about meow. You're asking about something else? Mewing? I'm gonna need some more context, brother. I don't think what you're talking about. What? What, mate? You what? Okay. I guess at some point I gotta make these mean something. Sure, let's make it do this. Or heck, let's just do 1. Or 2. Drag that. I don't know. I'm just making a design. It has a reason in a cattle ranch world for some reason. There's a cattle ranch reason, I'm sure. I don't know what that reason is. I don't really care. We'll assume it is important. Just to add a little purpose to the design. Why is it that way? Why isn't it that way? Either. Probably want a little bit of an opening. I'm actually gonna say, I like how I put 2 and then I deleted 1 anyway. Ooh, what if it's like a little different? Yeah. Alright. Great. I'm gonna move this a bit. Pick up truck. Flip that around. I am reading this. I read it. What do you want about then? No links in the chat, but you can use, if you're on the Discord, you can use the live text channel, is one way that you could Share a link. But no links in the chat. Could put another truck somewhere. Just because. Just cuz. Thanks, Potato. It's getting there, you know? It's coming along, little by little. You know, my goal right now is really to design out level 1 so that way I have a blueprint of how I'm going to design all the other levels. Thanks, that's very nice of you to say. I'm going to give it a slightly different color. Let's do... Do I want to do editable? Yeah, I think you do want to do editable children. I think that is what you want to do. Welcome, Potato, by the way. So come with the truck body, and then I should be able to change its color. Yeah, give it a different... Oh, we gotta make it the material unique. I might change my mind on this someday. Yeah, let's give it like a dark green. Give me like a dark green. It's gonna just look like the ground. Okay, maybe something else. What other colored? White, blue, black. Not many colors that these tend to come in, generally speaking. Black one is a little strong. Something that I'm also trying to think more about is like how things look, like what it communicates to the player by looking a certain way or not. So like if something is more saturated or it's more faded, the player will be able to like subconsciously sort of recognize, oh, that thing might hurt me because it's brighter. That thing probably won't hurt me because it blends in more. But I don't want to worry too much. Darking tells me I shouldn't worry about it because it looks like the ground. Yeah, right, which is not totally true. So that's kind of what I'm saying. Like, I'm probably going to have to remake a lot of that. It's something that I'm noticing when I go to play it, is it's hard to tell what's going to hurt me. So, like, the cornfields, the corn stalks used to be very bright green, but I've made them much more subdued now. So that way they don't jump out of the player and they sort of blend in a little bit more. But then the electric pole, I made it slightly more saturated so it stands out more because that will hurt you. The trees are kind of like a brighter green. Even though they're not, I should probably make the trees stand out more, actually. Actually, that would be a good thing to even do. You know, and that's, I don't even know. It feels like that's something like once I build level 1, you know, and I can play through it, that might be something to come back and like take a closer look at. But it is something it definitely is something I'm thinking needs to be dealt with. For sure. So, like this tree, let's change its color a little bit here. And I'll try making it a little bright so it really stands out, right? Something that pops more. And obviously, you know, there's things to think about like color palettes. Should the color palette match? Probably, I don't know. But really, I'm just kind of trying to think from a practical point of view more than anything. For now. For now. So I can come in here, adjust this color, just brighten it up so they just stick out a little more. Something like that. Maybe make them a slight bit different. So now those look much more, I mean, they kind of look ridiculous because they're so bright. But I'm kind of, you know, I'm definitely leaning towards like programmer art more than anything. And I'm okay with that. Mewing is the technique of flattening out your tongue. I would say I definitely don't know how to do that or don't do that. I know nothing about that. You know, these, obviously the solar panels jump out at you really well. I even think the electric pole could be even brighter, you know? The barn building could be brighter. It does have like some elements that have brightness, but you know, I think we could still take it all further. So let me pull up the electric pole too. Add some lighting visual effects like small sparks. Yeah, actually that's already there. Check it out. So if I hit it once, look at that. Yeah. On it. But it's, you know, in this case, it's more about after you, you hurt it or it takes damage, not just like all the time. It's a little tricky because, you know, at some point things start looking really bizarre if I make them too... Oh, there we go. Oh, that's standing out. Really nice. I mean, it does in the sense that it hurts you if you run into it. It's dangerous. It's an obstacle that can hurt the player. That's probably what it does more than anything. But it doesn't, I mean, and so actually, there is something that I want, is I want it to be that, so if you smack a building or smack a tree, it doesn't hurt you. But I'm thinking that if you smack an electric pole, it does hurt you because of the electric shock, say like electrocutes you or something. So it might do something. At some point, it might do something, actually. But for now, it's just chilling. But it does take damage, so if I hit it again, it'll change. And then you can see now there's no sparks, so in theory that wouldn't hurt you as much. But other than that, it doesn't like do different things. Look how much it stands out now, so much more. And I would say even like these barn colors I could make pop. Alright, we're doing this. This is what I'm doing now. It does feel like very orange. Very, very, very orange. Alright, and I'm actually gonna save this. I think I already, yeah, we have the electric pole. So I should be able to just, I don't even think I need to save it as. I think I can just hit save on it. And then that should be good enough. Which means if I hit it, yeah, it'll explode, but the pieces will be the same color. I should probably do that for the trees as well. Come over to the tree color part. Yeah. No, you can smash things with your body. It is doable. You can. It's awesome. I'll show you in a second. All right, let's make this saved. I don't even know if I've saved the tree. I haven't. All right, so let me name this and everything. Set this up proper. How do we normally name these? Something like that. Tree. This is tree 3. Tree. Tree 3. Sure, color 1, whatever. Color 1 leaves. Okay. Save that. Just make sure we've got it. And then on the other tree, which I guess I closed, so I need to open again. That was tree 2. Get its leaves. And I'll save this as well. And we'll name it very similarly. This is tree 2, color 1, leaves. I like to do this. This helps a lot when I set up the particle effects, the things that explode off. The music is too relaxing? I try to keep a mix of things that have some upbeatness, some tempo, and or relax. Like I want it, to me it sort of is in between. Because I try not to put anything up that puts me to sleep. But I guess that's kind of subjective, what's relaxing or not. Alright, so yeah, so we can run into things, I'll show you. Some things aren't set up. Oh my god, those trees are way too bright. Probably the best example is that tool shed. Those trees are looking way too bright. Alright, so here's the tool shed. If I do 1 damage to the tool shed, this looks great to me. Watch this. Chow. You just can crush into it. And it'll still hurt you a little. Obviously, you know, we can see we run into the corn stalks. Chow. Just crush it. These solar panels are a little too large to run into. I feel like the solar panels need to have less hit points. But these little solar panels, you can just crush into those pretty nicely. So yeah, you can run into things and destroy them. The hay bales. The trees, they stop you because they're trees. They're in the ground. But, you know, it will hurt you to run into stuff, so you have to be a little careful. It depends, right? Some things don't hurt you, some things do. Alright, I'm feeling like the trees are giving a little too much neon. I'm not so sure about all of that. That seems like a lot. So let's adjust this color just a bit. Because I want it to be bright, and I want it to stand out. Why isn't... I don't know why that isn't, like, live updating. Sometimes I gotta restart it to get it to live update. I want to see it change in the level. Because it helps to have the lighting as a reference when setting this up. Okay, there we go. Maybe there's a chance a cow starts chasing you if you run into a barn. A, that sounds funny. B, that also sounds like a lot of overscoping work that I don't have time or patience for. But I appreciate the sense of humor that would bring. Maybe in the remake version after I finish this prototype. But for now, all I can think is that is gonna waste my time. With that said, I love it. I do love that idea. It's silly. For the barn colors, I feel like I should be universalizing some of the barn colors better. I'm gonna grab the, I guess, walls. Barn walls and floor probably has it. It's making you sleep? Good night, Muhammad. Sweet dreams. Sweet dreams. I like a little chill. But I try to keep everything above a certain BPM as well. See, ideally I would change this, and this would change it on like this tool shed and that. But I don't think I'm using the same color. I should though. I think I will. Alright, but let's brighten this up a bit. Oh, it is on both of them. Oh, nice, good. Wonderful. It looks like this wall on the tool shed isn't though, but on the front it is. It's kind of weird. And then the ones in the back have it. This is actually quite a bit more difficult to make brighter. Probably because of the roof casting all the shadows that it's casting. So that's something to think about. Sometimes I've played video games more in the past, but lately I just want to make games. It's way more fun to me to make games than play them right now. Just kind of obsessed with making them. But I don't play a lot of games at the moment. Alright, it's about as bright as I think I'm willing to make this. Look at those. Those are so bright. And that's the thing, is it looks different on different objects. So I probably should darken this a wee bit. And then, I think the shadow has a lot to do with what's making that so bright. So that should update the particle effects as well if I've done this correctly. The particle effect should match. Yeah, it does. But you can see on this other barn up here, it's so shadowed, right? That's just kind of the way it is. So let's at least get the roof a little brighter. Let's pop open that color. Let's brighten it a bit. You play test your game a lot. Does that count? Yeah, right. That's yes, exactly. I would say if I play games, it's my own game. Exactly. 3 of my favorite games: Fallout 3, Fallout New Vegas, and Fallout 4. If I'm being honest, I love those games. I freaking love those games. I really liked Horizon Zero Dawn. That was a fun game. I like action-adventure games. You can't say nah, that's my favorite, man. That's my favorite. That's my favorite. I like 3D action-adventure games. Pretty much what I like. What do you like? I also like roguelikes. I'm not feeling this color. A roof really feels like it should be a darker color, but really it's not about bright. I guess it's more about saturation, as I'm about to come desaturated. Yeah, but it's kind of hard to get that balance of what's gonna make it pop while still being what it's supposed to be. I'm kind of okay with this, maybe. It's definitely standing out a whole lot more. Wow. Stands out a lot better. I think this is a good change for now. I have some problems with the tool shed. Ever since I made it, I've had a bit of a problem with it. It's got a lot going on the sides. What's up, factory? Welcome. It's got it's kind of weird. Like, what's it doing? What is all this? It looks like it has sideburns. But that's okay. I'm out here just trying to make everything the best I can. Experimenting, learning. So yeah, now the things that hurt you stand out a lot more. Yeah, I was PT. That's true. I got bored with that because I realized I didn't want to make a game like that. I just didn't want to. I hate making 2D games. I really don't like making 2D games. But yeah, I was making like a precision platformer type of game. I love playing 2D games. Don't get me wrong, but I don't like making them. It's just like a personal preference. Now I'm feeling like Tree 1 needs to be made a little brighter. Tree 1 is starting to look a little weak. And that was, I started doing that in Unity. and then Unity became a very undesirable game engine to use. And then I started remaking it in GDevelop, the precision platformer. But I realized that I wasn't interested in the project, like it didn't excite me at all. And B, I wanted to focus on one game instead of making a bunch at the same time. So that way I could make that one game the best I could. Man, making these trees bright it feels wrong. But I'm sure there's a way to get it to be okay. It'll take some trial and error, and eventually I'll look at it, or I'll get advice, and I'll be like, okay, you know what, maybe I need to change those colors. We can always do that. We can always do that. But for now, I'll just do a few things. I did, Muhammad. I did. Spent about 1 to 200 hours in Unreal Engine. And I felt that it was more powerful of an engine than I need. It feels like an engine that's intended for giant teams, AAA studios, and games that have tons and tons of features and are really expansive. And I feel like I was learning. It was slowing. It felt like it was slowing me down, honestly, to use an engine like that. Using AI for making like black box AI. What do those words mean? I don't know what those mean. Use an AI to make black box AI. Oh, I see. You're saying use an AI for making things, and then something you're talking about is black box AI. I don't know about that. I don't want to. I don't know. I just know I don't want to. No, thank you. I think AI tools are great for like sorting spreadsheets. If I have like a bunch of data, I'm like, hey, put it in a spreadsheet for me. To me, that's what AI is good for. Anything else, it's out of its league. AI can't handle it well, in my opinion. The hardest engine? I don't know. Maybe. I don't think that's necessarily true. But yeah, so actually on the channel page, the HyperGameDev channel page, you can find all my past live streams where I did do Unreal Engine. I did about 30 live streams in Unreal Engine. Anywhere from like 4 to 8 hours long, some of them. Usually averaging looks like around 5 or 6 hours. So yeah, I spent a lot of time in Unreal Engine, and I wouldn't say it was the hardest. I don't. It depends. It depends on the context. If you're a solo developer, maybe, but some people do really well with Unreal Engine. So it's just, you just gotta try them and decide what works best for you. In my opinion, Godot is easier than Unreal Engine, in my opinion. But some people would disagree with that, and that's okay. And to me, for most like hobby game dev, indie game dev purposes, I think Godot will serve you well. I was making a noodle game. That's right. I was. It was a game about putting noodles into bowls. That was the idea. That was the whole thing. And really, what it was an opportunity to experiment with Unreal Engine's physics. And so, we could have all these great jiggly noodles that would fall into the bowl. It was fun. I don't know if I got a good clip of it. I probably do here somewhere. Let's see. But I got bored. I didn't care about this game, It was like a game I was just making for the sake of learning and trying out Unreal Engine. It wasn't a game that I was making because I was like, dude, I want to make a game about putting noodles in bowls. This is the game that I care about. is dropping noodles in bowls. Like, I did not care. I did not care about that. It was like, it was just didn't have, my heart wasn't in it, you know? But it was great to like learn about Unreal Engine, how Unreal Engine works, and stuff like that. So it was worth it in that regard. But ultimately, I also at this time I was spreading myself really thin because I was working on the Noodle game, I was working on the Precision platformer Celeste-like, I was working on something else. I was working on multiple things at the same time. It was too much, way too much. I don't got time for all that. So now I'm just putting all of my attention into one game. Much nicer. Yeah. And to me, I didn't know what engine I wanted to commit to yet. I wasn't sure. And so it gave me an opportunity to decide, well, I like this thing about game engines, I don't like that thing. Which I'm very grateful for that experience. So, you know, I certainly never thought I was going to efficiently make games that way. But it was gonna be a way to at least figure out how different engines work and what I consider advantages and disadvantages and stuff like that. Alright, real quick, I'm gonna use the loo. I'll be right back. I'm gonna turn the music up. Look, I've been drinking all this tea. There's no more tea to drink. I've run out of tea, so it has to go somewhere. And I'm about to make a deposit. So I'll be right back. Give me like 2 minutes or less. And then we're gonna keep, I guess, changing some colors, working on level design stuff, chilling and all that goodness. Remember, if you haven't yet, hyper smash that thumbs up button. Thank you if you're able to. If you're watching on vertical, you gotta tap the 3 dots on the far right. And then you can like the stream. Thank you if you do that. Drink coffee. Why do you want me to be like you? I want to be like me. I want to be like me. I like tea. You like coffee. I want that for you. I like that for you. Muhammad's like, you should like what I like. Gotta keep high. That's true. That's true. I also have water. Alright. Tea helps. Don't get me wrong. Alright. Be right back. Less than 2 minutes. Enjoy the music. Hit that like button. And I'll see you in a second. I'll leave the chat up. Don't say anything bad. Alright, Pepe, thanks for hanging out. Goodbye, Pepe! Honestly, Factory, I don't even think I like AI for like asking questions anymore. I'm just thinking about the AI thing. It's just not that helpful. It often has like wrong answers and stuff. And it ends up being like more work than not. And then like, I mean, something else I think AI is cool for is like upscaling. Like if there's like an old like video or something, seeing it like in like a high quality, like a contemporary high quality, like 60, taking something from 30 FPS to 60 FPS. It does a pretty awesome job at that. But like for the most part, it just disappoints me, and it all feels like more work than it's helping me. I don't know. I'm not impressed. Llama 3 is your rubber duck. Okay. Alright then. Good luck with that. Alright. So I was adjusting colors. I don't know if there's many more colors that I want to bother adjusting here. It's possible. It's possible. Really, I was just trying to make things brighter if they could hurt the player so they stand out a little more. I think that's been somewhat successful. The truck itself will be something that can hurt you eventually, so I should probably keep that brighter too, actually. Started to use AI for image generation. You're no artist, so it's helpful to have some concept art. I hear you. It's like a God of War soundtrack. You know, I mean, I get that, you know, but I also don't, because, you know, there's so many art packs out there that people make with really good licenses that you can use for your games, for your projects. And, you know, even if you need something highly specific, I find that the AI often doesn't quite get it right. And you know, same, not really much of an artist, especially when it comes to 2D art. But then, you know, I also, it just feels weird, you know, especially trying to get like continuity between art assets, I find is really, really difficult with AI. And obviously there's the ethical consideration, which is that, you know, it's being trained on people's work non-consensually. So I mean, you know, if you're using AI that's been trained in an ethical way, like, then that concern isn't an issue. But I still find it's just there's something off about it. Like it doesn't have the continuity that it should. It doesn't quite make what you're looking for. But I mean, if that's working for you, like you know, okay. But for me, the ethical issues with most of them turns me off. But even putting that aside, I find that it doesn't actually improve my workflow or the end results. But I understand, and especially you said concept art. So for that, I 100% get it. And so you weren't talking about game assets, you were talking about concept art, and that I get that. That makes sense. I too find it helpful for that. Again, it usually still isn't really what I want anyway, but it's a lot easier to describe something to an artist. If I'm like, hey, I want you to make a character for me, and I want it to look kind of like this, I do find that it is helpful using AI. It still feels a little scummy, but overall, I think that is a decent use for it. I think there's a fair point there. Alright, anyway. So we've made assets a lot brighter that you have to avoid. It's very, oh, I died. It's very hard with the barns. I don't know, this cow barn in general just has a lot of shadow problems. I could also adjust the way the sun is hitting things, so that light, it's a little less dark. There's some issues with this cow barn in general, honestly. I might redesign it at some point. It's very shadowed. The reason I haven't made the small tree break is because I just haven't yet. I could do that though. Could do that. I could set that up. It does have a certain amount of hit points. Has quite a few hit points. The smallest one, I could make it break. I just haven't done it yet. But I could do it. That's a fun thing to do. Let's make it break. Something that's on my to-do list. It has 2 hit points. So let's pull that up. Let's do it. That's tree 3, which is this one. And right now, none of that is set up. So let's try to get it set up. Let's see what we can do here. So there's an animation player at the bottom. I don't know how this is gonna look on the shorts feed. This is gonna be tricky on the shorts feed. We'll get it. It's just gonna take some practice. So there's an animation player down here. And I need to create a new animation and call it degrade. And then I can use this timeline here to add keyframes that happen over the course of its destruction. So at the beginning, I want the trunk to be visible. So I'm going to do a keyframe over here in its visibility. Click on this keyframe and we're going to say create. So that gets created. I'm going to do the same thing with the leaves. I just select that and I'm going to get its visibility. Create a keyframe. Just like this. I think it's hit its limits. I definitely think it's hit its limits. Are you like citing sources? That's kind of amazing. But close to its zenith. Not only efficient, but it's close to, yeah, I think so. I personally, I definitely think that it's not gonna get much better. You know, like you know, they're trying to act like people like Altman are trying to act like it's gonna keep getting better and better and better and better and better. And I think it's more like this, like it's curving and we're seeing that flat line. We're getting, you know, and if it does get better, it's like a little tiny bit better. Personally. What about you? What do you think? You, chat, anyone? I'm curious. Yeah, it's an interesting question. To me, I think it's not getting better. I don't even think it's that interesting because I think it's like definitely not getting better. Okay, so we did the trunk of the leaves. Now, I also need to actually set the collision too, because we want the collisions to disappear or not. So I have those chosen now over here, right? Collision shape. Those have to go off at different times, which means I'm gonna need it to start out as being on. So we have disabled up here, which is telling us that it is currently not disabled. So we're gonna keyframe it as such. I'm gonna select the other collision shape. That's for the trunk, which I really don't need the other collision shape for the trunk. No, I do, because I want the leaves to go away first. So no, actually I do need that. Okay, so then we're gonna keyframe that. No problem, Muhammad. Thanks for hanging out. Goodbye. Good luck with your work. Thanks for inspiring me to set up this tree. I've been meaning to do it. So, you've helped me. Goodbye for now, Muhammad. Okay, so we're keyframing both of those to have their collisions set to be not disabled. Now, halfway through, since it only has 2 hit points as far as I can tell. Yeah, health max is set to 2. Halfway through, I'm going to want the leaves to become invisible. So I'm going to select the leaves. I'm going to uncheck visible here. And then hit that keyframe. So now they go away when we get to that point on there. Right. At the same time, I'm going to want its collision to be gone. So I'm going to make sure I select that collision shape, and this time I'm going to keyframe disabled being on. So that way its collision goes away. And then at the end of it, we want the trunk to also go away. So I'm going to select the trunk, turn its visibility to off, and keyframe that. And we're going to get its collision and fix that. Some of this may need adjusting at some point in the future. But for now, this should be good enough. Alright, so now it goes away at these times. And that should be okay. So it's not going to have particle effects. That's something else that I should add in there if I want it to be a complete thing. It should have the particle effects. I don't actually need to turn the collision shape. I don't need to really animate that to be disabled at the end, because it's actually doing that in code anyway. But that's alright. Alright, so let's see if now it goes away. It's not going to have particle effects yet. I could add those too, but that's more boring to me. Click on that. We hit it once. The leaves go away. We hit it a second time. It's much harder to hit because it's a very small area. And the trunk goes away. It almost makes you think the trunk shouldn't even be there. Because it's going to hurt you. It's so small. Maybe we just make the trunk wider. That's kind of a bit of an issue. Right? Because if you get rid of this, now there's like this trunk here. And it's barely visible. But it can hurt you? That seems unfair. That seems like it shouldn't hurt you. Sorry, let me close this for y'all. So look, it's just that. If I click on this, look how tiny it is. It's so tiny. You can barely see it, but it will hurt you if you run into it, which seems unfair. So I'm thinking that maybe there actually is no collision on the trunk. Forget the trunk collision. I don't think it needs to be there. So I'm gonna actually get rid of that entire collision shape for the trunk. That way it's just not even a situation anymore. It won't matter on the animation. It'll be gone on the animation. It doesn't exist anymore. So the trunk will still visibly be there, and you can still attack it and break it, but it's not gonna actually hurt you or anything, because that's ridiculous. That's just too silly. So there it goes. And now you can break it, but it won't hurt you. Oh, actually we do need the collision. Otherwise it's gonna stay there. Oh, yeah, that's the thing. I actually do need the collision. Because otherwise, that's actually a bit of a decision to try to make there. What I need is to say that it needs to change how much damage that it can do. Which isn't actually something that I've set up yet as an option, to say that at some point it stops dealing damage. But it's really unfair that it gets so tiny. So then the other option is it only has 1 hit point, which probably makes the most sense. Give it 1 hit point only. It gets hit once, it's dead. Which I don't love, because now it just feels like a bush, not a tree. You know? It's giving bush. That's okay. Yeah, maybe we just break it down to 1 hit point. I'll leave most of it there, and if I just give it 1 hit point, it's just gonna obliterate everything anyway. So let's try that. For now. So I'm gonna say it actually has 1 hit point. And so what should happen is, if I run into it or hit it, it should just obliterate and just be gone. Be gone with it. Let's see about that. Hit it once, it's all gone. Hit it once, it's all gone. That'll be fine for now. I think it makes more sense. Now obviously it's just disappearing. It wants the particle effect. Okay, I'll add a particle effect in here. I'm definitely gonna borrow it. I think I'm gonna borrow from the hay bale. So I'm gonna copy the hay bale's particle effect here. And I'm gonna bring that onto this tree. Not that tree. This tree. So I'm pasting it in, and then I'm gonna set the emission here to not be a one-shot, to be constantly going. So I can preview what it's gonna look like. I'm gonna want its color to match. I almost think there should be like 2 different tree colors or something, and then we just choose between those 2 different tree colors. It's something to think about. Alright, we're gonna make this unique, so that way it's not the same as the hay bale. We're gonna give it a new material here. We wanna load, this is tree 3, so we're gonna load its same color, so that way it doesn't look different. I'm gonna adjust the size of these particles. Sure, that's tree. That's a tree explosion, why not? I kinda want them even a little bigger than that. A little chunkier. Honestly, I think that's fine the way it is. I don't think it needs much adjustment. Maybe I'll bring it up a little higher. Alright, I'm pretty happy with that. We're gonna turn it back to one shot and make sure it isn't emitting. And then we're gonna keyframe it. So I wanna say that at the beginning it is not emitting. And then when it is at the end of its damage cycle, it is gonna emit it. And now, it should explode when we run into it or attack it. Nice. There we go. Muhammad wasn't here to see it, but Muhammad helped inspire me to make that tree explodable. It's an explodable tree, naturally. As trees do. They explode. Alright. Level stuff. I guess I left off setting up that truck. I wasn't doing much of the truck. I haven't made a whole obstacle of the truck. The truck is probably going to be like an NPC. So that's part of why I'm procrastinating it. It's not really procrastination. It's just I'm one person. I have to triage things in some way. Eventually I'm going to need to do the truck, because the truck is actually going to be the final boss, which is so weird, but yeah. A truck is going to be the final boss of the farmland, level 1 in the farmlands. We got Joe Schmo in the house, and Joe is a member! Make sure you guys have your gift memberships turned on, by the way, so you can receive a gift membership like Joe did, and you get all the perks, including a song being sung to you. So let's see, is this music sing-worthy? Joe Schmo, oh, oh, oh. Joe Schmo is here, don't you know? Joe Schmo, oh, Joe Schmo is here. Joe Schmo, don't you know? Joe is here, and I'm glad for that Joe is here. I know it's Joe Schmo, oh, 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 oh. Joe Schmo, welcome Joe Schmo to the stream. There you go. Here's your member song. Welcome, Joe. Thanks for stopping in. I appreciate it. It goes pretty well. I'm doing some level design stuff and whatever random tasks come up or something. Song worthy. Some songs are less song worthy than others. This track worked, and it just ended just in time. So yeah, I'm doing some more level design stuff. There's some code things I should do, honestly. There are a few code things I should do, but for now, I'm just building out another cattle ranch. Oh yeah, the truck. Yeah, I do have to like redesign the truck in a lot of ways. But yeah, it's gonna be the final boss. Is a cattle rancher who's mad that you're killing all his cows. But you know, it's like this is like I can't make a bright green truck. There's not enough of those for that to be real. When's the least summer hit coming out? Yeah, okay. Come on now. I ain't got skills like that. Come on now. Yeah, it's tough, because usually trucks are like darker colored. Like, I feel like when people get their trucks in this world, is they tend to make them dark. And it's tough, because I need it to stand out. I could make it like really shiny. Big up truck. And the only other ones that are bright are like silver or like white or something. There's the red ones, but I already have a red one on another one. I want to do a different color. And there's black. It's kind of this blue, but like that just happened to be one that I pulled up on here. There's this one. But like, is that the kind of truck someone on a cattle ranch would have, though? Alright, I'm seeing that blue is an obvious choice, so I will go blue. Although I'm not thrilled with the way it looks. It will have to do. Just kind of looks like the silver. Probably never Jones, but who knows? Who knows? One of these days I gotta start making YouTube videos. Because live streams and channels are only ever gonna grow so much if I only do live streams. But I'm much like other things, I'm procrastinating making YouTube videos. I don't know that I'd ever make a music video, but who knows? Maybe. You have to be about game dev, though. A game dev music video? That sounds silly. That is maximum silly. No, I actually left Twitch. I used to stream on Twitch exclusively, and then I decided I didn't like Twitch anymore, and now I stream on YouTube exclusively. I used to stream on both, actually, but I don't like Twitch. I don't like Twitch. I just don't like it. I don't like the culture. Don't like the website. Don't like the company. So I don't stream. And I don't like the work involved. I like YouTube because YouTube will promote VODs after the live stream ends. And it's on the same, channel. I can create videos, shorts, and they can all be promoted on like the biggest watching platform that exists on the planet, As opposed to Twitch, it's like you do your live stream and then that's the end of that. And then they even freaking delete it after a while, you know, and there's not options for other types of content in a meaningful way. And, you know, having to like go between Twitch and YouTube is just a pain. So to me, YouTube has a secure future. And so I'd rather just make roots here. Again, I just don't like Twitch. I don't like it that much. That's just me. I don't know if YouTube's worth it for marketing. I think it helps. You need marketing if you make a really, really good indie game. I mean, you definitely need marketing. You always need marketing if you want to sell. I mean, it depends. Like, what do you want? Is your goal just to make a game and be happy with it? Then you don't need any marketing. If your goal is to get players, you're going to need some marketing. If your goal is to get money, then you really, really need some marketing. I mean, I'll always recommend folks look at Chris Zukowski. Chris Zukowski is amazing for helping you learn how to market your game on Steam. He's got his whole website, howtomarketgames.com. I'll put a link in the chat. There's a Discord server. A lot of good resources from Chris Zukowski on how to market a game. Not something I've had a lot of personal experience with, honestly, because I haven't tried to sell a game yet. So, you know, it's just not... It's not something I've gotten into, personally. But I will. You know, I'm sort of at the phase of learning how to make a game. Before I start worrying about marketing it. Or marketing one that I feel like is sellable. But yeah, personally, I do think you absolutely must learn marketing. And YouTube can be helpful. The most important thing to think about is who is the audience for your game, right? If you're on YouTube, you may well only be promoting to other game devs. So you have to try to find where gamers are who you think would want to buy and play your game, and that's where you have to market to them. So YouTube can be helpful, but are your YouTube videos actually reaching gamers? Otherwise, you know, I think it's just going to be people who support you and like you already as a, you know, a YouTuber. They might buy your game. They might. Maybe. I think that's much more true if your videos, again, have reached gamers. That's just my take. It's been a quiet chat today, so I don't know how many responses you'll get and all. But the Discord is always a good place if you want to get some responses. Alright. So, I'll build this out a little more. Helps to have a following and not be afraid to release your content, whether it's bad or good out there. Yeah, it helps. It helps. You know, but you have to think about, like, what are your goals when you're marketing, right? Like, if you want to make back all the money you've spent, it probably won't be enough. You know, if I think about how many hours I've put into this game, will I get, you know, a living wage's worth back? Just from, you know, having 1,200 subscribers on YouTube. Like, probably not. You know, most certainly not. Absolutely not. You know, if someone has a bigger channel, they might. But even then, not necessarily. And there's lots of game dev YouTubers who will say the same thing, who have tried that. Because a lot of them, again, their audiences are other game devs. So that following only takes you so far. But yeah, I like what you're saying, not being afraid to release content. That's true. That's very true. You do just have to, like, put yourself out there. That is really important. Alright, so I'm gonna put some hay bales in here. Just gonna kind of put them in spots. Just put them in places. Not think too hard about it. Probably. Seems like a difficult place to put hay bales. I mean, not really, if you just like have the tractor reach over the top of that fence. Joe says, I don't know if you would need to be super good at marketing to make a modest living as an indie game dev, but I would think you'd need to be competent with marketing. Okay. Alright. I think I disagree slightly with that. On some level, I mean, you know, you're saying something very safe. You're also saying, like, the difference between being super good or being competent. And I would argue that being competent means being super good. Because marketing, by nature, is just so competitive. And if you're not competing at a high enough level, someone else is gonna, you know, outmarket you. I think it depends, right? So, and something that Chris talks about is what type of game are you making? So if you make, you know, a roguelike action-adventure game, or let's say a platformer. If you make a platformer, I mean, it's so competitive because everybody makes a platform, right? There's so many platformer games, and making a good platformer game is not easy. It's very easy to make a meh or a bad platformer game, and making a great platformer game, it's not so easy. But there also are a lot of them, so you're gonna get lost, especially, you know, in, you know, Steam up and coming and different lists and stuff. You're gonna get buried really fast. However, if you make like a real-time strategy building simulator type of game, right? There's a lot lower competition. There's a lot less indie devs and devs in general who are making games like that. And so the competition is much lower in there. So if you release a new city building game or something, you don't necessarily need to be as good at marketing, because when people who love city building games see that there's a new city building game, they're like, oh my gosh, I want to try it, right? And so then the marketing kind of does itself. So it does also depend on the genre, I think, for sure. Another one that kind of is a bit, you know, unique in that way is like horror games, right? Horror games, there are tons of horror games. So in that sense, it's very competitive. On the other hand, they're extremely popular. Whereas platformers are not as, people aren't hungry for the next platformer. Like, where's a platformer? I want a platformer. But horror games, people, especially streamers, freaking love horror games. They can't wait to find the next horror game. They love it. Please give me another horror game. They're looking for something, anything, you know? And so making a horror game can even market itself, because the fact that it is a horror game that you're making and someone just wants to be scared and try something weird and creepy. So, you know, it depends what kind of game you're making. And in that sense, you are marketing, depending on the genre that you pick. Maybe you may not realize you're marketing it by it just being a certain type of game, but you know, and then if it's a game that doesn't fall into like a specific category, that's going to be really hard to market as well. So yeah, a lot of factors that go into it, I think. You know, for me, I'm making this like, it's like endless runner roguelike game. This is not going to be a game people are looking for. Like, people do like roguelikes, but it's a very competitive genre. There's like everyone's making a freaking roguelike. Like, there's so many roguelikes. It kind of falls into like a little bit of like the platformer category a bit, where there's so many, there's so much competition in that realm. And people have generally pretty specific expectations of what a good platformer should be like. And if my game isn't that, you know, I think it won't necessarily perform very well. So it's difficult. You know, I didn't pick this to necessarily be the most sellable game. I just want to learn how to make this game, you know? That's why I'm not necessarily looking to sell it either, just for the experience. It is kind of spooky, getting chased by a giant alien, yeah. And, you know, it's kind of got like some kaiju game elements. I think the alien is probably the biggest selling point of it. I'm also remaking the alien a little bit right now, but this is generally what it's gonna look like. Oh, my cat has an itchy ear right now. I feel like I should give my cat some eardrops. Hi, kitty cat. How are you? Oh, your ear. Be careful. You're scratching it so much. Oh my gosh. Do you have like a bug in there? Buddy. You gotta be careful. He's gonna scratch his ear off. He's gonna scratch his ear off. I need to give him some drops. I hate to do it, but for the stream's sake, but for the cat's sake. He's just digging. He's doing what? He's like a whole full minute of just like, he's got some sharp claws. That ain't good for him. All right, hold on. I'm gonna be like really fast. I'm gonna be really fast. I gotta give him some drops. I can't sit here in good conscience and let him do that. All right, hold on. Eardrops. Okay. Please to the rescue. Doing my best. Doing my best. I hope that helps. Okay. It seems better. Feel a little better, buddy. Okay. Anyway. But yeah, I guess there's something scary about it. I'm not sure. You know, I feel like just through experience of like making games and releasing games, it'll maybe become a little more obvious, like what is more appealing to players. And for now, I just kind of gotta experiment, see what happens. Okay. Right, I was putting in some hay bales. I guess I want it to look a little different on each side here. Give it a little variety. And then I'll finally put that texture in there at some point. So there's some dirt, so there'll be some dirt on the ground and stuff. I say variety, but obviously every time this particular cattle ranch comes up, you're gonna be like, oh yeah, that's the one with the hay bales in the front, or whatever. But that's okay. You know, it's a little bit out of scope to say, well, every single one is gonna be different. Or rather, you know, like say, well, maybe they randomly appear or not. I don't know. I mean, that actually wouldn't be that hard a code to write. And that actually is the way some of the cows work right now, but I don't know. I could, but the cows already have like a script is the thing. They already have like a unique script. I don't have a hay bale script. And so then I would, and that would just be like a lot of extra effort. So we're not gonna worry about that right now. I'm gonna put one, I don't know, just right here. Just feels right. And maybe I'll add some over here as well. It's funny you say that, PT Jones. Some people have compared the player character to Jumbo Josh, which is a character from a game called Garten of Banban, which is a like a horror game. It has this character on it. So I definitely feel you. I definitely feel you. Trying to make it a little natural or something. Alright, I think that's enough of that for now. So in terms of putting like cows in there, I should... Something I do want to... I mean, there's no cows inside of this one. I actually should put some in there, now that I think about it. So one of these cattle ranches already has a bunch of cows in it. This one. Or one of these barns. So I think what I'll do is I'm gonna grab all of these. But yeah, these cows actually do have like a coin flip chance of actually appearing or not. So each one there's a 50-50% chance that they even appear. I'm overall, there's some things I'm a little concerned about. You know, this is a game I just kind of had the idea of and I wanted to try it and see how it would turn out. There's some things I have concerns about, like... It feels like we sort of blow past the cows very quickly. Or the barns, and by the time you get the barn destroyed, you can't really abduct that many of these. I'm still not really sure if that's a good or bad thing. But that's why this isn't a game that I want to try to sell or anything. Like, I don't want the pressure of that, of making it like the greatest game. I just want to do the best I can for now. And however that turns out, wherever that leads me, will determine sort of how I remake it later. You know, maybe I'll just say, you know, this whole thing of like having to destroy things, this is too much. This isn't working. And then I'll completely reimagine it. Just not sure. Alright, so I'm gonna paste these in here. But that's why I want to make this game. Oh. So I can sort of find out. How this game will function best. I'm gonna attempt to put these in like the same spot. That's a little difficult. Especially since I can't see that well. And unfortunately, local movement is not doing me many favors here. Oh. Okay, there. Maybe about like that. It's pretty good. Good enough for me. Once the barn is destroyed, some cows can be seen fleeing. Yeah, you know, and someone kind of suggested something like that already, actually. I mean, I think the cow chasing the alien, I think was what someone had said earlier. And that feels like a lot to do. But yeah, the cows, so the cows aren't, you make a good point. The cows aren't going to just be sitting there. They really aren't. They're going to be moving around. Obviously, though, if they're inside of the barn, they will be sitting there. So that's an interesting point, because, you know, I'd almost want to set some kind of state that says the cow is in the barn, and then when the barn gets destroyed, the cows would need to know, my barn just got destroyed. Now I need to go running around. It's actually a really good idea. I like that idea a lot. You said it in a way that made me think I should do that. But like, you know, these cows that are already outside, they would be already moving and walking. But I like that. It almost makes it, you know, want like a proximity thing. You know, so if you like attack something nearby the cow, it'll start fleeing. In a way, it's weird, because on one hand, the idea is to make it a little easier for the player. But on the other hand, if they're fleeing, that can make it harder. I don't know, I think it raises a lot of questions, because it's like, where are they fleeing to? How long do they flee for? I also still haven't set up like pathfinding and stuff. Man, that's really a whole, oh man. I think it's a great idea. I'm gonna write it down in my hacking plan. I'll definitely throw you a credit for that. But I don't think I can make that today. Oh, I know I can't. That's some down the line stuff. But it's a good... I like that. I like that. So, I mean, there's definitely... Let me see what kind of things... I don't have any notes in my hacking plan on cows, apparently. Okay. Oh, nope. Nope, nothing with the cows. Okay. Alright, new task then. A star? What is that? I don't know what that is. That doesn't mean anything to me. A star. Pathfinding project. Wait, what do you... Is a graph traversal and pathfinding algorithm. This is cool. I've never heard of this. I bet someone has. I've never even heard of it. Yeah. Somebody's got a tutorial right here. Is that Mrs.'s? I think that's Mrs.'s. Mrs.'s. 5 years ago. So I don't know, it might still be up to date. It might not. Baking nav meshes. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Make them move forward. Yeah, I was thinking that. Turn the direction, repeat. Just like random panic mode. That's interesting. That's a good idea. Right, well, I would still need some kind of pathfinding because they're eventually gonna run into something, like a tree or a building, right? Or something, right? So I would want them to react to that and, you know, move out of the way of it or something like that. Yeah, my other cat came through. Yes. Yes, good eye, good eye. Yes, they both have decided to hang out. And the other one's ear is doing much better. He is no longer ferociously scratching it. So that's good. It's always it's always a tense moment when they're both here. Cuz one of them, the ear scratchy one, is very friendly. He's incredibly friendly. The other one, the tail that you saw, she's less friendly. But she's starting to tolerate him more. And she's starting to hang around him more, but sometimes she'll just get triggered and she'll just like be angry at him. And so it becomes a bit of a little back and forth, but she's doing okay right now. She's doing okay right now. But yeah, they're good. They're gonna have to like respond somehow to things. But currently there is nothing like that. Don't need to go any lower than using native high-level nav agents with navigation region default settings. Unfortunately, that doesn't work. So that's the problem. What's up, Locks? The colors of the cats. I wonder, I don't know if I can show them. What's the easiest way that I could show them? Also welcome. I shouldn't move the camera. I'm gonna regret if I move the camera. One is a calico. Very dark calico, and the other is white. They're super cute. They're super cute. I'm gonna regret this, but I'll move the shorts camera here, and I'll make sure everyone can see it. Why doesn't it work? The reason why it doesn't work is because the level is constantly moving. That's why. So in this game, the player doesn't move forward. The level moves. So that means the nav mesh is constantly moving, and we can't bake it in one place. So yeah, that's the big problem. Yeah, they're beautiful. They're beautiful cats. All right, I'm gonna see if I can show you, but I apologize if if I can't get it back in the right place. All right, so here, I'll put this over there. Oh, it looks crazy now. Nobody can see anything. Okay, well, actually you can. All right, so hold on. All right, let's see if I can do this. I don't know. Oh, I'm gonna regret this. I know I'm gonna regret this. You can't see them. Okay, you can see one. You can see one cat in the corner. There's the calico in the back. And then the other cat is behind this thing, which you can't see through. Oh, he's just out of view. I can't get him in. I can't get him in. He's white though. You just have to trust me. He's white. Okay, now I gotta fix this. Oh, I know I shouldn't have done this. We got this. We got this. We can fix it. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Oh gosh. I messed things up. What's up? Okay, and then yeah, they're good cats. They're good cats. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. What have I done? What have I done to this camera? So it needs to move this way. This way. That's better. That's a little better. Okay. It's not bad. What's the advantage of using the A-star class directly versus the nav meshes? I mean, with the, it's okay. It's worth it. It's worth it. It's my choice. I'm the one who should be sorry for thinking I could do it. Which, you know what? We did, kind of. Okay. This will be good enough for now. But yeah, I mean, I don't, you know, with the, at least in this case, you know, with the A-star thing, I can sort of set it up my own way, you know? I can make sure that it works with the way my game works, instead of using Godot's built-in stuff that might not exactly get set up in the way that it's supposed to work. But other than that, I would be curious to know. I mean, maybe I'm also... I don't really understand A-star at all. It's not something I have ever used or even really heard of. But it seems cool. It seems cool. Welcome back, Unknown. Good to see you. I was just adjusting my camera because someone wanted to see the cats. And you know what? I had to do it. I had to do it. Yeah. If you set up a very custom pathfinding system, you could, for example, take advantage of a grid on which you can do very efficient spatial queries. No, you got some wisdom. No, you got some ideas. I like your wisdom a lot. You could go, for example, take advantage of a grid on which you can do very efficient spatial queries, even more efficient than spatial data structures. Under the hood, nav meshes use A-star also. Interesting. It's simple. You define the points yourself. Right. Hey, thank you, PT Jones, with the donation. Thank you for the 99 euros, 99 cent euro. Could you imagine 99 euros? Thank you for thank you for the €1. I appreciate it. It means a lot. Let's give you a little sing song. Let's sing you a little song for. PT Jones, PT Jones, my microphone went out. PT Jones, thank you for the $1. Oh, PT Jones, thank you for the euro. I appreciate it. Oh yeah, PT Jones, thank you for the euro. Thank you for donating a euro. Did you know that you can do it if you're watching this live stream? Go to the chat box and press in the bottom right, there's a $sign, and you can give some money and get a song sung to you. PT Jones, thank you. Oh, PT Jones, thank you for €1. PT Jones, oh. Game's going great. Game's going great. We're singing songs about €1. Game's coming well. I'm still a far way off finishing the thing. That's for sure. But for now, we're getting there little by little. And I'm building out some extra level chunks to have the little more variety on each level. And yeah, then we're talking about some nav mesh stuff, which, I mean, I'm gonna need to dig into that one of these days. Like, I am. Like, that is like on the agenda. Like, is getting that, because right now, so there are these helicopters, and I was trying to use like Godot's like avoidance stuff, so I can add those guys back in here for now. Let's find it. NPC spawner right here. The raycasting. Oh, unknown. You know, I do need to do that. Thanks for reminding me. I've been procrastinating it today, but that is actually something I need to do today. Let's do it. If you're gonna bring it up, then let's do it. I will do that now. Thank you for holding me accountable. The beauty of live streaming game dev is I'm not alone. I get some extra help. So I did these helicopters, and for a while I was using, and they actually do, actually I got rid of their navigation agents. The navigation agents were costing a lot of memory, I found, but they were avoiding each other for a while. But right now I actually have them, so they stop at certain points based on like some code that I wrote. But yeah, there are these helicopters that crash and stuff. And yeah, you know, I did have avoidance pathfinding on them, but it didn't work well. Again, because everything was moving, and then having the avoidance calculation all the time. So let's say on this electric pole, I could put a nav agent, or a nav, not a nav agent, but like a nav region to make sure that it would try to avoid it. And then I'd have the nav agent on the helicopter. Having all of those regions on all of the chunks was just, especially when they loaded in and then they were moving forward constantly, it was recalculating all the time, and it just was slowing the game down more and more and more. So yeah, so that's what makes this situation special. And certainly I think making like a custom pathfinding is gonna be good. I don't know anything about A-Star, but I appreciate you telling me about it, because now I know what I need to think about. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take this note down in my hacking plan. All right, first of all, there was PT Jones talking about the fleeing cows. So let's do, I guess that's a programming thing. Cows / meat flees when nearby / building they're in is destroyed / attacked. Something like that. So some kind of system where NPCs have a boolean that says not fleeing versus fleeing, and some proximity thing makes it become fleeing. Fleeing could be as simple as random directions, but some pathfinding, i.e. obstacle avoidance, will be necessary. Alright, so add that as a task, so that exists there. Obviously, just pathfinding stuff in general. I don't think I've done anything with that yet. So we'll go ahead and make a task for that too. Pathfinding / obstacle avoidance. We're gonna say NPC pathfinding / obstacle avoidance. Kind of speaks for itself, but we're gonna just put A-Star in there. Question mark as something to remember, and then let me distribute some credits there. Let me distribute some credits there for you guys just keeping these things in my mind. You should add power-ups like lasers, super speed, etc. Absolutely, 100%. That is definitely going to happen. That is planned. You know, at this point, I want to get like the base game put together so you're able to, you know, attack things without any power-ups and do stuff without power-ups, and then I want to start adding the power-ups in, which, you know, arguably I should start doing that sooner, but, you know, whatever, we'll see. I'm just kind of doing my best. But yeah, I want that. I want that. It's supposed to be a roguelike game, so there will be power-ups. Okay, so we had some thoughts from Null. I don't think Null is on this list, to my knowledge. So let's get you on there. I guess this is more game concepts, would probably be that. Hack and Plan, never heard of this. Yeah, it's like Trello, but it's marketed towards game devs. I like it a lot. I'll put a link in the chat. app.hackandplan.com. I think that's the link. I probably typed that correctly. Yeah. Yeah, it's great. It's great. And it's free. They do have paid plans, but they're for like studios. You don't have to worry about it. You know, unlike Trello, you don't have like a public page that you can show. But then again, on Trello, I think it's a public or a paid feature anyway. Okay, so we're gonna say game concepts for null. Oops, we only want to give you 1 point. And then unknown, you actually help like keep me accountable there, unknown. I don't think I even have an accountability section. So we're gonna make that just for you. You know, for now. I'm gonna call this accountability. I do it to keep track of every contribution people make. It's just the way I work. Unknown accountability. Nice. And then, oh, PG Jones had a suggestion of the fleeing. Oh, PG Jones isn't on here neither. Let's get you on there. The fleeing stuff. We'll put that in game concepts as well. There we go. And then we'll sort it. Okay. Why does Seppi have 0? Why would someone be on here with 0? That's a mistake. That doesn't make any sense. Oh, I see why. Because this is the old formula. That's the old formula. We need to do the new formula that isn't limited to a particular column. I don't know why it does that. I guess because all the oh, I know why. I do know why. But I haven't gotten around to fixing it yet. I probably should. There we go. Now Seppi's got one. Like, I think if I drag this down, it'll apply it, at least for a while. It won't indefinitely. I might be able to double click it down, actually. All right, there we go. Fixed. Everybody's got credits. We've done it. Maybe you take like the reverse transform of the map as a reference and define the points relative to that. What? That makes the points essentially live in global space. What does that mean? What does that mean? What? That sounds cool. So it's randomized too. So like the which chunks come in when, it's not set. So I don't know if that messes up what you're saying, but it's never gonna be the same order every time. So I don't know if that helps, but there is no reverse transform of the map. So I don't know what a reverse transform is, but you know, I'd need to have that information for every single chunk, you know. But that's interesting. I mean, just thinking about what you're saying, like I wonder if each chunk, if there could be something I could make for each chunk that like a map, sort of like a texture map or something, whatever, that says there's going to be a thing here, there's going to be a thing there. The only thing I don't like about that is then what if I make a change, you know, then the avoidance map is going to be different. You know, I'd want that flexibility to be able to adjust things, but that's just me. So I don't know. If I were to take that project here and implement pathfinding for that, I'd queue that at least for a week dev time. This particular case is not trivial at all. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of work, yeah. I mean, you know, I come here and I work about 25 hours a week, a little more than that sometimes, on this game. Specifically, I spend 16 to 20 hours working on the code and the game design. And the other 8 hours or so I spend working on art stuff. So it would probably take me more like a month, honestly, personally, being as new to all of this as I am. But I hear you. And Hack and Plan does let you set time frames. These helicopters used to spread out a lot more when I had the nav agents on them. I might still go back and put nav agents on them so they can avoid each other. But I just don't know. I'm sort of putting pathfinding on the back burner for now. I'm kind of waiting until I have this level built and designed, and then play it and feel like, and ask myself, you know, what does this need? What is this missing? What would make this gameplay feel better? You know, including things like power-ups and stuff, which I also want to do. Do I have a start or settings menu? You don't have to make it this stream. No, I don't. Thank you. Yeah, I know. I know. There is no menu, actually, right now. The only menu that exists is a level choice menu, and it doesn't work. It used to work, but then I changed how the levels load in, and now it doesn't work. So yeah, no menu, but there will be. There will be. That's another thing that one would certainly want to be working on ahead of time as much as possible. That would be wise, but I'm not. Because, you know, I'm sort of still new to Godot, and I'm just sort of learning as I go, and I want to make mistakes as I go. I want to just get in there and get my hands dirty and do what I can, and then look back on that experience and say, what could I have done better? What will I do better next time? How will I plan differently, you know? Animate the heart. Yeah, well, maybe. So part of the game mechanics is that your limbs shrink as you take damage, and the heart is actually one of those limbs. So I could tell you a little bit about the game in general, but it's a karma system is what the heart represents. So if you kill good humans, then the heart is going to shrink. And then if you kill bad humans, the heart won't shrink. So that's kind of how that works. Or really, even if you kill like cows, which are like owned by people, that would give you negative karma. So the heart's going to, just like the arm, so if I run into this, you can see my head and my leg ran into that, and they shrunk to be smaller. So similarly, the heart will shrink when you lose karma. So that's gonna be that. I hadn't thought about animating it, but I feel like that might get confusing. It might not. It could like beat and then like still shrink and then beat shrunken or something. That could be cool. That's an interesting idea. So you're doing the hard stuff first? I don't know. I don't think so. I'm just doing stuff. Maybe. I'm doing my best, man. I wouldn't say it's the hard stuff. I like to think I'm not doing the hard stuff first. I'm doing something. I don't know. That's giving me too much credit. I'm just doing my best and figuring it out as I go. I wouldn't say like I know that I'm choosing to do something easier or harder. You know. I have no idea. I'm just doing stuff. Basically, I'm trying to do what I think will get me to the game being playable first, or like how it will become the version of the game that I'm envisioning at the most minimum viable level. If that makes sense. Okay. So someone was talking about, oh yeah, the raycast problem. Let's do the raycast problem. Let's take a break from level design. Let's do the raycast problem. Yeah, same. Yeah, I'm just trying to get it so, you know, I have level 1, we can play through it, we can get enough points to beat the level, and then kind of go from there. So yeah, so what Unknown was talking about with the raycast thing is right here. So here's this barn. What is supposed to happen is we attack the barn until it gets destroyed, and then we have these cows in there that we can pluck out and score points with. So if we dunk these cows in here, we're gonna get abduction points. That's how it's supposed to work. But currently, if I click on the barn and there's a cow behind the cursor, it's gonna pull the cow, it's gonna attack the barn, and it's gonna pull the cow out of the barn at the same time. So what I need to do is I need to change that so it isn't pulling the cow out of the barn. So that's what that raycast problem is. And if I remember correctly, it seemed pretty easy to fix. But it's been a couple weeks. I took off last week, so I don't remember exactly, but I believe I took a note down. So let's see if that note is gonna help me sort this out. Okay, we've got cursor raycast should not be able to grab meat if an obstacle is in the way. Okay, cows are grabbable through walls. Set the raycast to turn off grabbing of animals / people when obstacles detected. I don't think we need to do that. Reduce or reconfigure the multiple raycasts. Oh, right, because there's multiple raycasts. The raycast only returns the first thing it sees. Oh, yeah, right. So there's two raycasts. There's two raycasts right now. One raycast looks for things like cows. The other raycast looks for things like buildings and obstacles. So I want to say, there's a couple different things that I could say. I could bring it down to just one raycast. That's probably going to be the easiest thing. Let's see. That's going to be in our camera node. There's a script. Okay. Here is somewhere. I'm looking for the other raycast. Does the area behind the player get deleted or despawned? Yes. Kind of. Sort of. So there's a certain way that works. That's a whole thing. That's a whole entire thing. So it used to get deleted and then respawned. That used to be the way that it worked. But I made some changes. I'll tell you about it. I'll tell you about those changes. Here, let's do it like this. Okay. But unfortunately, instantiating or spawning a new fresh tile every time was causing a lot of performance issues. And so we reimagined it in a new way. And let me show you what that new way is here. Bear with me, we're gonna get there. So, I'm gonna pull out the camera. And we're gonna zoom a bit here. I'm gonna attempt to do this. It's gonna drag down the performance of my whole entire computer a little bit, but oh my. Yeah, there's a lot of objects being loaded. Here, let's not do it like this. Let's do this differently. Okay, hold on. I do want to show this to you, but this is not a good way to do it. We're gonna drop frames like crazy. I'm gonna change the level real quick. Much easier to demonstrate things on. And I'm gonna zoom out the camera. Alright, so hopefully in the back you can kinda see. It's a little hard to see. Let's see if I can get a better view on it. Yeah, like that. So do you see in the back here how there is this strip, right? There's a strip right there. Right there. And then there's this. So there's the player. And these, like, chunks, are these, like, colors, right? There's a yellow one. There's a blue one. There's stuff like that. There's differently colored chunks going past the player right now. And those differently colored chunks, once they get to a certain point over here, they're going to disappear, right? So that's kind of like what you're saying, like, do they despawn or whatever? They actually are moving from that point to this spot all the way in the back. So where you see it in the back there, that strip, that's where they go to. They move from here to there. They actually move. And I can show you that happening. So that strip in the back that's collecting them, there's actually 3 different collectors that are sitting there. And they're called collectors. So there's a points collector, there's an obstacles collector, and there's a safes collector. 3 different collectors. And the thing that has the level on it, that is to say what the player is walking on, is called the controller. So we have, let's look at the points collector and the terrain controller. Yellow chunks, so when you see the yellow block go across, that is the points collector that it's going into. So if you look, we see 5, 24, there it goes. Okay, so there's 10, right? 7, 23, watch it jump. Did you see it jump? So there's no yellow ones here. There's no yellow ones here. Here comes a yellow one. It's gonna be 26, right? Bam, it jumps up in there. So the way that it works is it's sorting the different chunk types and moving them off camera. So they're no longer visible to the player, and they all stay there all the time. So that is to say, we're not instantiating a new chunk every single time, over and over again. What's happening is all of the level chunks are spawning in right at the beginning of the game at the same time. And then they get moved onto the controller, which constantly moves forward. And then once they get past a certain point, they jump to the collector, and they just keep going back and forth like that. So that's how that system works, and it works pretty well. It works pretty well. All right. So as for the what you call it, raycast, I'm gonna look for where I have these set up. I'm trying to not adjust my layout too much, so that might result in me making my text smaller here. Okay, here. There's the meat object raycast. Yeah, it is cool. Thank you, and I will pass your compliment on in spirit to the people who helped me come up with it, which are people who have come through these live streams and advised me. Yeah, so it's to avoid loading at all, basically. So that way, the only time you deal with loading is at the beginning of the game when it loads all of the chunks in. And we don't, because before it was loading every single time a new chunk would come in, which would cause it to be like there'd be a little bit of a frame rate drop every single time it spawned a new one. And that was annoying. So there's the meat object raycast, that is to say what controls the cows and the humans. So if I click on them, this is looking just for those. And then there's another raycast here, and this one, there's actually a lot of raycasts. I think this one isn't being used. This is, oh god, there's even another raycast. Oh yeah, okay, there's a lot going on here. I have not revisited this in a while. So this raycast is actually not being used, but it should be. This one is supposed to be what the player character is supposed to be rotating its head and looking at the cursor, so wherever the cursor is, it's supposed to be following it. And this is the one that it follows for that. That got broken at some point, and I'm remaking the player character anyway, so I'm gonna fix that later. So that's what this one is. It's not named well. This should be what the player head follows. The hover ray Now this one I was using, right, just for hovering over the player. So I ended up getting rid of this. I don't know if I think it's just deprecated. Like, I think it's still there. But the idea was that if you hovered over the player, a health bar would appear. But I ended up deciding that that wasn't worth keeping, so I got rid of it. But I think it still works. Let's see. Let's see if it still works. What it was supposed to do is make the health bar become visible when I hover over the player. I don't know if it still works. I'm kind of curious, though. Yeah, it's just sitting there. It's supposed to only appear if it's hovered and then, like, disappear after a timeout. But I've kind of gutted most of that logic at this point. I decided the health bar wasn't necessary. Oh, it does kind of work. I see. It just isn't fading out. So, like, right now, it's not there. If I take the cursor and I hover over it, boop, then it appears. So that does still kind of work, actually. Oh, no, it does fade out. Oh, okay, no, it still works. I don't know why it wasn't working before. So that's what that raycast does. But I decided I didn't want health bars anymore. At least not for the player in this way. And if I do, I'll probably make it a UI element or something. But this was the original idea. And then it, like, moves with the player and stuff. So that's what that one does. Again, not really being used, but it's there. Not super relevant, but for me it's helpful just to go through everything that we have here. Just so I can just better understand what we're working with. And where we're planning to go with this. So, yeah. So that one's that one, player hovering. I'm going to move this here just to keep it all consistent. Dun, 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 dun. All right, and then we have this one, grab hovering. Interesting. When I say grab hovering, what do I mean? It's not very specific. This raycast doesn't even have anything. It doesn't have, I don't know what that's supposed to be for. I would guess this one's looking for some specific colliders. This emits grab target. Oh, so let me see what grab target goes to. I'm gonna search all the files in here. Grab target. Hit points. Yeah, okay, so this goes to hit points. So, not the greatest name for this. This is more attack ray, would probably be a better way to describe this. I'm gonna refactor it right now, because that's always safe. Just refactor things on the fly. Who cares? Before I do that, let's search for everywhere grab ray is referenced. And we're gonna rename it to attack. 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 Come to this, rename it, attack. Okay. So that's what that's supposed to be. Nice, we're improving things. Is good, is good. We're gonna say attack hovering. Good, good, good. Now obviously we still are emitting this like grab target, right? So I should probably refactor this. This is gonna be in a lot of places. Let's fix it. Screw it, let's do it. I'm gonna rename this to attack target. Let's actually not do it that way. Let's do it this way. And you know what I could do as well? I could do replace in files. So that way we can just say find grab target and replace it with attack target. And if we do replace, it's going to show me all the instances. Oh, I can only replace all. I can't do one at a time. I guess I could just keep it checked. So there's like these checkboxes over here, right? And if I uncheck it, I'll be saying don't do this one. But I think I do want them all to be done. I'm pretty sure I want them all to be done. So we do want to rename that one to attack target. Attack target. I think these are fine. I think every single one of these can be renamed, but I should go look. This is all on the hit points. This is what actually reduces it. A lot of these are commented out, but if I ever want to bring them back, I probably want to have it be named the same thing. Yeah, I think these are all quite fine. This is actually on the raycast itself now, and this is telling what the attack rate, how it's going to set things and put them out there. So I think we'll be fine to rename all of these. Yeah, I think we're good. Let's do it. Replace them. No undo. Screw it, let's do it. Now I'm gonna check to make sure I didn't break the game. Always nice to look back and see the game work. Ah, yes, we're still in the debug level. So let's put it back into the main level. Give it a test. Should be fine. But now, the next time I need to solve a raycast problem, things will be named better. Oh, I still have the health bar. Looks like things are attacking just fine. So I think we have refactored safely. I am not going to have the health bar be visible, please. Thank you. Okay. Back to the raycast stuff. We've now renamed attack rate from grab rate to attack rate, so we know what that is. So this is important, right? Because part of the problem that we're having is that when I click on the building, the attack ray is seeing the building, which is good. I do want that. What I don't want, so it's attacking, what I don't want is that if I click on a cow behind there, that it grabs the cow. So attack ray is relative to this problem I'm trying to solve. But we're not yet at the point to solve it. But it's good to remember, attack ray, we're gonna have to keep that in mind. Alright, so this next raycast, honestly, I don't even know what this is doing. I have no idea what this one's doing, so let's find out. I don't think it's... Is it doing anything? Is this doing anything? I mean, it's creating a raycast at the mouse position. I don't think it's... I think this is old. I think this is nothing. So I might just be able to just get rid of this. You know, I mean, I could look around, but I don't see anything being done with this at all. Yeah, it's just right on here. Oh, here in the hover ray. Oh, it is doing something. Ah, that was close. This is where it's being used. So the hover ray is calling the shoot ray function. So this isn't really a raycast. This is actually setting off the raycast. Okay. That's interesting. And particularly, this is setting what that raycast should be looking for. This number here is the bitwise layer value. That is to say, the collision layer value. So what it should be pointing towards. And in this case, we're saying player. So really, if I was being even more specific, I would say this is player hover ray. Right? So let me make sure we don't have hover ray named anywhere else. We do. So we want to say player hover ray. So we want to just be more particular about naming this stuff so it makes more sense. I don't know what I feel about this numbering. We're just gonna say player hovering. We're gonna say player hover detection. Again, I don't even know if I'm gonna need this. I think I am. I'm definitely gonna need this, and you know why? Because right now, we can take the cows that we grab, and we can hover them over the orb that descends from the sky, right? And the orb bounces and it responds to us hovering over it, right? And at some point, I'm gonna want that to be true for the player as well. So when we take this and we hover over the player, I want it to give you some feedback and tell the player, hey, there's something you can do here. And what that thing is going to be eating it. So you can actually eat the cow that you have hovered. So I am gonna want that player detection raycast to be there at some point. So that is worth keeping for sure. Okay. So I'm even gonna rename this shoot ray to hover ray. So that way make sure we update it everywhere. So that way it is just easier for me to puzzle out later. Probably could have just done a replace, but sometimes it's nice to go through one by one and just make sure I'm doing what I want to be doing. Okay. And then let's clarify more in the comment what this is. There is no comment. Let's give it a comment. Receives target via argument. Raycast that receives a target via argument. Alright, hopefully that's enough for me to understand that. Alright, we got that one. Finally, Raycast get meat. Now, this one's actually named a little more usefully. Although it doesn't follow the conventions of the others, because somebody in the chat, in the live chat, helped me put this one together. So I just kind of used the code that they gave me, and I'd never changed it. So let's change it. We didn't actually need to make another raycast. The reason why they made another raycast was because they weren't working in my project. They were giving me code, so they made a separate raycast. In theory, I could use one of the other raycasts, but you know, I kind of like the idea of having a new one, if I'm being honest. Now the problem is that this is activated. I don't know if that makes the most sense. I don't think we need to have a different raycast, if I'm being honest. I mean, we could just keep... Right, oh, it's not just hover ray, because, wow, I see what we're doing right there. You see, I missed that until just now. So we actually have a good system that one other raycast that's getting the meat objects, the cows, it's betraying that system. It's doing its entire own thing, where it isn't calling hover ray with an argument of what it is that it's supposed to be looking for. So what this is looking for is things on bitwise collision layer 2, bitwise collision layer 4, and bitwise collision layer 8. And those are the things that it's able to detect. So I'm thinking that we should... I mean, I have only a slight concern. I mean, it seems like the same. I think they're exactly the same. They're doing the exact same things. I don't think we're gonna have any problem. This one returns a ray query, but are we even using that return? Would be my question. We are. We are using that return, actually. Up here. Because we're saying raycast result. And we're using that result. Well, then the question becomes, how do we say, if it sees an obstacle, don't grab something? Because it would need to see the obstacle first. That's gonna be tough, right? Because if there's a cow and an obstacle behind the cow, if it sees that obstacle, how's it gonna know to ignore whatever directive we have to say don't grab the cow? Now, I know we were talking about how the raycast will only return what it sees first, but will that timing work out right? Or will it be instantaneous where it sees both of them? So I mean, I could just try it. This is a bit harder of a problem to solve than I like. Real quick, I'm gonna rename some of this. I'm gonna replace raycast get meat with meat ray, or we're gonna. This is actually technically the grab ray. Technically, there's only a couple instances of it. Okay, so we have our now grab ray. So I could say all of that logic up here in the process that's setting that variable. I don't know, you know, I'm just guessing. I'm noobing around. I'm hacking it together the best I can. But here we say if collider in raycast result if it has method spawn me and is attempting to grab, it's gonna do a bunch of stuff. Basically all of this stuff, it's very unreadable. It's like, what does this even mean? What this is doing is this is what is making the meat grabbable, or the cow grabbable, is what this is doing, for all intents and purposes. So I would want all of this to not be the case. So I would want to say if not obstacle seen, if an obstacle is not seen, then do all of this stuff. And then I need to set that. So by default, I want it to be false. To make sure that didn't break anything. And we can still grab stuff. I don't know if this is gonna work. So I gotta find me a cow. There's a cow over here, but it's hard to get to. It's quite alright, don't worry. No worries. Okay, we can still grab stuff. Fun fact, the way the grabbing works, you may have been able to discern that by reading that code. Just be along for the ride. That's all, PT. The way that it works is it actually spawns a new cow. Thanks, PT. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Thank you. If I click on this cow, you'll notice it's like rotation slightly changes. It's like at a slightly different angle. What it's actually doing is it's making invisible the cow that I clicked on, and it's spawning or instantiating a fresh cow at the cursor, is how that works. There's a reason for that, but I just thought that's a fun fact. Okay, so everything works. Now, if I'm gonna try to set that to become true, first of all, I'm gonna need it to become false again. There's no way this is gonna work. I don't know, I feel like this is gonna work. But here we are, we're trying it. So when we return this, where does this gets called? Recast result is hover ray, and then it's gonna so that's for the player. From the attack ray, it's gonna emit the attack target, the thing that we're hitting. So really, I would want to go onto the obstacles. So let me go find that. Attack target. Actually, apparently it's on hit points now. Which is, the hit points are on obstacles. So that's fine. So we need to come to the hit point script. Am I hit? So here it says, if the attack target is set to the thing that's above me, to my parent, okay, is what this is. This $. Because the hit points is always a child of an obstacle. And an obstacle is always a child of the main scene node that is that thing. So in this case, we're looking at a hay bale. So there's the hay bale. And it's an obstacle. It has an obstacle script, and it also has a hit points in that. So that ... is saying check to see if the thing that it collided with, which will be the obstacle will be the thing, because the obstacle is an area 3D node, is what this type is. It's an area 3D. And it has a collision shape on it. So when the raycast is looking for stuff, it's looking for this collision shape right here, or this area 3D right here. And so the hit point script is saying, if the thing that I'm a child of, if my parent is the same thing as what that raycast saw, and the grab button is pressed, then I was hit. And then we send out this message saying something was attacked. So I'd actually kind of want to say in here, if attack target is set to my parent, just if I'm seen at all, and this is where it's going to be tough. How am I going to set that flag? Well, I know how I'm going to set it, and it's a little ugly, but it's what it's going to have to be. I mean, maybe I could do it when we grab, but I feel like that's going to be too late by that point. I feel like the hovering is the best time to do it. So I'm going to have to create a new signal. I use these signals, these things in Godot, I use them a lot. We're going to say something attackable hovered. That is, wow. That is one heck of a name. And we're going to emit, it doesn't even matter. The only problem with this is how do we turn that variable off? There's no way this is the best way to do this. There's just no way this is the best way to do this. I mean, if this turns it on, it would we'd have to say like when. What I need is, so am I hit runs whenever there is an attack target. So actually that really, I don't actually even, well, I kind of don't even need if attack target, actually. I don't even need that. Because this function only runs when an attack target is hovered. So really we can just say that, just to get one less thing on there. But then we need some kind of unhovered thing. This is not good. This is not gonna work. It's not gonna work. I guarantee you it doesn't work. Because it's still gonna see things behind it. But we're trying it. This is hard. This is actually not an easy problem to solve for me. Like, the only other option I could think of would be we use a single raycast that detects things. Yeah, I think we need to use one raycast, and we need to, so like the attack raycast. And so if you click on things that aren't attackable, yeah. All right, let me think about this. I'm gonna draw this out. I'm gonna pull out Excalidraw. We're gonna bust out an Excalidraw here. Where's my Excalidraw? Okay. So here's what we've got. We've got cow. Okay. Oh gosh, how long has that been? Sorry to all the Shorts viewers. Oh geez. I didn't realize the Shorts viewers couldn't see any of the code that whole time. Bless your hearts. Bless your hearts. If you're still there, wow. Wow. You guys gotta let me know. If people are there, you gotta let me know. I can always fix that. Could you imagine? Could you imagine trying to follow this and you literally couldn't see half of the code that whole time? Imagine trying to follow it if you could see the code. Alright. So there's my Excalidraw. I'll get better with that. It's the first day on the Shorts feed. So we're working on it. So we have the cow. I'm gonna make that red. And I have a raycast. And I also have obstacles, right? And this raycast will see both, one or the other. Or really, it's gonna see both, because the raycast is just gonna obliterate through everything. It doesn't care. It goes as long as it goes. It sees all of this when it goes through. Now the raycast is gonna be set up to look for cows and obstacles. It's able to see both. However, I want to say that if you do see a cow, say that you saw a cow. Well, in this case, well, here's the thing. The obstacle actually reports back. Or the obstacle receives it on the hit points and says, I was seen. I was seen. Currently, the cow doesn't do that. The cow cannot tell that it was seen by that raycast, because the cow is being seen by a different raycast right now. And if I just said that it can be seen by that one, we just have the same problem. Oh, man. This is a tough one for little old me to puzzle out by myself. But this is real. This is real. This is how it has to go. But here's the thing, is if it shares the same raycast, then this one isn't gonna be seen until the obstacle is gone. Then the cow will be seen. Which is good, that's what we want. Because the obstacle has to be destroyed before the cow can be seen. So that actually makes the most sense. I guess that's what I have to do. So then I don't have to do any of this, actually. We're just gonna comment this out for now. Forget that. I had to go down that path to know. All right, vertical, we got the code visible now. If any of you are still with me. And it's okay if not. But I'm with you, kind of. So going back to that logic that spawns the cow. So right here in the process function on the camera node, if the grab button is pressed, it's going to set raycast result to whatever the grab ray is seeing. And I would kind of want to change that, right? I'd want to say, instead of looking for what grab ray sees, look for what hover ray sees. Hover ray is going to return similar things. It's going to return extra things. It's going to return things that are meat objects, and it's going to return things that are obstacles. It's going to return both. So let's just suppose, let's just do it. Let's say, now this means it's gonna run hover ray, which is a bit of a problem. So actually we wanna say attack ray, right? Now attack ray isn't looking for cows, because cows, let's go pull up a cow. They haven't put any cows on this one. We didn't get to that point, because I was reminded that I need to fix this. So the cow's collisions are actually set in code. So the cow is on mask 1. Really? That's what NPCs are mask 1? Is that true? Layer 1 is ground. Wait, that can't be correct. Oh, we're using meat group. Oh, layer, not mask. Where's layer? No. Meat has to be on a layer. What? Oh, there it is. Where was this? Oh, oh, I see. Okay, I need to add a note to myself there. We're gonna do that right now. Cow layer properties are in physics process. So the reason why I did that, I forgot. The reason why I did that is because, remember how I said that if you don't, that's okay too. But the cows spawn when they're clicked on. So that is to say, the cow is visible when we're playing the game. Visually, it's there. It's gonna be broken, by the way. It's gonna be super broken, and the game's gonna crash. So let me put it back to it working so I can demonstrate this. I don't know that I'm really demonstrating it because I'm describing it more than anything. But when I click on the cow, it's hiding that cow. That cow became invisible, and it spawned a new one at the cursor. So it disappears, and this one becomes visible. And so over here on its script, if it if the cow spawns, because the cow may not spawn at all. It may not spawn at all, right? 50-50 chance that the cow spawns. So when I click on it, it actually despawns. And so this spawn variable that's being set right there, oops, left the code in again, or cut out the code again on the shorts feed. Ooh, I'm gonna have a hard time remembering that, y'all. So this spawn right here, this variable, becomes false when I click on it. Click on it, spawn is false. Click on it, spawn is false. Click on it, spawn is false. And so now that it's false, it can't be seen by the raycast, because this layer value, this collision layer, is what the raycast is looking for. It's looking for layer value 4. So if I click on the cow, that cow that was there just got its layer value set to false, is what just happened. Okay. So that's what this is doing. So 4 is the layer that the cows are on. Now, bitwise, that's going to be described a bit differently. So I'm going to pull this up in the shorts feed. I'm going to remember to get rid of it, probably. If I hover over this, you'll see it says health, because that's what the game is currently programmed to call cows and humans and stuff, are health. So it's health, and that's correct. Now I need the bitwise value, which is quite a bit different. So you can see there's 2 values. There's bit and then there's value. I need value. So that says 32,768. This is for 16. For 4, it's going to be 8. So 8 is what it looks for. Now actually, if I remember correctly, 8 is on the attack. So interestingly, the attack is looking for, let's see. Oh, I did forget to get rid of it, but we got it. All right, there we go. 8 right there. See? Hover ray. This is the attack ray. It's looking for 8. However, it's going to return a lot of other things that aren't necessarily on that layer. And then that's going to cause our error. So if I come to all this code in here, and we change this to attack ray, so we're going to get an error as soon as I click on that cow, right? We already know that that's going to happen. But let's look at exactly what the issue is. I'm gonna get a nice visible cow for us. So clicking on the cow. I mean, I can click on the build on this. Oh, I can't. Oh, interesting. I clicked on any old thing. Our issue is still gonna be here. Invalid operands string and nil in operator in. If collider in raycast result. So there definitely is no... That's a little confusing. Variable meet original equals raycast result collider. Let me try this. I'm gonna say if... I don't think we should do group. Let's do group. If I don't fully remember what this means. If collider in raycast result. I'm a little confused about what that means, if I'm being honest. So let me find everywhere this is at. It's just, that's the only places. So collider is a property that the raycast result would have. So to me, it's saying that the result doesn't have a collider. That actually makes sense. Does it? Wait, does it? I'm a little confused. What if we tell it to, like, keep going? What'll happen? Oh, it works! Nice. So I can tell the code to continue, and it works fine. Oh, interesting. Okay, so what if I click on a cow and we do that? We're gonna get an error, and then if I tell it to continue, it doesn't do anything. Click on a helicopter, it attacks the helicopter. But it doesn't recognize that that's a cow. Raycast result null. Same thing when we hit this, raycast result null. Are we still doing grab ray for something? We're not. Grab ray isn't even being called. It's calling attack ray at that moment. What happens if I comment that out? Is that chaos? Have I just brought chaos? Yes. That makes sense, because it's saying, where was that? I'm trying to run this code, but you got rid of the thing I need. Well, I'm just a little confused, like, why it's returning null. I'm sure it makes perfect sense. I just don't know what it is. I mean, if we look at grab ray, right? This one isn't returning null every time we click on something. Grab ray is, because grab ray is returning. Oh, I see. That's why. Because there is no raycast result, I think. It's not returning anything. This function returns nothing. The attack ray function returns nothing. That's why it's not doing anything. That's why. Nice. Nice. Okay. So what I need to do then is I need to add a return line to the attack ray. At least. And then some. But we probably don't want it there. Because remember, attack ray is actually calling hover ray. Right? And hover ray doesn't return anything either. It's a little messy. That's a bit messy. If I did want to return something here, really the return is coming from attack target. So we could even forget returning at all, and we could just check attack target. But I would need a separate function for that, which gets a little messy, but it could be messier. Because attack ray isn't going to return anything. Well, you could just say return attack target, right? Just do that. Do that. That's what you should do. I don't know if I'm doing this right. Return attack target. That might be a problem where it's returning and we don't want it to return something. I don't know, that might be an issue. So I might want to do the signal function thing. But let's just see what happens if I do this. I'm curious. So coming back to the other logic, change this to attack ray. Something strange is gonna happen. It's gonna be weird. It's gonna be weird. Whatever happens, it'll be weird. Let's see if we can attack normal things. We can. Oh! And then we can't. So this did try to run. And I guess whatever it's returning wasn't satisfactory. It probably returned null. That's why. Sometimes it returns null, and that's fine. But here, so we need to add something. We need to say something else, too. We have to say, if obstacle seen and... Which is weird, because I would think obstacle seen wouldn't be true. Oh, I just... I forgot to make obstacle seen do anything. Right now, it's just like this true or false thing. So we could do... we could do the empty thing. But that's not... Because really we're checking attack target. We could say if attack target is not... Or we have to say the return of it is not null. That's kind of tricky. That's... Oh, that gets a little complicated for me. That gets a little complicated for me. Oh, I'm struggling. All right. If obstacle not seen, that's not doing anything. That's already false. Well, you could say raycast result, since you do have that here, and maybe we could try the empty thing on that. Well, let's try it. Let's try it. Let's see what happens. Let's just see what happens. It might work. And I might want to say is null or whatever, or is not null. So if obstacle isn't seen, that is to say, if we don't see an obstacle and raycast result is not empty, I don't know if that's gonna work. I don't know that that's gonna work. But actually it should, or it might. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to just doing regular things, clicking on, oh. Immediately, raycast result returned null. So that absolutely did not work. So what if we say, instead of is empty, and raycast result is not set to null? I don't know if that and statement is gonna work. The and statement's doing a lot. We'll see. All right, okay, I'm clicking, we're attacking. No problems so far. This is good. This is good. All right. So now let's try grabbing a cow. All right, nothing happens. I actually am okay with that. That is fine with me. Because it's still going to be returning null right now. At least for this. And I'm even going to say, let's print what it's seeing, just so we can appreciate whatever that is. If obstacle seen in raycast, so we're gonna say print raycast result. All right, let's see what it says. So we're looking down on the output. Oh, so there it's reporting the obstacle that it sees. Seeing the copter. Go for a cow here. It sees the cow. That is not null. That is good. This is very good that it sees the cow. This is excellent. Because now what we can say is, so that says if collider and raycast result, is it getting this far? Print yes collider. I don't know about that, but I'd be curious to know if it gets that far. It should. Those objects should have colliders in them. But let's just see. No. So it's not seeing the collider thing. So forget the collider thing right now. Instead of that, let's say if raycast result is in group meet, which we are setting that for these. So if I come up here, the meat objects, the cows, are in the group meat. And so I want to say, check to see if that thing is in the group meat. So we're just going to say yes, meat. Let's see what that does. See if we get a print. And it might even do the rest of the code as well. So basically what I'm doing at this point is I'm trying to consolidate my raycasts. Okay. Okay, it crashed. That's something. Ah, we're still doing the collider thing. We don't want the collider. Meet original raycast result collider. Just raycast result. Just straight up raycast result. I'm a little concerned about that, but we'll see. Okay, try it again. Hey, grabs. Nice. Good. And we can attack things. Beautiful. We've got grabbing and we've got attacking all in one raycast. This is good. Now, I don't expect this to solve the problem, but actually it might. This might actually fix it. Did I fix it? I did! I can't grab the cows through the walls anymore. Let's go! It's fixed! Oh, frick yeah. As far as I know. As far as I know, it's fixed. There's, of course, the chance that I have created other problems. But, I think that's good, as good as fixed. That's what I'm talking about, baby! Yes, party! Let's go! Alright. Woo! And that was kind of what we had talked about last week as well, or a couple weeks ago when I was working on this. It should be fixable by just bringing us down to one raycast instead of having two separate raycasts. Again, the reason why this fixes it is because if there's one raycast and it's seeing two things, if it's seeing both the obstacle and the cow, it's only going to return the first thing it sees. If I destroy the obstacle, it's then going to see the cow. But the problem before was that I was using two raycasts. One raycast was looking for the cow, and the other raycast was looking for obstacles. And they were both simultaneously doing that. Which meant if I clicked on an obstacle, if there was a cow behind it, this other raycast would see it. So I've now eliminated that one raycast and told this raycast, you can see cows and obstacles. And so now we have that tiered system. And that should fix that. Good. So I'm gonna destroy the other raycast, the grab raycast. I'm just gonna throw it in the trash. I'm not interested in that raycast. It's only going to confuse me. And I also don't need this obstacle scene variable that I created. It was a terrible idea, but it eventually got me to where I needed to go, and that's what matters. Okay, so grab ray, we're gonna throw this in the garbage. See you later. Don't need ya. Make sure that wasn't being referenced somewhere. It wasn't. And that should be it. I might want to just double check the code and just make sure everything looks squeaky clean. But I think we're all good. You know, play through it a little, make sure everything is working right. Oh, we got that yes meat message printing all the time down there. Don't need that. Yeah. It works just as well as it ever did, I think, right? Probably. Destroy things, yeah. And now I can click on that and it won't pull the cows out until we destroy it. So problem solved. Thank you, unknown, wherever you are, for helping me be accountable to getting that done. Alright, let's save it. Let me get rid of these helicopters. And then I'm gonna do a GitHub commit. I think that would be nice. By the way, you can access this project in the description box. Yeah, I've got the GitHub repo public. Alright. Let me get out of the way here. And we're gonna say and it's a little weird because now it's attack ray, right? But it also grabs. So that's a little confusing, but I don't care. It's never gonna be perfect. I mean, it could be, but not today. You know what I should do before? You know what? Before I do that, let me comment in the code. Let me clean. Okay, hold on. Before you make a commit, let me just clean up a little bit here. So I'm gonna come to the attack ray. This is not only attack hovering, attack. Detects obstacles, NPCs, and meat / health. Emits attack target to obstacles and NPCs. Well, let's say this. Emits attack target to hit points and returns attack target to meat / health within this script. Okay, just a little bit more specific there. And then let me also take out yes meat. We don't need that anymore. Okay, good. A little bit more clear there. Okay, so now I'm gonna type up my commit and we're gonna say consolidated attacking raycast. Pretty much what I did here. Level design. Continued working on a new level and reduced the raycasts, or replaced the cow / meat grabbing raycast by having the camera node scripts meat spawning logic look for the attack raycasts, return object if it is in the group meat. Refactored the raycasts a bit and rename them and stuff. You are real subscribed. Do you want to go skateboards? Very skateboard, much high. So fast. Thanks, subscribe. Refactored the raycast, some raycast stuff too. Alright, so I am doing level design stuff today, but there were some things kind of related to that I needed to work on, and someone came through and reminded me about that, and so, okay, I just did it. I just did it. I just solved a not difficult coding problem, all in all, but one that I was a little rusty on. But that's okay. That's all right. We got there, and now it's fixed. And now I'm gonna go back to doing some level design stuff because thank goodness that's over. Welcome, Insane Alpha Beta. Thanks for stopping in. Hope you're doing well. So what I just fixed is now we don't grab cows through walls. The other thing that I was gonna work on today, coding-wise, potentially, maybe, was... So now I can grab those after I destroy it. Was making sure we don't spawn on top of obstacles. Now I kind of want to do that. Now that I'm coding stuff, maybe I should keep coding stuff. Maybe I should code some more stuff. So if I keep refreshing this, eventually we're gonna spawn on top of something that hurts us. And what I would want to do is tell the game, hey, spawn safe things before you do things that hurt. Yeah, that's actually kind of what happened. Literally, Insane Alpha Beta, that person's name was unknown. Their actual name was quote-unquote unknown. Like, genuinely, literally, actually. And I gave them a credit in the credits list that nobody has gotten before, and that credit was accountability. So yeah, oh there we go, we spawned into damage right there. So like kind of literally an unknown person showed up and reminded me of something I needed to do. And presumably left, which I think is awesome. And that's why I love live streaming game dev. What better way to be motivated to get things done? So yeah, it's not as easy. All right, I guess that's what I'm gonna do. You know what? I'm gonna do it. Yeah, maybe something like that. That's what I'm gonna do. So earlier I was telling you that I finished all my tea. No more tea. Tea is gone. And I had to deposit that liquid. Well, now I've been drinking on some water. Look at all that gone water. Actually, it's about 8 ounces. There's literally measurements on here. 8 ounces of water, and it wants to go somewhere. So I'm gonna go give it a place to go. Give me a little less than 2 minutes. I'll be right back. I'll leave the chat up. I'll turn the tunes up. If this is what you need to hear, go get a snack, stretch your legs, whatever. I'll be right back. And you know what? I'm gonna keep doing a little coding. I'm gonna actually fix this problem of spawning into damage. Dang it. And then I'll finish the level design. I gotta sometimes go with the flow. Once in a while, that's the right way to do things. So that's what I did. All right, be right back. Less than 2 minutes. You know what I almost forgot to do? I almost forgot to do one of the most satisfying parts about getting a task done. I almost forgot to check it off of my to-do list. Why would I not remember? I know why, because I forgot. And look, I even marked it as high priority with a little orange arrow. We're gonna put that in the testing category. It's testing. It's probably fixed. Probably fixed. Not sure yet, but probably. Okay. So, the next thing is making sure things spawn in safely. So let's do a little overview of what the heck is going on here, because that always helps me to do that. So that's what I'm gonna do. So right now, you're seeing those colorful bars. What are those? What the heck are those? Those represent different types of chunks. So this is my attempt at some level of procedural generation. So there's blue ones, there's yellow ones, and then there's red ones. The blue ones are safe chunks. That is to say, the player cannot be hurt on them. The yellow ones are points chunks. The player can be hurt on them, but probably not that bad. And mostly there for collecting points. That is to say, abducting cows and stuff. That's what's on the yellow ones. The red ones are pure obstacle ones. All that they do is bring you pain, and that's their purpose. So we have those three different types. Now, I have like these playlists, and it's just an array that lists different kinds of collectors, or rather, the pool, the spawn pool, from which the algorithm, if you will, the code takes a chunk from. So basically it's gonna say, okay, so right now I need to spawn a safe chunk. So it's either gonna spawn a cornfield or an empty one or something like that. On this chart, you're just gonna see it's blue. So it says I need to do a safe one, I'm gonna spawn a blue one. If it says I need to spawn a points one, I need to spawn a yellow one, or I need to spawn Cattle Ranch 1, or Cattle Ranch 2, or Cattle Ranch 3, or Cattle Ranch 4, or whatever. And then it also will make sure that another cattle ranch isn't already spawned in of the same type, and it will only spawn the one that it is unique on that current layout. So yeah, so it goes through that list of them one by one, and it spawns them, which you might say to yourself, well, that's not very random. It is a little random, but the way that also further works is that there are a couple different playlists, and it randomly picks from those different playlists. So for example, or randomly picks between those two different playlists. So one playlist starts with like safe points, obstacles, safe points, right? The other playlist says safe points, safes, obstacles, safes, right? So it's like they're a different list, and then it will randomly either do this one or that one. So when it picks this one, it'll go through all of these, and then when it's done with this, it'll randomly choose between one of these two, and if it chooses that one again, it'll go through all those again. If it chooses this one, it'll go through all these again. And then in theory, I would just make a ton of these lists, right? Like however many I have the patience for. And then it would randomize that. And so the reason why I'm doing it like this is because I want some control. Weighted averages did not give me enough control. But this allows me to say, well, I don't want too many obstacles. And yes, pain is their purpose. That is their purpose. And it is cold, and sometimes we have to be cold in this world. And so you can see there aren't many red ones, because pain is not always good in level 1 of the game. So maybe in a deeper level, I will add more red ones. But for now, there's only a couple. And so if I do a weighted average, sometimes it will spam a bunch of red ones, because the average, it's still a probability. It's still randomized. It still might punish the player to death, and I don't like that. So I wanted to set up some way that I could make sure that it is going to be if there is going to do a red one, there's going to be plenty of buffer around it, so that way it's not constantly punishing you. So that's how that works. Now these variety playlists, they're being brought in over here. Also, welcome Pepe, it's good to see you. Thank you for coming through. You guys are weird and I love it. So this is coming from, or this is being controlled by this chunk chosen to add function. It's not a great name, but it is what it is. So if the chunks list current size is 0, so basically what it's going to do is it's going to populate this playlist, or this array. And this array is from where it chooses a playlist. So we've got variety 1 and variety 2 in here, and it randomly picks between those. So if I switch this to chunks list safes, I believe, if it would auto-complete, I'd appreciate it. Okay, that was it. Just wanted to make sure. If I change it to safes, this one is only filled up with safes. It doesn't have points, it doesn't have obstacles, it's literally just a bunch of safes. You can see that that loads in. This is how I want the game to start. I want it to start with safes, so that way you don't begin the game and you're experiencing pain. I want you to be able to anticipate the pain. So I wanted to start with this and then start loading those in. Now, do I know how to set that up? No, but we'll figure it out. So that's my challenge. That's my challenge. I think I need to eat a couple seasoned almonds before I... Yeah, that helped. I mean, you know, I wonder, it's tough because I find time doesn't work well. We say like 1 minute or 2 minutes, like that's obviously way too long. But it's weird because like when the game is loading, like the time is gonna already start ticking, which makes it a little tough. So I think that, to me, that's the hardest part, is what's the moment that it finally decides to start spawning the obstacles. I don't really know. I could experiment with setting a timer, but I'm worried that if someone has a longer load time, that timer is going to be messed up. You almost want to say, let the player choose when to start moving, but even then there still needs to be a buffer. I could say if the player has already walked over like a certain number of safe chunks, then switch to the unsafe ones, but my problem with that is it seems like that also happens before the game is fully loaded. But that's probably the... I don't know. It's risky, but I think I'm gonna try that. So how do I even do that? Well, another facet of how this works is that when those chunks go past the player, they get removed from the terrain controller, or that which is moving towards the player. They get removed from there, and they get moved back to behind the camera. So over here, you can see those disappearing as they get past a certain point. There, the yellow one is going to disappear, yellow one's going to disappear, red one's going to disappear. When they disappear, they move just a little bit back. They just do a little hop. Right back there is where they go to. And that is a place where we could potentially keep track. And we could say, well, how many have gone over there? And after a certain number has, then update the playlist to be obstacles and stuff. All right. Let's try that. That'll probably work. Pepe says, I was asking some friends riddles earlier for a project, and some of them aren't the smartest people. You know, that's not why we have friends, is it? We don't have friends because they're smart. We have friends because they love us. It's the love that matters. And somehow the stupidest one, I love him dearly, solved like 3 of them in like a minute. I was impressed. I mean, look, I'm gonna go ahead and say that intelligence is not like a clear spectrum of like dumb, smart. There's many dimensions to intelligence. So perhaps your friend is not so smart when it comes to, I don't know, whatever things make you say that he's stupid. But for things like solving riddles, he's a genius. Multi-dimensional intelligence. Like, I bet there's things you're dumb with, but there's things you're smart with. Your friend. Your friend just knows how to solve those things. Maybe they already knew them too. Alright. So where it checks, how many have been taken away? If you count can't talking to women dumb, 100%. 100%? What? I'm saying it's not a binary spectrum. You're saying 0 to 100. I'm saying there's 0 to 100, 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 0 to 100. All in those different dimensions. You know what I'm saying? Talking to women. I think that's just called misogyny, is what that's called. Not being able to talk to women. Which is dumb. So, point taken. Well, we're not gonna debate politics, but I might agree to disagree with you on that one, though. Misogyny doesn't look like, I hate women, women are stupid. It can also look like, I mean, you guess you could say gynophobia. Like homophobia, transphobia, gynophobia. Which just kind of ends up being sort of similar, you know? Anyway, we're not gonna talk about this. This is game dev. We're gonna talk about game dev. Alright. So where it's gonna be able to count these things is But I mean, if I was gonna say more about it, what I would say is that fear often comes from not seeing women as humans that are equal to men. And you may not necessarily, you may see it as like, women are better than men. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that I don't even accept that, right? It's like this idea that because someone is a woman, that makes them somehow fundamentally different, and therefore they need to be treated differently, and that's where that fear comes from. And I'm saying that is where the misogyny is. Okay, that's it. Last word. I got the last word. I win. I'm just kidding. But I'm not kidding. I'm serious. Okay. Somewhere in here is where it counts them. Oh, I think that's gonna be in progress terrain function, which is right here. Okay, here's progress terrain. Here, if first terrain, so when it says first terrain, what it's saying is the thing that passed the player that got removed. That's the first terrain. And the code automatically labels that thing as first terrain. And so it's checking to see, is it type 1, is it type 2, or is it type 3? I don't love these numbers because you can't really tell what they are, or it's 0, 1, or 2, not 3. It's either type 0 or it's type 1 or type 2. I should comment this, because I actually already forgot what the different types are. But it's okay, it's easy to find. So if we click on these, each block, I'm gonna pull this up over here. Each block has a type. Either it is type points, safe, or obstacle, and this is how it checks. It says, was that 0, was that 1, or was that 2? And based on that, whichever one it's set to, it's going to move that first terrain piece, or that one at the end, if you will. It's going to move it to the correct collector. And the reason why we put it in this other collector is because that's how it knows where to pull from when that playlist is saying, I need a safe one, I need an obstacle one, I need a point one. It's going to look to that same place that all of these are sent to know where to draw it from. So we have to make sure it goes to that right place. So those numbers are going to be in this order. So there's 0, there's 1, and there's 2. Okay. So safe is 0. We'll come back to here. There is a way that I could type this, because this is set up as an enum. It's really ugly, but I can actually set this up. I basically have to say is types. I have to say it's super ugly. Let me remind myself how that is. I think I say block. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you were talking about yourself? You deserve to clear that up. And I wasn't, to be even clear, I'm not saying you're a misogynist. I'm saying that it's rooted in misogyny. If that makes sense. First of all, I thought you were talking about your friend. Otherwise, I might have worded what I said a little bit more carefully. Since you were talking about yourself, I apologize. Although I do stand by my perspective. And look, in terms of not feeling confident, here's how I would reword that. Like, you have to understand that women are just like you. They're just like you. They have fears like you. They're nervous like you. They're unconfident like you. They're insecure like you. And being afraid to talk to them is something that, by recognizing that you are all on the same level, I think you can help work on that fear. But who knows? You know, I'm supposing a lot about you. I don't want to suppose too much about you. And I never should have said anything about this. This was a terrible mistake. I've made a mistake. I did. Yes, they're saying I shouldn't have said anything, and I agree. I agree with that. Okay? So forget the misogyny thing, all right? Let's just forget about that. And I just want to say, the easiest way to get better at feeling confident about that is just to realize that you are all on the same level. Okay. I'm not saying it's gonna solve your problem. I'm just saying it's a good step towards that. And I do wish I never said anything, dear God. Okay. Please just let me do game dev. Oh, see, there's the misogyny. Oh, God. Oh, God. All right. All right. And here's the other thing, man. It's like, I feel like it's a me problem, of course, right? Like, hearing what you're saying, when you frame it as uncomfortable talking to women, what you mean as uncomfortable talking, and I assume, to people that you want to, that you might have like an intimate desire for, right? People that you are attracted to or something. And I could be off base, but I assume that's what you're saying. And so that's very different than saying not confident talking to women. So I think that's where the miscommunication between us came from. Is just like the framing of it as a women thing. When I think what you mean is the people that you would potentially have some kind of romantic feelings towards. And if it's still not that, I mean, again, game dev, code. Whole other thing. DM me about it if you want. They don't sound like friends, or good friends at least. They don't sound like good friends. That's true. That's true. Now they're gonna call me a wokeist. Doesn't know what she's talking about. When really, I just don't want to get into it. I just want to do game dev, man. Alright. So the way I would reference this, if I wanted it to be more readable, is I have to say block is types equals... we said safes is 0, right? And we have to say is set to safes. Something like this. Oh, safe. Just safe. Oh, but there's even like another way. Maybe I have to put it like in parenthesis or something. Or something. I don't remember exactly how to refer to it, but it's boring. Oh gosh. I almost forgot vertical feed. Hold on, let me go look this up, because I forgot. In the body part script, I have an example of this. Oh, dot. There we go. Is parts dot. Confusing. So we don't want to put that in any kind of bracket or anything. Oh god, and I still have the zoom up. Oi, oi, oi. Save. I love you, Pepe. You're my friend, and I hope you know that, and I appreciate you. Okay, so this is the way I would refer to it, and this is obviously more readable as opposed to just 0, but at the same time, it's also really weird. Like, block is types safe. like it doesn't look very obvious, you know? But at the same time, for me, this is going to be easier than saying 0, 1, 2, 3. So I'm just going to rename these. because I like it better. So we want to say obstacle. It's kind of the whole point of using an enum is to take advantage of this readability. You know, I could like set a variable somewhere if I really wanted to. And that would in theory make it a little more readable. But it's fine. Alright, let's make sure I didn't break it. We're just gonna give it a little test. Now, actually, I think there's only... Oh no, there's all of them. It looks like it's working fine. The way that I would proper test that, however, would be to take a look at the collectors to make sure they're receiving stuff. It appears they are. So we should see a yellow one come in here eventually. There we go. A yellow one came in. This is obstacles. A red one should go in there eventually. Make sure that increases. 11, that just went in there. And then in safes, there's a lot in safes. Oh, there's not. And then one came in there. So typing in that enum also works just as well as putting in the number. Now, if I want to count how many have come in, so that way we can say spawn in safe ones at the beginning and then stop spawning in safe ones. At this very moment where we say if the type is points, if that type is obstacle, I want to say if that type is safe. Really, it could be any of them, but we're going to say safe. It's going to keep a track. Add 1 to a count. So I'm going to say, this might be something I need to reset as well. Like if we get to a new level, or if we die. It should reset itself as long as I restart the game. Or reset the scene. But I could see this being an issue later on. So we're going to say startup plus equals 1. Or starting chunks. I'm going to go define this variable way up here. Hey, see you later, Jones. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. Thank you for enduring my badly woke cringe. I don't like doing all that. Why did I do that? Thank you for supporting. Thank you for the euro. I appreciate it. For your moral support. Good luck with all your projects, and yeah, I'll see you next time. Alright. I never expect people to say goodbye, but it's nice when they do. Okay. So I need to define the starting chunks variable. I'm going to do it somewhere over... Yeah, let's do here. I'm going to say number of starting chunks. And let's actually do 2 variables. Let's do an export that is max starting chunks max, and that is what we're trying to get to before we start putting in the things that will hurt you. So I'm gonna say 10. It seems like a lot, but it might not be. And then we'll set another variable for starting chunks, and I'm actually gonna make this current. And that's going to start out at 0. So down here, we still have this not declared because I need to say starting chunks current. And we want to add 1 to it every time it sees a safe one. Now, eventually, I don't want to care about it anymore. So actually, let's even say this. let's say if starting chunks current doesn't, so I'm putting the exclamation point, which means everything after this, do the opposite of it. I'm gonna say if starting chunks current isn't the same as starting chunks max. In other words, when starting chunks current is the same as starting chunks max, stop adding 1. Okay, and then I'm gonna want to indent that a little bit there. Now I'm gonna want something else to happen as well. I'm gonna come back to the... Now this is happening all the time. So actually, you know what we should do? I should also have it check at that same moment before we dip. Let's say at that same moment, if starting chunks current is set to starting chunks max, let's do this. Let's do the opposite. Instead of saying if it isn't, if it is set to that, I guess we could do an else. Let's do an else. If else. Seems like a good place for that. So that is to say, if it does equal the same, because remember, we're negating it. We're saying, as long as this isn't true, do that. When this does become true, that is to say, they are equivalent. Now, I want to update that function. I kind of need to run that function. So I need to think about how we're doing that. So that function is currently this one, chunks chosen to add. And it's being initially run here in the progress terrain. Oh, it's being called all the time. It's being called every frame. Gotcha. Every frame that's being called. Wow. And if I wanted to update this, I wonder if we could say, there's probably, because I'm also going to want this to change depending on the level, right? If we're on level 1, I'm going to want it to do a different list than if it's on level 2, or level 3, or level 4. So at some point, I'm going to want to have this be swapping out. So I'm going to want a system for that. I wonder what would happen if I had like an array in here, like as an argument. That chunks list current is what it would get set to. Like chunks list update. And then that's what this would become. Chunks list update. And that would need to be its own array that is set somewhere at some point. Which is a little chaotic. So I need to create that. This is a little wacky, but I'm gonna go with it. We're gonna go with it for now. A variable chunks list update, and it's gonna be an empty array. And then down, we gotta come back to that else statement. And we want to say if this does get set up, that is to say if they're equivalent, I now want chunks list update to receive we want to append arrays into that. Not that I'm exactly sure how to do that, but I'm sure I could maybe figure it out. How do we add it in here? I'm not exactly sure how to update an array like that. How do we do it? We just say equals, chunks list current. We just say equals, and we just put it in there. I don't know if I'm doing this right, but I'm gonna try something. Oh, right, because we need to also put in here. This is tricky. This is this is tricky. So wait, I'm gonna say chunk list. For now, I'm gonna say level 1. All right, we're gonna say level 1 is what it's calling with. It's not declared. I'm gonna declare it. I'm gonna declare it. I promise. I know this is such chaos right now, but like, I promise I'm going somewhere with it. The Games by You section on Discord feels like a blog site. I swear I update it more than my own portfolio. I love that. Yeah, Discord link is in the description box, by the way. And you can post the games that you work on there. There's some supportive people there who can try out your game, give you some feedback. And then every Friday, I check out all the games that people have posted in there and see what everyone's up to. So you can get someone to play test it and see them play testing it, if that's something that you value. Yeah, it is an awesome place. I love that you guys use it. I love using it. I haven't updated my own game in there in a while, but it totally does feel that way. Valid. Okay, so here we were saying when points updates. I'm so lost in here. That's safe. Oh, safe. When safe updates. There we go. Chunks list update. So I want to say chunks list. I don't even want to say that. I want to say chunks list. This is a little confusing to me because we want it to call. It doesn't really matter what we call it with. You know what I should do? I know what I should do. The stream is now in mobile mode. That's fascinating that happened, but basically there are 2 streams up. I heard that this can confuse folks, but yes, there's 2 live streams right now. One of them is vertical, and one of them is horizontal. You're not crazy. I mean, your name is insane, so look. Maybe you are, but but there are 2 separate streams right now. One is vertical and one is horizontal. Yeah. How did you get there? How did you even get there? Nightmare, nightmare, nightmare. Maybe you are crazy. You never know. Is this reality? Okay, I'm so lost in this code right now. I'm not really. You know what I need to do? I need to... Some of y'all, someone out there maybe knew what I need to do. I need to collapse the crap out of all of these. It's so overwhelming to have everything open. But also, like, one of these is very big anyway, and it's not gonna help. You're back to the widescreen? Okay, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You're welcome wherever you'd like to be. Okay, this should make it a little easier to get around, maybe. Probably. So here I'm saying chunks list update. It actually doesn't really matter what this is. It's just, we're just saying that this needs to feed into here. No, I think this is fine. No, I think this is correct. No, you're good. I don't... Yeah, because it's empty at first. And we just have to make sure that at the beginning, it updates it to safes. So really, like, in the ready function, I'd want to say... start with safes. Like, this is where we establish, do the safes stuff. So if I say chunks list update equals chunks list safes, it should start out with the safe chunks. That should be how that works. Because it's looking for chunks list update, and at the ready function, that is to say, when the game starts, it's going to update it to be safe stuff. And that's what's all going to be in there. Now, once that number gets to 10, or whatever the maximum is set to, the number of safes that have passed the player, I then want chunks list update to become set to chunks list various 1 and chunks list various 2. So down here where I was doing that level 1 thing, don't do that. We want to say chunks list update. I don't know if that's gonna work. Something is gonna happen. Alright, we got a bunch of these. We got a bunch of safes. So it's at least starting with safe ones. Okay, we got an error. I'm okay with that. I'll take an error. An error is feedback. I accept feedback. Non-existent function get children in base array. It's trying to get... I see. I kind of see. It's not supposed to be. I've set something to the wrong thing. And I can wrap my head around it eventually. I think it's because... And then let me try this. It's because I have the else statement here set to this array, right? And so it's trying to get the children of an array. And what I actually wanted to get the children of is the thing that's within here. So like, for example, if I were to come in here and set it to just one of these instead of 2 of them, right? So just 1. That should work. And so then the trick is going to be getting it to do both of them in there. I think that should work. You can't get over Little Big Planet 3's server close. I hope they make a new one. Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, it's kind of sad. So many creations just gone. It worked! Look! There's a yellow one. Let's go! Okay, so this is good. The problem is, it's not a playlist. It's not the playlist that I wanted. Oh, it is, but it's not inserting multiple random playlists. It's just playing that one list. And I need it to be able to accept multiple lists. That's the tricky part. But so far, so good. And I would even say 10 is too high. That takes way too long to come in. So what if I bring that down to 6? I'm surprised. I thought it was going to happen sooner. But yeah, it sucks. You know, people make things and then they go away. That's why, honestly, I really don't mess with platforms like that. Little Big Planet, Dreams. Roblox, any of that stuff. Because if the platform goes down, so do your creations. Sometimes it's even worse. Well, at best, a place to share your creations is gone. At worst, you literally lose access to the entire creation. In any form. You know, at least with something like Little Big Planet. Well, not really. No, yeah, it all sucks. I hate it. I used to use things like that, but I realized that I was giving up so much autonomy over my creations. And I will never look back. I will never look back. I will only create things if I know I can own those files and run them on any computer, on any platform, upload them anywhere I want. If Steam goes down, there's the Epic Game Store. If the Epic Game Store goes down, there's itch.io. You know? But some company making a game where you can make stuff on it, you can't trust it. It's sad. It's tragic to lose all your art like that, or at least being able to connect to other people's art. Alright, so this works well. I actually think 6 is a little low. It's weird. It's like there's a fine line between too many and not enough. But I still need to get it such that it can receive more than one in there. So how do I do that? I don't know. Really, what's even the easiest way among the ways? Because I can start to imagine an overly complicated way to do that. But that's not fun. I don't even want to honor that. So chunks list update. I guess what I should... Well, this is running... Actually, I know what I could do. Actually... I even have a different idea. Okay, how about this? Wait, I know what I want to do. I have an idea. So here we're saying chunks list current equals whatever we put in here. This is an array, and we pick a random one, and then we duplicate. What if this is a variable? What if this is a variable? So I'm gonna come up to the top here, and we can literally put one for like every single level. For like every level. So this is level chunks playlist. What if, do I have this referenced anywhere? Only those 3 places. Okay, good. So here's what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say at on ready. I think I need to on ready it. I don't know if I do need to on ready this, actually. I don't think I do. I'm not sure. I'm gonna say variable chunks list level 1. And I'm gonna say it equals, and we're gonna rename this chunks list level 1 01. Chunks is level 1 0101. I know it's really wacky. Let's do it like this. I'm still kind of figuring out the syntax I want. Chunks is level 01 no underscore. Chunks is level 01 underscore 01. And then this one, I'm gonna want to do the same thing. Chunks list level 02, level 01 underscore 02. So 2 different lists that apply to level 1. And we're gonna call this chunks list level 1. And in here, I'm gonna put chunks list level 0101. Something like that. Why, hello there, Mr. Fu. Welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for coming through. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. And then I'll put a comma in here. Chunks list level 0102, right? So this will then be the thing that gets replaced in there. You've done nothing but mod Cyberpunk 2077 for the last 6 hours. That sounds fun. That sounds super fun. I like that. Nice. Fallout update dropped. Oh yeah, I heard about that. Right, and you can choose a ghoul. Where did I hear about that? I totally did, though. And I was like, okay, that's cool. You're talking about Fallout 76, right? That was a Fallout 76 update. You told me. Wait, but I thought you said... Okay, wait. So you told me, but you didn't realize. Maybe you're saying you told me about the update, but you didn't realize yet that it had dropped. Gotcha. You already forgot. That's fair. Fair. Relatable. Relatable. What a joyous thing to get to experience the joy of finding out about it, and then to experience the joy of finding out about it again. That's a blessing. That's double the joy. But change it. I also need to update it over here a little bit. In the ready function, we have to do that same thing where we say here, chunks list update, or the pick random duplicate. We have to make sure that that's in there as well. So basically every time I want to change the chunk list update to be something else, it has to be structured as an array that is duplicating something that it's picking at random. We have to do that every time. And that's okay, that's doable. It's just true. Okay, and then over here, this is the else. So we want to say this time it updates it to chunks list level 1. I don't know if I've set this up correctly, and even if I did, is it gonna work? I guess that would mean I didn't set up correctly if it doesn't work. Ooh, immediate crash. I think it might have to do with my on readying. Non-existent function duplicate in base nil. I guess I can't. What if I put it in ready? Ooh. Okay. Okay. All right. All right. You know what? It was shot in the dark. Non-existent function duplicate in base nil. So when you say in base nil, what's the thing that's returning as null? Chunks list level. Oh, because it's not loaded in yet. Okay. I can work with that. So what if we set that up in the ready function? I mean, that's kind of seems a little silly. I don't know if that's gonna work either. But I'm gonna try it anyway. Because here we're just assigning something. Oh, we'd have to create the variable here too. That's fine. It doesn't happen at the start. Let's see if this works. Really? Go on. But that should be an else. Oh, it's not declared. Oy, oy, oy. Right. Okay, well then just make it an empty thing at first. Okay, okay, hold on. No, 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 this will work. I just gotta do it right. So we're gonna say variable chunks list level 1. And it's gonna be an empty array. This'll work, maybe. It's getting closer to maybe working. And then I don't want to declare this as a variable down here. We're updating the variable down here. Okay? Okay. Run it. Alright, no errors. I see stuff coming. I think we got it. I think it's working. Let's go. Let's freaking go. Nice. Yes, dude. Awesome. Oh! Is that because I accidentally changed the code? Ooh. Wait, what? Really? Dang, I was so close. It's scary to be a ghoul. Why? What's up, Gab Games? Welcome. Good to see you. Gab Games got a gifted membership. Let's sing Gab Games a song. What's your music? Oh, Gab Games. Oh, Gab Games. Gab Games here. Gab Games is here and hanging out, and Gab Games is a member, so Gab Games is gonna get a song. Oh yeah, Gab Games. Oh, Gab Games, gabbing here with us. Gab is gabbing, Gab is gabbing, Gab Games gabbing along. Every day so strong, Gab Games gabbing along. Staying strong and stuff like that. Gab Games, welcome to the stream, Gab Games. Oh yeah, gabbing along and being strong, Gab Games. Alright, there's your song. You're welcome. You're welcome. Oh my goodness. Thank you for listening in. Thanks for hanging out. Tim Burton, Dr. Dre track is your theme. Oh man, I wish that were easier where I could I remember which one you're talking about. I don't know if I even know how to find it though. That'd be cool though. If I can actually have people assigned to songs. When I said that, I meant let me turn the volume up in the song we're listening to so I can try to tell which one it is. Anyway, what's up, Christian? Welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. That's the deal. If you're a member, gifted or otherwise, you get a song. I'm not a ghoul yet, but there's ghouls talking about making it stop, and it hurts. That's awesome. A small plug. Yeah, just get a small plug in. I actually have been looking at the YouTube members API. I honestly might do something one of these days. You know how like Twitch streamers will have like, you know, whatever, like little creatures on the bottom of the screen and they're hopping around and they've got everyone's names. I might do something like that for members, but it's only going to be sometimes. It's not going to be all the time. It'd be like a once in a while thing where all the members would be on screen with their names. But I don't know. It sounds complicated. Maybe one day. Maybe one day when I'm not working on a game, I'll work on stuff like that. Okay, so my error is that it's trying to get children on a base nil, which I'm a little surprised I'm very surprised that it's not seeing it. So what I'm setting up right now. So what did it see? Because it obviously worked a little bit. What I'm setting up right now is I'm trying to get it so that way when you start the game, it gives you a bunch of safes. That is to say, a bunch of blue ones. And then it starts loading the ones that are different colors that will challenge you. And, so far that's working. It seems like it only works for one playlist, and then it tries to play a second playlist, and then it crashes for some reason. Did I just, like, maybe I typed the name wrong. Maybe that's what happened. Wonder if I just typed the name in there wrong. When I set up level 1 in the ready function. Let's hope that that's all. Chunks level list 101. Oh, that looks correct. That looks correct. Because what it's looking for is it's looking for an array, and then within that array, it's going to try to find all of the nodes that are in here. So collector safes is a node. Collector obstacles is a node. And so we run get children on here. So like all the blue strips or the yellow strips, those are a collector. Yellow strips are points. The blue ones are safes. The red ones are obstacles. And so when it says non-existent function get children in base nil, it's saying I don't see a node that I can get children on. And I don't really know why. A ramp type minigame or game mode would be cool. It would take your alien from invader to contender against the big names later. What? Against the big names? What is ramped? It sounds cool though. I don't understand what you're describing, but I like it. And I agree that it sounds cool. Oh, Rampage. Whoa! Okay, that would be awesome. I do see that since it does kind of have that kaiju vibe where you're destroying stuff. Okay, that would be really cool. Go against like Godzilla and like King Kong and stuff. Yeah, okay, that would be fun. Yeah, you know, I definitely think that this character has a lot of like iconography. And this character could be used in like other types of games someday. Maybe one day. Yeah. You know, Rampage was fun. That was a fun game. Dude, I want to remake Rampage. That's a lot of it is a lot of collectors. Really, there's only 3. There's safes, points, and obstacles. And what this is doing is it's a playlist. So the way that it works is it says, okay, first load one safe chunk, or a yellow, or a blue one, sorry. First load one safe chunk, or a blue one. Then load another safe chunk. Then load a yellow one. Then load a red one. So here there's a yellow, there's a red, there's a blue, there's a yellow, there's another blue, there's a yellow, there's 2 blues, right? There's another yellow, there's 2 more blues, then there's gonna be 2 yellows, right? So it's there's a red. So it's basically the order that these come in on. And then what I want is multiple sets of those playlists, and it randomly chooses between those sets. Kinda, yeah. Sort of. So it could be this one first, or it could be a different one first. Right? Oh, I think I just realized what the problem is also. Yeah. So there's this list. There's level 1. There's the array, or the list level 101. And then there's a second array, level 102. And so this is a different list. And so it's supposed to be randomly choosing between either this list or that list. And it just keeps swapping. And then what I want is there to be a third and a fourth and a fifth, maybe even a sixth. And it randomly chooses between all of those. So that way there is still some randomness. Yeah, oh, making sure players respond. Right. Well, yeah. So then, oh geez. I do see that we're glitching. Fascinatingly, we're only glitching on the horizontal stream. What is that? The vertical stream looks crisp. That's wild. That's wild. No, it wasn't you. Are you? I'm sure it'll be fine. But that's very interesting that only one of the two streams experienced it. Wow. So you pick what spawns first, then it switches to random. Yes, exactly. Yep. That's exactly the way it's supposed to work. Correct. You got it. And so right now, it's choosing a playlist. It might even be choosing a couple playlists. But then what I think happens is the array empties out, and the array isn't refilling. I think. I am not sure. I'm not exactly sure. Something is going wrong here. So chunks to add. Chunks list. Oh, it's pop fronting. Oh, we want to see chunks list update pop front. I think that might be the change. Because what pop front does is it removes the array that's in there. And then it returns the name of that array. Or it returns removes the first one and returns it. Removes and returns the first element of the array. And so if the only thing in the array chunks list current is chunks list update, after one goes through, it's going to remove it and return it. But we've removed it, it can't get children. Okay, so maybe this might fix it or just give us a different problem. So basically what I need is I need it to at first load the safe ones. Good. Oh, this looks good. So it's spawning the random playlist. And now I would want it to keep going and spawn another playlist and keep doing a bunch of different random playlists. I think it's gonna work. No! Okay, alright. Okay, that did, okay. Alright, that didn't work. Nothing's existed function, get you on a base nil. So really, it's still, I feel like we must have been refilling it, but we were saying duplicate. So that's the thing that's confusing me. If we're saying chunk list update, I think, I'm doing something very wrong here. I'm doing something very wrong. Okay, so that didn't really help. No, we're saying it's the same thing. Chunk list current equals. If chunk list current size equals 0, what if I say, oh man, I get really confused doing arrays, because arrays have data that I can't see in them, and then I have to somehow manipulate them, and my brain does not handle things I can't see well. Okay, so that immediately failed because it was never there in the first place. Oh gosh, I think this idea might not work. Or I'm just not able to figure it out. Oh gosh, I might be in danger. I wonder if there's some way, what if we print something? I think that's gonna help me. Is if I have some kind of messages printing at me. Because otherwise, if I can't see what's happening, I'm gonna lose everything. Let's check this. Popped chunk. Let's see what chunk is getting popped by pop front. That should be helpful. Okay, so saves points. So it is popping the right things right now. You can see it's removing safes, points, obstacles. That's good, that's correct. So that's actually, so it's not pop chunking something I thought it shouldn't. So I was totally wrong about that. That was completely wrong. Okay, but then it says pop chunk null. So it's definitely running out of them somehow. And it looks like it just gets to the end. Let's see here. It's 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna try to count this. Bless my heart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Oh, so it is doing 2 playlists. 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. That's an interesting. I probably just lost count there. I feel like it's 30 and we have 15 in each. Is that correct? Let's confirm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 21? Really? Is that true? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 21. Really? That's how many I decided to do. That's not how many I counted here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Oh, there we go, 19, 20. Okay, no, that's right, the 21. Okay, cool. Okay, so it did, okay, this is very helpful. So it is only playing one playlist. Question, is it randomly picking them? That's kind of harder to answer, but let me see about the pattern. A big difference between these. This goes obstacles, safes, points. This one also goes obstacles, safe points. Obstacles, safe points, points. This one goes obstacles, safe points, safes. On here we got obstacles, safe points, points. So the one that it's choosing is the second one. So to me that says it is doing it randomly. But it's only picking one of them. It's not picking 2. That's so weird. I wonder why. Yeah, this looks like the other one. So it's picking one of the 2 randomly, but it's not actually inserting both of them in there. And what it should be doing is it should be duplicating it. I think I'm misusing duplicate. Let me just check the output here. Yep, that's the other one. Obstacles, points, safe points with no double points. Wow. So it totally is randomly picking between the 2, but it only picks one. Why does it only pick one of the 2? Let's go figure this out. We're setting this in the ready function. I'm saying, so I think when I say set chunk list level 1, I think it's just picking one of these and then it's duplicating it. I think that's what's happening. That's why this isn't working. What I was hoping is the variable would be the function. Pick random and duplicate. But all I can think is that what must be happening is it's just picking one. So one way I could test this is if I get rid of this print that we're checking right now. You got jump scared by a giant turkey? They even gobble? Wow. Wow. I think that sounds kind of fun, honestly. If I'm gonna get jump scared by anything, I'd rather be a turkey than something scary. Turkeys are scary. I don't know why I think turkeys aren't scary. We're gonna get rid of this print. Is it running again, or is it picking them once and never again? It's picking them once and never again. That's the problem. And so I'm gonna just see exactly what it's setting in here. I'm gonna say print chunks list level 1. Because what I think is happening, okay, so again, I'll just say, what I want to happen is that chunks list level 1 variable is this array, and it picks a random and duplicate. That is to say, every time this variable is detected, I want it to pick random and duplicate. But I don't think that's what it's doing. I think that this variable is actually just one of these picked randomly and duplicated, instead of randomly picking one every time. But I guess that confuses me, because if we're setting as the variable, no, yeah, I guess it's just doing one time. So I think the ready function is the wrong place for this. If this was going to be in the right place, it would need to be somewhere. You need to put this back into the function. That's what you have to do. I know that's what I have to do, but I just want to see it with my eyes. So if I print this, it's actually just printing that whole list that's within that array. So it picked one, and that proves that out. It's not gonna run that function, and this will be a little different every time. Okay, so this is what I have to do, which is gonna be a little tricky. Oh, you know what? Okay, so and to clarify, I know this is so hard to explain. To clarify, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to set up a system. Let's say we're on level 1. Or we're on level 2. If I'm on level 2, I want it to load level 2's playlists. If I'm on level 3, I want it to load level 3's playlists. And so what I think I need to do is do like a placeholder thing. And say this is list 1, list 2, list 3, list 4. And then somewhere else be like, if level 1, list 1 is chunk list level 1. And list 2 is chunk list level 1, but 2. It's really wacky, and it's sloppy, and we can make it better. But I'm really trying to get it just good enough for this that I can refactor it later easily, and make it more interchangeable. Okay, I think I know what I need to do, probably. It also is funny because it works fine here. At first, list within list within list. That's right. Press a pyre in the house. Oh, I think I could sing to this one. Press a pyre, oh press a pyre. You set my heart on fire. Press a pyre. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for being so engaged. You get gifted a membership. Press a pyre. You set my heart on fire, you're here and I'm so glad. Pressipire, I have no ire for Pressipire. Welcome to the stream, Pressipire. Pressipire, for you I have no ire. This is the best I can do. It's your song. It ended anyway. Welcome, good to see you. Yes, list within list within list. It gets really confusing and it twists my brain up into pretzels. Into pretzels! I can't even eat the pretzels. I just have to know that they are there. And that's the way it is. So yeah, it's twisting me up, but we'll get there. We'll get there. It is listen, list, though. It really is. So I'm gonna say, this is redundant of me. Like, this is ridiculous. I don't need to say any of this. I can say chunk list safes, and this is gonna be good enough. if I just say this. We don't need to do any duplicate random. We want to start it out with saves. This one, so that's chunk list level 1. Let's just cut this, snap that out of there. Come back down to chunk chosen to add, and we do want to put this back in here. We said chunk list current equals chunk list update. It does raise the question of what's the point of chunk list current. I think you just leave that alone. You put this back in here. Oh, I see. We say chunk list. Wait. Okay, now I'm confused. Wait, let me look at GitHub so I can see what the previous version was. I've confused myself terribly. Originally, it was chunk list current equals chunk list various and stuff like that. So it was chunk chosen to add if chunks list current size 0, then chunk list current becomes this, and chunk list current is where we get the chunks to add. Now we're still checking for chunk list current to be 0. But this time I want to update it elsewise. Yeah, so I think you just leave it like that. Wait. This doesn't make any sense. How would I feed that? I think you want it to... How would I feed that in there? Oh, so we would just be we would get rid of the whole update idea. The update idea is gone. Forget the update thing. Update thing, no more. Which was pretty much my whole idea at first, was the update thing. We want to put this back to this, and then my new idea was to say chunks list 01, chunks list 02. Obviously, we have this that I need to deal with. Yes, those are not declared. I think we would just get rid of that entirely. We don't add that in whatsoever. Which means that back where we are counting things, but that's where we did the counting thing, right? That's where we would update. I mean, we could just probably have chunks list current be updated. At that point, chunks list current becomes, in this case, level 1. At some point, I'd want that to be potentially a different level. Wait, this is really messing with my head. I gotta draw it out, man. I can't do it. I can't do it. Oh man, I got in over my head with this task. This is a bigger task than I thought. Game start. Safe start game starts, and it's gonna spawn a bunch of safe chunks. Hey, what's up, Kai Guy? Welcome. You're up in the vertical stream. It's like a whole new world. We here in a whole new world, baby. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. I'm still not sure if it's the right choice to do it, but you know, I think it is. I think it is, because I think there are a few people who I haven't seen before who came through, and to me that makes it worth it. On the other hand, I have a feeling that YouTube is also like not sure what to do with notifications, and so things get a little murky, but yeah. Welcome. Thanks for stopping in. I love all the emotes. Very nice emotes. Very Pride Month appropriate. Game start. safe chunks, and then it's gonna switch to our level playlists. I mean, this is the most basic version of it, but it's a little more complicated than that. It's a little more complicated than that. Because the way that this is gonna work it's kind of like we already have the playlists figured out, right? So we have okay, I need to think about this differently. We're gonna say chunk chooser, all right? This is the chunk chooser. This is very important. This is central to everything. There is a chunk chooser. This is our function that chooses the chunks. I think that that probably makes a good amount of sense there. We get that. There's the chunk chooser. And the chunk chooser is at first empty. I kind of want to like revert a little bit back to the way things were before I started adding all this in. First of all, number one, I want to backpedal a lot. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to smash the undo button heavily. Oh, but I don't know, because we did get something working. Oh, man. Oh, I'm a little twisted up in the code, man. All right. No, fine. Oh, geez. It's currently broken. It's hard broken. Okay. So there's the chunk chooser. And the chunk chooser is going to look for current list. So there's a current list. Where does current list get set at? We have a lot of things with the word current in it. Chunks list current. I'm all twisted up in this code right now, man. I'm all twisted up in this code. Yeah, try it out. Are these new ones? Yeah, I know, I mean, it's Pride Month, and so maybe they hid them, but I think they were already there. But yeah, so the purpose of the vertical feed isn't necessarily for people who usually come. It's more for folks who might only have found the stream on their phone in the shorts feed. But yeah, it's worth a shot. Especially if you are on mobile. If you're not, what are you doing? Why would you do that to yourself? You don't deserve that. But also, even if you're not, even if you are on mobile, you might still prefer it to be this. Getting chunky with the chunks. I'm trying. I've honestly kind of burned my brain out on this. Dear God. So list current is first defined up here as an empty array. I think they were already there. I think. I'm pretty sure. Unless I'm wrong. I could be wrong. But they were at least there last Pride. That'd be weird if they only put them out during Pride. But the reason why I know they were already there is because I stole a bunch of emotes from YouTube's emote set, and I added them to our Discord server. And some of those are in there. On the TV! We're on TV! We made it! Let's go! We're better to see my brain in pretzels. So this starts out empty up here. and then we check to make sure it is empty. And if it is empty, we set it to be these lists, which are currently undefined. And so current list becomes stuff chunks to load. When the game starts, in the ready function, I want to say that chunks list current is actually chunk list safes. So that is a bunch of safe ones. At the same time, I'm going to be counting to see how many safes have gone by. If a certain amount have, then we want to change chunks list current to be chunks list level 1. We're going to need to do a lot more than that. We don't just want to update chunks list current. Let me try something. I'm going to say in the ready function, we're going to cut this out, updating what chunks list current is. I have another idea. Oh man. We have chunks list level 1. I would want to say we said just chunks list 1. So I would need to define these and then update them depending on what level we're currently on. Right? Really, it should be something I could like easily append or something like that. So let's even rename these a bit, refactor these a little bit. I'm gonna say chunks list 1 level 1. And the reason why I'm doing that is because so that way in the future, if I want to say is level 1, is level 2, is level 3, I can append level 1, level 2, level 3 at the end of this or something. Does YouTube unify chat into one no matter if the viewer is in mobile vertical? Not YouTube. That's the chat app that I use. Or it's a browser extension. And that's what does it. So I have on a separate computer, this browser extension checks to see if I have YouTube chat windows open. And if it does, it feeds them into one feed. And so I have a chat window open for the vertical stream and a chat window open for the horizontal stream. And so then that extension, a browser extension, sees that, and then it feeds it into the one feed that I have. But if you're on the horizontal stream, you can't see your messages unless you're looking on the screen, and vice versa. Yeah, it took me a while to figure it out. I spent all day yesterday trying to set this up. So, yeah. Yeah, it is handy. It is handy. It's a cool app. I like it a lot. I'll link you to it if anyone is ever interested in using it or something. Oh, I'm not signed into GitHub? You can fix that. It is right here. Social Stream is what it's called. Yeah, it's fancy. It's very fancy. Alright, so here's the URL. It's called socialstream.ninja. And you can even see it kind of looks like the messages that we put up here. And so it doesn't even just do YouTube. I could also have like a Discord channel be captured at the same time, and it'll capture that and it'll add it in as well. Or you could do Kick Trollo, whatever the other one is, Twitch, whatever, all of those, anything that has a chat. Yeah, so the guy's name is Steve Seguin. Yeah, he's awesome. He's super nice too. Anyway, there's a link. I put it in the chat if anyone wants to check this out. The GitHub is up here. I don't know if that's him. That might be him, or that's like a stream. I don't know for a fact that that's him. It might be him though. It might be him. But I don't know for sure. I have seen him before because he did like a tutorial. So that actually might be him. Oh yeah, that's him. That looks like him. Yeah, that's him. He's very nice. He's incredibly friendly. He's very friendly. Yeah, that is him. That's funny. Yeah, he does look kind of sad here. I see that. No, I see that. Relatable. Every once in a while, you know, get a little sad. Alright. So, I want to structure this so I can append, if it's level 1 or level 2 or level 3, that onto the chunks list. That's my concept here. Everyone asks, where's Steve? Where's Steve? But nobody asks, how is Steve? That's fair. Everyone deserves a little how are you once in a while. This is also level 1 that we're loading in here. Keanu on a park bench. So I don't really need to set up this one. If I wanted to set up one, I'd want to say chunks list 1, and that one's empty. I'm okay. Thank you for asking. I'm okay. You know, I've been a little depressive lately, actually. But it's okay. I'll be alright. I'll be okay. I started taking some calcium supplements, and they're messing up my stomach, man. But I'm doing all right. I've been feeling a little down lately, but it's been worse. It's been worse. There's the sad Keanu face, or the Keanu on a bench face. Yeah, smile with a tear. Yeah. There was a tear there. You just have to trust me. Oh, thanks, Insane. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Yeah, I tend to be pretty insular when I feel down. But luckily, I am married to somebody. So at the very least, I can talk to them if I need to. Sometimes you need a little more than that, so I'll keep that in mind. It's nice of you to say. My partner can only handle so much, you know, after all. So if I would imagine there's a bunch of chunk lists, right? You know what makes me happy is getting progress in my game. Sometimes I think that has a little bit to do with it too, because I took off last week. I didn't work on the game last week. And so, you know, getting to do some more game dev makes me happier. Oh, they are on the... It is so visible on here because you can just see like how tiny, like, because they're, yeah, yes. You know, I always forget to use this. I like never use this. I should use this more. I guess it often isn't distinct enough, but you're right. In this case, it's incredibly distinct. In some ways, I should collapse it, you know, but also. I do often refer to it. You feel that so much, you've been depressed with yourself on not making progress, but then you're like, well, the solution is get back to working on it. Yeah, yep. You know, but here's the thing, like, I put those breaks in on purpose, because if I didn't put the breaks, it's actually really weird, because if I work at the same time, same week, over and over and over and over and over and over, I start to get burned out. And I'm just like, oh my God, I gotta go back and work on this. Oh my God, I gotta go back and work on this. Oh my God, right? But if I take a break once in a while, then I am excited to come back and work on it. And there isn't that issue anymore. On the other hand, I get a little sad that I'm not working on it. You know? Yeah. So right now I do 3 weeks straight working on the game, and then I take 1 week off, is the plan. Yeah, I gotta take breaks. I get there many times. I'm a total introvert and hard on myself. Too much at some times. I am an introvert and I'm hard on myself. Yes. 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 Same. Balance, yeah. And so, you know, I set up... I could say, well, do I feel like I'm getting burned out? Now I'll take a break. Or, you know what, I'm not feeling burned out. Let's keep going. But I find that doesn't work well. So I kind of have to force myself to stop. Has been the most helpful tactic, is just saying, no, look, you did 3 weeks straight working on the game. Take a break, no matter what. And then maybe, hopefully, I'll start to get kind of used to that. And, you know, maybe I won't be so sad about it that I wasn't making progress. But at some point, you know, I have to take a break sometime. Sometime. So there's just a bunch of blank playlists that are here, or lists that are being set up. And I would want to actually map these. So I want to say that chunk list 01 becomes chunk list 01 level 01. And in theory, it could become 02. So we would need to say, if level 1, then do this. And actually, I could kind of check that. Because right now in the global script, we have current level. If current level is 1, then append that on there. I don't have anything. The problem with that is I don't have anything set for 0. I would like an eve. Like, what would be cool is if it would literally just take this number and it just adds it on the end of this, you know? We would say like chunk list level, and then it would just add that number on there. That would be dope. That would be kind of cool. But I don't really have a system set up for that for level 0, and I do need level 0 to still work. Where are we even checking that, by the way? I forgot how this works. How does this work? Do a fun thing and do a working at a professional company simulator. And do that oh so sweet delicious crunch time. I'm sure that would be healthy and fun. Jesus. You monster. Heck no. Absolutely not. I thank myself every day for not getting involved with any of that mess. Guy says, on breaks, helps to totally separate from the normal space I find. Get outside in nature, right. Even short walks help. That's true. I should do that more. I have been doing that less than I should. That's good advice. That's good advice. I don't know how fresh the air is, but I definitely think it's I know what you mean, like getting outside and not being in the environment of indoors. That's solid advice. That's solid advice. I think that's gonna help. I think when I do take my days off, I need to have in mind certain things that I'm going to do on that day. Whether it be, because you know what it ends up being is instead of working on the game, I work on the live stream and I set up the vertical thing, right? Or whatever else. I work on a video. I edit a short. Instead of doing instead of like figuring out something fun to do or something, you know, that, like you're saying, shake up the space or whatever. Yeah, it is great. It's super great advice. Yeah, there's something that happens being outside. Definitely. Sure, it's fine. So the way the global's current level thing works, I totally forgot how it works. So I need to remind myself. Where does this get updated at? I don't even know. Level update. What is that? On level update, current level. That must be it. It must be level update. Yes, it is. And that's got a function on here. Oh. Oh, so it replaces all of the safe chunks with the levels that have like stuff on it, the cattle ranches, the buildings, whatever. It replaces those with the strips that are just colorful. I see. So this on level update function, that's where we're getting that. So it shouldn't make a difference if we change the level. It's just gonna change the order that they would load in on. It's not gonna change the chunks themselves. So actually, we could base it on which level it is, and it could just load this in, and that would be fine. Because there's two separate things. There's the order that things spawn in, and then there's what spawns in. Those are two separate things that are, in theory, both being controlled by what level we're currently on. So then, in the ready function, I could say, and this is gonna get wild in here. Something to be said about it, though. It's horrible, but especially in the early aughts and 90s, a lot of those classics we all remember fondly were made in large part due to crunch time. I know. It's really hard sometimes to learn about how those games were made, for sure. Not just games, television shows. I suspect maybe it's just got something to do with having to innovate in such a strict time frame. Yeah. Kind of why game jams can produce games. Yeah, and game jams in a way reproduce that toxic atmosphere of crunch. That's why I only like doing 1 hour game jams. Because if I try to do like a 2-day game jam or 3-day game jam or a week-long game jam, I start getting really toxic in my mind and trying to figure out how to balance my day and the things that I do. It's like, well, you know what? Instead of eating, let's keep working. Or, you know, I start making compromises for my well-being in order to get something done in time. That's why I host a 1 hour game jam every Friday on this channel, because for me, it allows me to get some experience in a game jam environment without having to commit anything more than just an hour of my time, which there's not really much crunch in a toxic way that you experience in an hour. Yeah. Your weird hobby is throwing a boomerang in the nearby park. Oh, nice! So that your boomerang game jam entry was biographical. That's awesome. That sounds fun. That sounds really, really, really fun. Wow. Boomerang. I forgot boomerangs exist. I'd be afraid of losing it or something. Does it work? And you can like catch it? That sounds like really fun, actually. Gems? What are you saying gems to? I feel like I should be doing level design since we're chatting. I feel like I should be doing something more physical or visual. No. I can do both. If I can do it. I can do it. If globals Really, we could even say, I would really love to do the appending thing. That would be ideal. Thank you. I don't even know how to do that, really. I'd need some kind of string or whatever. Gems, jams, jemmy, jammies. These are my game jammies. These are my game pajamas. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about the appending thing right now. Maybe someday I'll worry about it. If global's current level is set to 1, which it won't be. So don't do that right now. Because we want to say 0 as well. I didn't even think about that. Oh, yeah. We could say if it's less than or equal to 1. Let's say that. That's what we'll go with. Then I want chunk list 01. Wait, why did I put level? Oh, I know why I put level. Yeah. Let's just not worry about that right now. Chunk list 01. Now, if you're putting this in the ready function, no, this should be okay. Set chunk list 01 to be chunk list 01 level 1. We want chunks list 02. You lost 1 boomerang in a tree. Oh, rest in peace. It's really the Aerobee, a beginner-friendly boomerang. Like $8 on Amazon. Oh, that's not as bad then. That's okay then. Nice. If you're gonna lose one, it might as well be a cheap one. And then I guess as you get better, you could always upgrade. You had your own self-induced crunch with Vengeful Eyes 2 because you wanted it out on Halloween, because, you know, horror. Fair. So you're saying you identify with that, like, experience of, like, compromising your own well-being in order to get things done. It's not good. We don't deserve that. Oh, level 1. Okay, there we go. But I understand sometimes it comes up, especially in game dev. But I want to try to avoid it as much as I can in my entire life. You failed and it came out in November. Oh, yeah! Wow. Still happy with it, yeah. But, you know, you had to go through that experience of like, oh no, I didn't get to do it. Yeah. Alright, so it's going to set chunks list 1 to chunks list 1 level 1. Right now, chunks list 1 level 1 is that. And then, okay, this might work. Oh, and then, right. Oh, yeah. So we do still have to update this. Well, I mean... What if we go about it like this? If... What were we calling this? Starting chunks. Let's use that naming convention. Feels great when you're like, I'm gonna release it this time, and you make it. You did that with another game, and you were like, you want to release it on a certain day, and you did. Yeah. Yeah, I hear you. But you know, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, and to me that gamble isn't worth it anymore. Like I don't wanna take that risk. Maybe sometimes it'll work, but I don't even want to deal with it, you know? It isn't easy. It's really hard. Oh yeah, that's nice to it is something worth congratulating. It's a good point, Pressapire. That's a good point. I tend to, I'll be like, well, for me that would be bad, so I wouldn't want to do that. Stepped away from it since then. It's done when it's good and ready. Yeah, that's sort of my attitude. If I can do that. If I was doing game dev for a living, that might be a different story. So I don't want to do it for a living. I want to do it, and if I make money on it, cool, but I think what's going to be really hard for me is when I start trying to learn like the marketing and Steam phase of things, because, if I'm going to want to put something out in early access or get in Steam Next Fest, there's a lot of timetables that are important to releasing things. So, I think at some point, little bits of it are going to pop up, but if I can avoid it as much as possible, yeah, I want to. Especially right now, I really just want to learn. I just want to learn. Yeah, don't rush it. Don't rush it. Go off on a high note. I like that. I'm going to call this if starting chunks over. If starting chunks over and global level. I feel like I'm even gonna get a little wacky here. Araby is made by the same engineer who made the AeroPress coffee maker. Whoa. Coffee makers and boomerangs. That's our business. I'm gonna do a little nested thing here. You made a QR code work in Dreams? What? That doesn't, I don't know if that blows my mind. I know Elka did that, so I saw someone else do that once. Learn some fascinating stuff. Maybe I'm not appreciating how cool that is, because it's just like a shape, right? And you just like make it a certain shape, and if it's the right shape, a phone can scan it. But maybe I'm not appreciating all that's involved with that. Good job. I don't technically know how to do that. Oh, it's only looking for certain pieces. Wow. If starting chunks over, we then want to do another thing. Yeah, I knew that was gonna happen. I feel like sometimes I want to ban Dreams in this chat. I'm just kidding. Dreams is a game on the PlayStation console. It's important to remember that a lot of people don't know about it. Okay, Insane Alphabet is gonna explain. Please. I got this. And it's where I met people like Insane Alpha Beta. Kai Guy I met there as well. Yes, it's a creation tool and platform on PlayStation 4/5. It lets you make games, art, music, things like that. However, everything you make is locked onto that platform. So you can't get it off of a PlayStation, and you can't get it off of that game on the PlayStation. It's like Roblox in that sense. It's like YouTube, but worse. I'm going to portray it very negatively. It was something that helped get me into game dev, so I owe it that. And so, find credit for that. But at the end of the day, it's not something that I'm interested in. We're gonna correct me on. I mean, you can export. You really can't export anything, but you can take screenshots and you can record video. But if you're making games, there's no way to get those games off of the platform or access them off of the platform, which is why I don't recommend it at all. Yeah, but of course the images, again, are limited to the screenshots you can take on a PlayStation, and the video and the music are limited to the recording quality of video recording on a PlayStation. But yes, so, in theory, you could, and the other thing is that Dreams, the developers have stopped supporting it, or at least adding new features to it, it's really just getting worse and worse. And then what's going to happen one day, inevitably, the servers are going to go down. And what that means is you can't access all the games that people have made on there and all the art people have made on there. However, you can still use a local copy of Dreams to make stuff. And if you wanted to keep making images on there and screenshotting them to your heart's content, you could. But you have mixed feelings. I honestly have very negative feelings about platforms like that. And it has evolved from a fanatically positive feeling to the creeping, very negative feeling. Especially with servers. Exactly. Well, yeah, and, well, it's funny you say that. The people, the developer who made Little Big Planet made Dreams. It's by the same developer. So that's why we know where this is going. Yeah. 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 Yep. It's like Little Big Planet with a lot more power. But yeah, I despise these tool sets. I do. I think that they hold people back from being able to create in a place where they have more control over their work. It could have went the Roblox path. I know, Travel, I know. And you know, there's apparently a lot of like legal things behind the scenes that led to Sony not allowing it to go down that route. And so it didn't, and it died in a lot of ways. It's almost dead. No anger towards MM. Sony's a different story, though. Yeah, I mean, in some ways, MM is Sony. You know? Like, Sony owns them. MM doesn't exist without Sony. Sony makes or breaks MM. And so, really, MM is cool, but they're only as cool as Sony can be. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, at the end of the day, without Sony, there is no MM. And so obviously, like, the developers of Dreams, like, bless their hearts. Oh my gosh. Like, cool people making cool stuff with beautiful visions. Love it. Love them. Keep up the great work, right? But, like, you know, the corporate powers that be. Boo. Boo. A fun idea while it lasted. Yeah. It's Little Big Planet with a lot more power and a lot more time that people spent on those projects. Ugh. It's tragic. It's tragic. All that gets lost. It's so sad. Ah, man. Yeah. I saw an interview with the head of MM. Oh, yeah. The one from Mark. Yeah. They wanted the same things we wanted. Yeah. But Sony basically said no. Yeah. You never know what a company is going to do with their product. Free open source tools have their own issues. That's true. But at least this stuff can't happen to it. Exactly. I mean, I would even say learn Unity or Unreal before you bother with something like Dreams or even Roblox. I think even Roblox is a risky bet. Because it's still locked. Your creation is still locked to that platform. And beholden to that platform's rules and laws and whatnot. Yeah. I mean, I would say learn Godot. That's what I would say. But... And look, I don't regret doing Dreams. My gosh, I found so many of my friends... Some of my best friends, I found my passion for game dev in a way that I don't know that I would have. I honestly don't think I would have without Dreams. So for that, I give it so much credit. But, you know, I don't think, if someone can hear the message, like you are interested in game dev, you like game dev, and you're choosing between dreams and something else, and they can hear the message from me, don't bother with dreams. Try the other thing. Or whatever, anything. Hype, Roblox. I will always try to be like, hey, try to use something where you can actually export your stuff and it not be locked into the platform. I'm always going to advocate for that, period. Thanks to photogrammetry, I can bring my stuff outside of it, yeah. I like to make the distinction between MM and the corporate overlords. Yeah. That's fair. Yeah. Godot makes me feel right at home as a dreamer. Nice. Yeah, there's something accessible about it. There's something familiar about it. Yeah, I love Godot. And I tried a lot of different engines, and that was the one that I felt the most comfortable in. And, you know, even if Godot goes down a devastating path, you know, like it sets up some license structure that sucks, every version before that will still be fine and good to go and usable. And as long as I have a hard drive that works, that has that version, we're fine. And someone's gonna keep it up there. So many people have built it on their computers. Someone will share it. It's like, it's almost indestructible at its most recent iteration. And that is something I love so much. And whatever I make, I can put on any platform I want with no restrictions. Like, yeah. Why would I want anything else? Presbar says, once you've learned a tool set, it's hard to switch to another. I know, right, exactly. It's a big, right, and that's what's so hard about, it's hard to watch people go into something like Roblox or Dreams or Hype and think that it'll be easy to transfer those skills to other engines. Some things will transfer, but there's still a lot of time and even emotional attachment that's being invested into that platform and your experience with that platform that you're gonna have to painfully detach yourself from. And the thing is those companies, Roblox, Hype, Dreams, Sony, they're going to want you to stay on them. They're going to give you a reason to keep using them. And it's going to make it even harder to get away the more you get stuck in there. That's why companies like Adobe sponsor schools so kids learn their paid tools and struggle to use other free tools. Oh my gosh. Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, they want you to keep using their products. Exactly. Oh man, Adobe is such a good example of something where you can export everything, you know? But it still has a proprietary aspect that makes it dookie. Maybe that's even the big bad word here, is proprietary. If there's proprietary software at any level, you're running a risk. You know, if you think about, like, if you're a painter or a construction worker or something, you're some field where you build things, you create things. You know, if you're not a construction worker, but let's say you're a carpenter, right? Your tools, maybe you can rent your tools or something, but generally speaking, you don't rely on anybody for those tools to exist. Like, yes, somebody manufactures the hammers, but there's plenty of hammers. You can get a freaking heavy log and use it as a hammer. Whatever. But suddenly, when it comes to software and creativity, if you're a painter, you got your easel, your paint, whatever. A lot of that stuff, the dependence, yes, you're depending on companies, but it's much more removed than software development type creative on software, creation on development and creation on software. That's what I'm trying to say. It's a lot different because you have to directly go through that software, and if anything happens to that software, so there goes your tool set. And really, that's the thing. If you use a hammer by one company, you can use a hammer by another company. If you use a paintbrush by one company, you can use a paintbrush by another company. If you use, Adobe products and you try to switch to a different one, if you use Roblox, you try to switch to Unreal Engine. Or if you use Unreal Engine, you're trying to switch to Godot. It's very much an entirely new tool that you have to learn, and a new craft in a way that you have to learn. It's not healthy. I can't believe I spent that much time explaining that. What's up, Tincho? I just got excited. I don't know. It excites me. Welcome, Tincho. We got to sing Tincho a song. What's up? Welcome. I will say, Dreams is good for, say, you get a game idea and want to see if it's actually good. You can whip it up fairly quickly and get feedback and avoid the mistakes you'd make otherwise. I used to think that. I'm way past that point. I used to think it was good for paper prototyping. I no longer do. Because you're still stuck in it. It's still keeping you used to that tool set. It's still locking everything you make. So like your feedback is, eventually you're not going to be able to share that game with anybody because the servers are going to go down. Then what? You're just going to send videos. You're going to get feedback that way. And then your feedback is what? Just you playing the game by yourself, or like, your friend that you have in person? Like, it's so much more limiting. And again, you're still stuck with those tools for so long. Why do that? To me, I would rather learn how to prototype in Godot quickly. And then that's something that's kept me on using stuff like HiPipe. HiPipe is like a mobile app that lets you make mobile multiplayer games very quickly and easily, and there's an audience there. But then I'm still just stuck using those tools, and I feel like I'm wasting my time that I could be spending learning much more valuable tools like Godot. So I'd rather just learn how to do all those things in Godot and become competent enough that I can prototype well in that, personally. But I understand too, you're also transitioning from Dreams, right? So for you, that makes sense right now because you're currently on that transition path. So I understand why you would be doing that right now, and that makes sense. You switched from Adobe to Affinity, who got acquired by Canva. I know, it sucks. I do use Canva, but I think they're a shady company, and I don't like them. And it's very unfortunate that Affinity got acquired by Canva. It's not... even though they're trying to say, it's gonna be fine, I'm like, is it though? Is it gonna be fine? Implies you're not ever gonna make it elsewhere? The more you hear about Canva, the more it's sus it. Yeah, look, I use it because it's a helpful cloud-based composition tool. And I use it to make thumbnails and stuff really quickly. But it's and really the sussiest thing about it is that to me, besides the company in general, but one of the sussier things is that it tries to draw business owners away from hiring graphic designers. You don't need to pay a graphic designer. We got templates. You can just slap something together for your flyer, for your advertisement. Don't worry about shelling out $200, $300, $400, $500, $600 to a graphic designer. Forget that. They're trenching jobs away from graphic designers, and so everybody ends up with the same crappy looking logos and stuff because they used a Canva template. For me, it's just a useful cloud-based composition software, and that's why I use it. But I don't like them. I don't like them. I don't trust them. All right. Yeah. That's okay, Kai Kai. It's my choice. It's my choice to be derailed. I don't have to engage, but I like talking to you guys when I have the chance. So, yeah. That might, you know, some days it might be different. Today, it's my first day back after taking a week off. Maybe a couple weeks in, I'll be a little more, I got a code. Take care, Kai Kai. It all started with one-word dreams. I know. Well, that's why I say I want to like ban it, because it's always gonna. It usually does exactly, because inevitably, people are gonna be like, "What's dreams?" And I don't blame them, because what the heck are we talking about? Like dreams? Like, I'm sorry, you mean the thing that happens when you sleep? What's up, Halloween King? It's just like... So eventually, you know, I always have to contextualize it and explain it. If someone mentions dreams out of pocket, I'm just like, oh shoot, oh crap. Why won't it stop haunting me? Yeah, because it has a terrible name. I mean, it seems, sometimes it almost seems so doomed to fail. Why would you call something dreams? A common word. It's a terrible brand name. Just terrible. I mean, in one sense, if you think your product is enough that it could become the quintessential meaning of the word dreams, Godspeed, I guess. Your new job with stream is the guy who explains dreams because Lisa's tired of doing so. My God. I suppose I was making something. There's a chance. Man, I honestly got in over my head with the code in general tonight. Which happens. Yeah, X, I know, X is terrible. It is devastating. I mean, you know, X has one thing going for it, which is that it's profoundly notorious. On the other hand, it's very hard to search for. It even is. It really is. Even with how notorious it is and infamous it is, it's hard to look for. Yeah, it is terrible. Should have gone with a word starting with U. Unity and Unreal got their engine names down. Oh yeah, well, Unity is it's funny because those are actually pretty common words. Well, Unreal is, yeah, I mean, it is interesting because those are kind of common words. But they're just so popular that they were able to fulfill that or meet that requirement, that if you're gonna pick a word, you better be the most popular thing that's called that. Unreal kind of made up that word a little bit, and it got famous with Unreal Tournament and stuff, so it had that behind it. But Unity, that's a pretty brave move. It is a great name for meme purposes. Gonna go make a jeet. Hey guys, I'm gonna do some jeeting. Let's re-jeet. Yeah, me too. Yes, me too. Right, yes, okay. Yes, right, working. About that. See you later, Pressifier. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. They should have just called it Dreamiverse. That's a good name. Now that's very specific. That's very specific. If starting chunks are over, and if global's current level is less than or equal to 1, then set all of these. I need to set up the chunks thing here. we're gonna say variable starting chunks. Starting chunks over false, and then this will just become true down here. Starting chunks over true. Okay. So it'll count to see if enough safe chunks have spawned in, and if so, then it's going to update what chunks list 1 and 2 are based on our current level. So in theory, I could say if global's current level is 2 or 3, but for now we'll keep it like this, and I'll probably want to update this to be different later, but for now this is fine. Now I do need to say chunks list 1 and 2 are going to be safes. Right? So we would say... Well, actually, I kind of don't need... No, I do need to. I do need to. Chunks list safes. That's being set... Oh, it's one place. Right now it's not being set anywhere. Sound like a record. Right now, I need to make sure that the safes are set at first. I could do this in the ready function. Or I could do it somewhere else. Yeah, let's do it. Let's just do it here. We're gonna say, and in theory, in the future, I'll need to set all of them that way. So for now, that's kind of fine. Chunks lists safes. There's probably like an easier way to do this for all of them, but I don't know what that is. I bet it exists though. I mean, this is gonna be quite a lot. Right now I've got 5 different lists. I'm probably gonna want more than 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's some scalability, not issues, but messiness here potentially. To be sure. But for now, we'll just keep it like that. So it starts it out with safes. This, I feel like this should work, unless it doesn't. What if it did? That would be nice. Alright, so we got the safe ones. It's, I see that it's not loading in the next ones. It's just keeping them safe. Oh, because I put this in the ready function. We don't want to put this in the ready function. Oh. I actually feel like we should put this here. We could put it in process too. Let me see if that was a good idea. There it goes. Oh, it updated it. Okay, good, good, good. Can we get through one more list? Give me 2 lists. Don't crash on me. I think we got it. All that chatting. And guess what? It didn't really slow me down because it was just like 1 or 2 things away from working. Look at that. Yes. This is what's up. Done. Done. All right. So this was all. The reason why I did all of this was so that way when we start the level, we're safe. So see all this blue stuff? We start the level, no pain, no problems. We start in safety, and then it starts giving us the randomized lists. So I could add another list in here, and it would be fine. It's not the cleanest setup, but it is a setup, and it does work. And that's really all I need. So a part of me wants to leave myself an explanation somewhere. So I'm just gonna throw some comments around. We're gonna say starting Look at that, yeah, stops and turns to look behind her like she heard a sound from a hidden monster in her mouth. You actually very well deduced what happened. Apparently the cat knocked something over. But, you know, often if I hear a loud sound, you know, I'm married, and so I'm just like, I'm down here streaming. And like, you know, what if my partner falls or has something happens? You know, I don't know, who else is gonna be paying attention? So if I hear a sound, I'm just like, what was that? Let me check. So I was just making sure they were okay. But apparently just a cat knocked something over. You deduced that very effectively. I can't sneak anything by you. This establishes all starting lists as safe chunks. They do be. And then in here, this is updating lists, chunk lists, spawn choosing lists, choosing lists, chosen list, updating lists of chunks to choose with level relevant chunks when the starting ones are over. I feel like there's some inefficiency here because technically I only need to set this one time. But it's being set, you know, every frame. So I could probably somehow release this code to make it a little more performant. Probably what would be best is if I ran a function. That would probably make the most sense, if I'm being honest. That's what I should do instead of this Boolean. Dude, I'm gonna do that. We're gonna make this better right now. I got it working, but now I'm gonna make it work better. You get used to it after a while, especially when you live with 7 of them. Okay. I bet. Cats can open fridge doors. That's also super fun. Whoa. Not our cats. They haven't gotten to that point. They have not gotten to that point. Yeah, I know you used to live with a lot of cats. Alright, so I'm gonna actually move this, because this is not a good place for this. Instead, I'm gonna make a new function. What is function chunks update? Oh yeah, that's, man, these functions could be named better. Function chunks for level is what we're gonna call this one. And that's where I'm gonna put this. And then chunks for level is a function that's gonna get called over here. We're not gonna worry about no starting chunks over. We're just gonna say chunks for level function runs. And that should do the same thing. And technically this is gonna happen every frame, actually, because it's gonna see that this went up. So if anything, I would need to somehow turn this off a little bit. If first terrain is type safe. A Boolean could be useful for this. It would still need to be checking for the Boolean every time. But it would be nice if we could just say, don't even run that function. It's not a big deal, I would just feel good about it if I could somehow delete that from happening. So you know what? Maybe we do say starting chunks over true. And not only starting chunks over true, but also run the chunks for level function. And then we say here, if starting chunks is not over, and that. I don't know, I feel like I only want them to be set sometimes. So I'm gonna say if starting chunks are not done. If starting chunks are not done, increase chunk count. If starting chunks are done, then stop counting and update the level. And so now, I mean, and what's kind of nice about this, I guess, is, I mean, you know, in here, we'll want to update this function at some point. I could probably call an argument in here at some point, and this could be like current level, right? Global's current level or whatever. And then we could do the appending thing at some point, and that would be nice. But for now, I'm not going to worry about that. Legit just sitting in the living room doing my thing, and you see a fridge, the fridge pen in the kitchen. You assume it's a roommate. A fridge open in the kitchen. You assume it's a roommate. Then it stays open. You go and see a cat digging around, and the roommate was sleeping. That's hilarious. Cat's just like, oh, what? Oh, no, I was just getting a snack. I'm just doing my thing. Just getting a snack. Yep, that's what I'm doing. Is there a problem? It's using the fridge. It's what I do. It's what it's for, right? It's for snacks. It's what I want. It's what I want to get. Okay. So I think this is fine. Right? I don't know. I think I've commented this as much as I need to right now. Possibly. If starting chunks are not done, increase chunk count. If starting chunks are done, stop counting and update the level. Yeah. Oh, establishes all starting lists as safe chunks. Nice. Good, good, good. Level chunk playlists. I don't think we're using chunks, so I need to clean up this too. Chunk list update. I don't think I'm using that anymore. Nope. So we can get rid of that. Okay. I think we've done enough. Let me just make sure the game still works before I make a commit. And then I'm going to go back to finishing the level design of that ranch, that cattle ranch. Seems like that's going to be the structure of a lot of these streams, is working on a level and fixing some bugs along the way. Alright, it looks good. I don't see any problems. Love it, love it, love it. Let me make sure I didn't leave any prints uncommented. I don't think so. I mean, there is one here, but that's kind of a different one. Yeah, I think we're good. Oh, there's... That's fine. Alright. I'm gonna make a commit. Let's do that. Let's do that. What I did today, right now, was safe level chunks start the level. Set up system for detecting whether enough safe chunks have gone by at the start, and if so, then load the level chunks. Right now, it does look at the current level to decide which ones to bring in, and it's technically scalable by manually setting each level 1, 2, 3 to be associated with the blank empty lists in chunk chosen to add. But someday I'd like to make it append the level number underscore level number to update it instead, so it's more easily scalable. Alright, I wanted that note to exist somewhere. I've made that note, it exists, that's all that matters. Let's push it, and now I will finish my level designing. I guess one thing I should check, I should set it back to level 1. I'm sure it's fine, but technically we were looking at the debug level. Would be nice to see it on an actual level. There it is. We start out with safety. Oh, it's so good! Oh, man. Oh, I've been waiting so long for this. Wow. I mean, this has literally been... Yeah! I did fix it! By myself! I did! Yes. So now every time I reload the game, we get a big buffer zone of safety. Before... so there were some cornfields, totally fine, not dangerous, and then it's gonna start loading in all the other things. So yeah, yes. The answer is yes. I could actually even adjust some, I think that's why... Do you feel that? That's what we call progress. Yes! I could even adjust some of the lists to not start with 2 safes. I have all the lists starting with 2 safes. I don't even need them to do that anymore, because now we have an entire buffer area when it starts. This, like, literally, since I put in the first obstacle in this game, I have been dealing with this problem of spawning on top of obstacles. And today, it ends. This is actually a big deal. I have not fixed this in so long. And I've just been, like, making sure that nothing was in the way or something like that. Like, there's, like, an entire chunk here. Like, I mean, in a lot of them, you can see down the middle, there's nothing in there. Because I wanted to make sure it was safe when you first start. But that's no fun. I will say, as I'm looking at this, thinking about level design, there's some problems I have. Like, I mean, look at this. This literally looks like a mirror image. Like, it kind of trips me out as a player. I'm like, wait, is this the same thing? And then in the back here, we have that same barn loading right behind it. And it's in the same position. It's not giving random. It really isn't. So I kind of even want to redesign this right now. I hate it. But that's good, because that's what I want to do to finish out my work today. Is I want to fix this. I think what is going to instantly fix it is if I get rid of this barn right here. Burn it down. Don't burn it. It's very dangerous. But I mean, just get rid of it. And then I got to put something else in there. I don't know what. Could just be some cows. Alright, so there, look how much better this looks already. A little more open. You know, it's really just about creating some variety. We don't have to get ridiculously creative with it. It doesn't look natural. Yeah, right. It doesn't look... Yeah, right. They all kind of need to fit together. Exactly. Yes. Thank you. I agree. I agree that it didn't look natural. Yeah. Totally. Because it was like the same thing in the same position. One after the other. It's just super bizarre. So then that does leave this open space here for something. For something. It is getting a little chaotic. Everything is... And this is why I want to build out this level before I start adding in things and adding new features, power-ups and stuff. You know, there's some things I want to decide on. What would help it feel better. It was such a big improvement. Yeah, that one change. I agree. I completely agree. Thank you for affirming that. I'm glad I caught it. That's true. You know, it's a good point. Because they're supposed to be points chunks, not necessarily obstacle chunks that are devastating and painful. So it could be nice if some of them aren't that bad. I don't know how I feel about the solar farm, honestly. The solar panel farm kind of bothers me a little bit. There's something about it I don't like. It's so in the way. But, you know, I kind of want to just keep chugging along and be like, okay, I finished level 1, now let's go back and modify some of these chunks that don't feel right. But yeah, you're right, space is okay. Maybe we just leave it as open space. Yeah, I don't even know what I'm gonna do about that. I might... Yeah, I see what you're saying. Oh yeah, you're right. Yes. Yeah, I am gonna... I was gonna say, I don't know how much grass I'm gonna add in. But yes, I actually do need to do that. That's actually the next thing I'm gonna do. Once I kind of get this laid out, I'm gonna add a texture on there. That's a huge part of it. It's just a solid color. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I agree. But then I kind of want to like design it like it has like a purpose, you know? I mean, we've got like these little things. Maybe we could just put some dirt. Just put some dirt over there. You know, it's dirt. Yeah, let's just do that. Actually, well, I was gonna say we could put the windmill over there, but then it's gonna again be kind of similar to another one. We have a windmill in that spot, and then there's another windmill there. And that'd be kind of weird. If there were 2 windmills, like one here and one there, that'd be weird. So... Looks good on the big screen. Nice, thanks. Oh, I'm glad to hear it. It looks even better on your computer or whatever, because, you know, YouTube video compression is not pretty. And I've even noticed, you know, this computer that I run it on doesn't even do it the most justice that can be done. But I'm super glad that you see that. Thanks for telling me. It's reassuring to know. I feel so much better about there being a safe area at the beginning. I feel so much more able to play this game. I know one of the weakest things about this game is the color palette, but I'm kind of trying to just experiment with some objects are brighter than others if they're dangerous, and then the ones that aren't dangerous are kind of dull. And so I think that's kind of leading to like the trees look really neon. And it's like, why? Well, so you know to avoid them. I'm just appreciating it. I'm just sitting back and appreciating it a little bit. I like it. I feel okay. Oh, that was what I was trying to say earlier. It has a big open gap in the middle, right here. I set this one up to be open so I wouldn't spawn on any danger. Really, I wanted trees to come all the way up here, so the player is encouraged to move away from the center. It's just early on. That's fair. That's fair. I'm probably gonna end up putting like a shader that colors everything in certain ways, that adjusts everything en masse, is kind of what I'm thinking, but we'll see. All right, so maybe I'm gonna put some trees in here because I hate it. Solar farm is okay. It's real. I've seen it. I've seen old cornfields that have been converted into solar farms. It's a thing. It exists. Something about it feels off. I can't explain it. The ground texture grass is going to be a huge upgrade. It's going to drastically change it for the better. Yeah. Well, and you know, yeah, I'm not exactly sure how I want to design that yet. But all of these blank spaces won't be blank. That's true. And right now they're just there because I haven't filled them in yet. Like the forest one, I might want to put some like dark green and some dirt on there so it just kind of looks a little more fluffy. Yeah, I hear you. For sure. Alright, let me add some trees onto one of these that has the big opening in the middle. I no longer need that gap. Is it this one? It's not this one. Let's pop open some of these here ranches. Is that Cattle Ranch 1? No way. Cattle Ranch 2? Cattle Ranch 3? Cattle Ranch 4? No, Cattle Ranch 4 is when I'm working. Which one is it? Oh, that's the solar farm. It's this one. There it is. Okay, so these trees, I want to be a little bit different. Let's not bunch them up. And you know, I wish I could add more trees in here, but if I add more trees in here, we have a small issue where it becomes incredibly difficult. Grass isn't that hard. You just lower the detail and increase impasto, and then, oh wait, crap, wrong engine. Yeah. Yeah. I guess I also think about like what it could communicate to the player. You know, because everything is so interactable, and I want to make sure that somehow the grass is understated in a way that isn't like confusing. But no, it's true. I do need to just add in some kind of grass at some point. A part of me doesn't want to. There's something about it that bothers me. Like, we have to put grass everywhere. Why do we always gotta put grass? I don't know what my problem is with grass. I'm tired of it. I'm sick of grass. I need to get over it. I will. Okay. I mean, it's a little weird that the trees are so concentrated there, but then they don't get more concentrated back here, since that's further away from where the buildings are. So if anything, we should add more trees. Lee's Vendetta was never against trees, it was against the grass within it! It all makes sense, it was always the grass. I could never stand that everyone was always making grass. Grass. It has a bad word in it. Therefore, it sucks. Okay, I'm just gonna spam a bunch of these trees over here. In theory, I'd want to add some trees out here in the distance. I haven't actually made mesh-only versions of those trees yet. Guess I could do that now. Let's do it now. Let's make some mesh-only versions of these trees. It used to be a word for a donkey. It's true. Counterpoint, yes. But of course the modern usages are the ones that matter the most, you know? Alright, so down here, I'm gonna duplicate this tree. I wanna make a mesh-only version. That is to say, for the out-of-bounds area, I want a version that doesn't have any logic on it. So that, or any code on it, so that way it will not use as many resources, and it also won't be interactable since it's off screen. But I find that it's nice for the stuff off the boundaries to have a little bit going on. So up here, a little visual something. Up here in my duplicated version, here's my duplicated version. I'm gonna remove, oh, actually this tree is set up wrong. I just realized. Yeah, this tree is set up wrong. I'm not supposed to be setting it up where the top level is the area 3D. That's a mistake. I need the top level to just be a node. You have disagreed with that sentiment. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's more like it's like I have personally not liked the word deadline because I was in a toxic crunch moment and I didn't like the origins of the word deadline. But that's like more of a personal choice, and it's the opposite, right? You were referring to it didn't used to be a bad word, now it's a bad word. And I'm saying, in that case, it was a bad word, now it's not a bad word. So it's a little different. Yeah, thanks. It's just some blobs in Blender. that have had a reduced quality that makes them look blobbier. It's actually really wacky. It's like a bunch of like pointy meshes, and then they kind of got mushed together. It was one of my earlier Blender designs. Alright, so there's a problem with this tree, okay? I need to deal with this. I need to deal with this sometimes, yeah. No, yeah, it worked well for the tree. Thank you. But we have a problem. What I need is for the trees to be... Oh, this is the old tree. Oh, okay. So they need to be like this tree. This tree is a good tree. This tree is correct. Because this tree, the top level, is a node 3D. And the area 3D is a child of it. This is nice because it means I can remove the obstacle, and the obstacle isn't the top level. I've ran into some problems having the area 3D or the obstacle as the top level. So actually, I kind of need to remake this in general. So we're gonna say this is tree to O-02 _00. So open that up. This is not the least. This is a bit of a task, if I'm being honest. It's actually a bit of a task because you actually don't want to even do that. Yeah, I don't even want to do it that way. I need to rename. Oh dear, I forgot how to do this. We need to copy that. Delete this. Don't keep it. Delete that. I need to make a new inherited scene from the original. What's up, Andop? Welcome. I am making a game in Godot, a game engine, generally speaking. And right now in particular, I am designing some assets and making some levels for the game that I'm working on. That's what I'm up to. That's what I'm up to. So this is a game engine called Godot. You may already know that, but just in case, I'll say that. And then my game is about an alien that is invading Earth and is tasked with abducting humans and cows. So you play as this alien. It's going to be like a roguelike game set up a bit like an endless runner. And you have damage. You can take damage if you run into things, and your limbs will get hurt. And things can get destroyed and break, and you see your legs broke off. So in theory, you'd walk slower and things like that. I'm like 45% done with this game, so there's a long way to go still. But in theory, you would destroy buildings and extract things like humans and cows, and then score points. And then when you get a certain number of points, you move on to the next level. And stuff like that. And the first level is going to be these like farmland, cattle ranch type things. And yeah, I come here a few times a week, and I just spend 8 to 10 hours working on this game, hanging out and stuff like that. So yeah, so specifically right now, I'm creating a improved version of this tree asset. This tree asset, I set it up a long time ago before I realized there was a better way to set it up. And now I'm doing that better setup. So I can add some to the outside of the boundaries. So basically, there's only so far you can move over, and then you can't go over anymore. But you can kind of still see through that fog, and so I want to add stuff beyond that fog. But in order to do that, I want it to not be interactable. So like this tree, I can smack it and break it into pieces and stuff. And I want the ones that appear out there to not have any code on them. So I have to create like a separate version of it. But before I can create that separate version of it, I need to make the main version of this tree more correct. So a bunch of stuff like that. Doing a bunch of stuff like that. You need to watch on your big TV more often so you can read what's on screen. Nice. Oh, good. I'm glad that helps. I'm glad that helps. Sometimes I try to zoom and stuff sometimes, especially on the horizontal stream, but I can't always fix everything. All right. So this new scene that I've created, I am going to save it. That would be good. Yeah. That would be good. I'm gonna give it that name that I was gonna give the original. Wait, overwrite? Why would we need to overwrite? Oh, it's still open? I see. Close that. I see. Whenever you delete something in Godot, if it's still open, it'll recreate it. Okay, there we go. Alright, so this is that one. And then I'm gonna need to update all of this. I'm gonna give the name, give it the same name at the top there. And then I need to come to the other tree, not this tree. This tree. And I need to grab all of this stuff in here. The collision shapes, the hit points, the animation player. I'm gonna copy that. Come into the new tree. Let's add an obstacle in here. And then I'm gonna paste all of these. So that should be about the exact same thing. And then at the top of the tree, I need to add in a script, the block object script. And that should be enough. Now, the worst part about this, well, a couple things. I mean, first of all, I'm gonna have to update. There's a lot of unfortunate. Specifically, be that which we use for this tree. So I've saved a material. I've saved a material in objects. Oh, here's tree 2 right here. This one. Bam. Done. Material updated. I'm surprised the trunk. Yeah, I guess I haven't bothered with the trunk color. I don't really care about that. Hey, Coinum, welcome. It has been a while. How you doing? Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. It's going good. It's going well. I'm working on my game. You know, we're getting there. A little bit at a time. Little bit at a time. I don't know when you last saw it, but here's where I'm at. I recently just made it so when I start the game, we don't spawn on top of damage. That's a nice thing. I've added a lot more level chunks, so I'm actually trying to. I feel like one of the biggest differences since you were last here is now there's a lot more level stuff. Out of time. Out of time. I don't know what that means in this context. But there's a lot more level design at this point. So I'm actually trying to make the different chunks that comprise level 1 of this game. And then once I build level 1, I'll use that to help me build the other levels. It looks amazing! Thank you for saying that. That's so nice to hear. I appreciate it. We're getting there. So we can, you know, destroy some things. Got this electric pole. I just obliterated that electric pole. We can destroy buildings and abduct things. I feel like that's one of the... Something that I want to add in is a slowdown mechanic. Right now you can speed up, but it's really easy to, like, go faster than you want to go. And then you don't have time to grab the things you want to abduct. And I think it'd be nice if you could slow down a bit. It's hard. It's really hard to grab things and keep dodging at the same time. That's kind of like one of the main mechanics that I had in mind, was you have to grab things and avoid obstacles simultaneously. And it's hard. It's not easy. But it's basically the entire point of the game, so so I better make it fun. But again, that's why I'm just trying to build out the levels right now, so I can get the vision I have generally together, and then ask myself, well, how do I want to adjust the mechanics to make that work more. So many environment pieces and interactions. I'm really impressed. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I've made all of these myself, all of the models in Blender. I've had help from chat. Chat will sometimes be like, why don't you use this to make it or something? But technically, it's all done by my hand. So I'm really proud of that. And yeah, this is just one level. There's gonna be 12 levels, but 12 levels before areas, so a lot of the levels will share the same models. So don't worry, I'm keeping things in scope. Anyway, all right. So this tree should be good, but in order to really test it, I'm gonna have to put it in here. So I literally have to replace all of these trees, and you can even see. Oh, I'm really sorry to the shorts feed. Dang it. I forgot to hide the thing on the right. So shorts feed was not seeing half of the game. I apologize. Look, this is the game. If you missed it, here it is. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm still getting used to that. I just started doing the vertical stream today, in addition to the horizontal stream. And yeah, I'm still getting used to hiding the split screen. It took me months to get it right on the horizontal stream, to remember to hide it. So it might take me a while to get that practice. But yeah, anyway, that's the game. You get it. It's something. Are you gonna upload this on Steam when it's done? I'm not. I'm gonna put this on itch.io. It's gonna be free on itch to play. And my plan is to get feedback on it there. I mean, I'll put up YouTube videos and stuff, you know, so I won't just rely on itch. And then based on that feedback, free! Completely free! And then based on that feedback, I'm going to remake the game. And then that remade version, I'm going to charge money for it. That's the idea. It does have a very hefty fee. I know. I mean, look, you know, this, so it is, I think at some point I might want to revisit that plan, because that plan was based on this. I'm prototyping a game. And then I want that prototype to be shared. You love it? Thank you. I want that prototype to be shared for free. And then based on that feedback, I want to, you know, I kind of want to remake it and then like fundraise, you know, like maybe do a Kickstarter, something like that, and maybe hire a developer or two or an artist to make all new art for it, to make much better code, to just do it 20 times better. And then we'll have a prototype to base it on. So the artist, the other developers, they can literally play this version, this prototype version, and make decisions about how it should change based on this version. So that way it's not like, you know, me explaining a game like, okay, here's gonna be the game. It's like this and it's like that, and then that's what we're gonna make. You know, instead I can be like, this is the game we're gonna make, but if you think there's things about it that need to be changed or improved, have at it. Is kind of the way I want to go with it. I mean, and then the other thing, Coinum, is I'm also learning Godot. I'm still new to it, and I'm still new to doing text code and all modeling everything. I'm new to all of it. And so it's not just a prototype, it's also a learning project. And so I'm investing a lot of time because I want to have that experience of doing all those things. Yeah. And then once I have that, that'll be useful. And maybe for the next big game I make, I will make a much simpler prototype. This is kind of exceeded a basic prototype. But I'm still kind of viewing it as such. You know, if it was really strong prototype vibes, you know, I wouldn't even bother with so much of the art. And I wouldn't bother with as much complexity in some of the mechanics and the interactability. But I want to learn those things, and I want to get better at them, and it's more fun to learn if I am, you know, making it look a little bit more interesting. So anyway, that's that. Coinum, I know you were working on a game with some friends. I hope that is going nicely. Alright, so I need to replace all of these trees with the new tree. It kind of sucks, because that's a lot of them, and it's effort. But, oh well. And it's gonna be hard, because I gotta remember which ones I've done and which ones I haven't. Oh god. I should be doing this more systematically. I mean, if I think about it, it kind of already is. Wait, how do you move across again? Oh, I guess I need to do it like this. I guess it will be kind of systematic because all the nodes are in here. You know what would be easier than replacing them one by one? Do you know what I should do instead? If I'm being honest. I should just delete them all. I love you taking your time with the learning process and really pushing forward, trying to make a great game. Thank you. Thank you so much. You're being so inspiring and motivating. You don't have to do that. Thank you. I love making games. I love the process of doing it. I find it incredibly enjoyable, and I want to have this experience. So it works out. I'm gonna delete all of these trees. They're all going to die. And I am just going to replace them all with the new tree. As effortful as that may be. I should just type in tree _2. Okay, there we go. Good, good, good. It means extra coming from Coinem because they are crazy talented and have made some insane things. Yeah, if memory serves me, the image importer in Dreams. Yep. Yep, they made some cool stuff for sure. They even worked on this awesome other project too. In Godot. Yeah, Coinem is that is part of the reason why I'm so incredibly flattered. Because Coinem is someone I admire as a developer, for sure. Love that we still got Dreams community coming through these streams. That's a whole other type of honor. That you guys still be checking in. It makes me think, you know, in some ways it was all worthwhile. In many ways. And y'all are the main reason it was all worthwhile. I probably was starting to put too many trees in here anyway. Because it will absolutely wreck the player if there are too many. So this is probably a blessing in disguise for reducing the number of these trees. So it almost has to be sort of like a grid pattern. So the player can definitely fit in between them at their largest size. That's what I want anyway. Now something that I need to do now that I've made some more of those trees, or that I've replaced that tree, I kind of need to go into the other places where that tree exists and change them out. So here we've got a bunch of tree twos. This brings me no joy, but if I don't do it now, I'm never gonna do it. So unfortunately, I need to get rid of all these and try to remember where I put them. and just put them back. I wish me luck. Okay, delete them. Get our tree 2 in here. Our new tree 2. Start putting them in. It's the work. It's the work. Me and my friends are still working on Sumo Strikers. We're planning on releasing it on Steam this year, and we're really trying to polish it to feel more professional. I love that. Let's go! I mean, that, you know, in a lot of ways, that's kind of what you guys did. Like, you made this game for a class with some friends. And, then that was like your prototype, right? And then you remade the game, you know, with a more professional polish on top of that. Here, this is the game that Coinum made with some friends, and they're remaking it. And this was made in Godot. And so you like play as these little like discs, at least in this version, and you bump. It's similar, And you bump people off of like, it's kind of like a Mario Party game, except the whole game is that, and it's probably really awesome and fun. It looks so fun. Look at those particle effects. It just looks so good. Look at these different modes, different level designs, different abilities, and it's multiplayer, at least locally. Yeah, so that's the awesome game that Coinum's working on. I'm glad to hear you're still working on it, because it looks like an absolute banger. Yeah, doesn't that look awesome? Doesn't that look so good? Unreal Engine 4.9 has a bug where the text won't appear in the editor, but appears in game. You have a lot of text in one area, and you were scared you'd have to re-add it. Oh, I'm glad that worked. Nice. You got it. You got this, Pepe. Whew. That was a close one. You can see like someone like a streamer playing that. Yeah, right. Right. It looks really, really well polished. Yeah, I don't know if they ever uploaded on YouTube or anything, but at least on our Discord, if you join the Discord, you can get to that if you search Sumo Strikers in Games by You. Discord link in the description box. Share your games, your arts, as long as it follows the rules. It's cool. Guess I'm kind of redesigning how these trees were set up. Oh gosh, that is being stubborn with its movement. Come on now. I probably put more trees on here than there needs to be anyway. Just signed up for an indie dev fund, which would really help to pay for music, art, and even porting it to console. That's awesome! Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like, try to raise money for making a game that you've already got proof of. You've already got a version that you can test and show and share. Because it's really hard to raise money when you don't have a game. You just have an idea. Especially if you don't have a track record, you know? You guys are doing it right. That's awesome. Porting it to console, let's go! You gonna use W4 for that? Man, that's cool. Let's go, keep it up. Wow. Wow. The things we're doing with Godot, you know, it's a great engine. That's so cool to hear. I'm so proud. There is plenty of life after dreams. There really is. Alright, that's probably a little bit less than was there. I don't know, but that's fine. Okay, so there's that one. Let's get another ranch. That was ranch 1. Ranch 2, we already replaced all the trees. Ranch 3 doesn't have any of those trees. Let's go. Thank goodness. And ranch 4 doesn't either. Cool. And then the last place that I would need to replace that tree is gonna be the forest. Which is this one. So let's go find tree 2 in there. I'm gonna delete them all. And we're gonna replace it. I kinda need to fix this anyway. Oh, this, yeah, okay. So let's paste one in. Do it up. Your college lecturer contacted the W4 CEO, and apparently they were really impressed by our games, so it'd be great to keep in contact. Yes! W4, if you guys don't know, is a foundation by like the people who built Godot from the start, and some others like that. And if there's anyone paid to work with Godot, they're from W4 Foundation. So like the community manager, stuff like that, are all paid through Godot. W4. And W4 also offers services like porting your game to like, you know, a Nintendo console or something. You do have to pay money, but whatever. To me, you know, it's expensive, but to me, like, if I'm at the point where I'm thinking of porting my game to console, personally, and I'm not saying this is what everyone should do or what you're gonna do, but to me, I would want to have my game already launched on Steam, and the game has already made some money on Steam, and then I would use that money to pay for porting it. Or, you know, if I fundraised enough, I mean, you know, then I guess I could port it right away. But my plan was to think like, well, if it makes money on Steam, then it's worth even bothering to port. But, you know, that's not necessarily the way anyone else has to do it. But I often hear people are like, oh, it's expensive to port it. And it's like, yeah, but if you're at the point of porting a game, I hope you have a business plan. And you're not just doing it for funsies. Definitely. It's such a Nintendo vibe. Completely agree. And it's so cool how supportive whatever university you're going to sounds awesome. It just sounds like they've been so supportive of you guys throughout the whole process. They were like, hey, this is look at dude, they're making a cool game. We should support that. I'm gonna have to replace these trees soon, actually. I am. I'm gonna have to do the exact same thing, but you know what? Not today. We did one tree replacement. That'll have to be good enough for today. Alright. Oh, I have duplicated this multiple times, and these ones don't have any of the benefits. Oh gosh. I need to fix. There's a lot of problems with the forests. The forests actually have a lot of issues right now, truth be told. I don't even know how I want to deal with this. It's been so fun to get to show it off at events. Oh my gosh! Now that's how you raise the next generation of game developers, or how you train them, teach them. I'm just gonna delete this extra forest here, and I'm gonna get rid of these dupes. The reason why I have all these duplicates in here is because the code doesn't work if there's not a minimum number of things in here. And so since I haven't designed a bunch of forest chunks, for example, I'm just duplicating the same one over and over again so it meets that minimum, while also being something. What? Oh, because I opened them? No, delete it. Close it. Ugh, I hate that Godot does that. No, it in theory isn't a bad thing, but it usually bothers me. All right, close the dupes. No dupes open. We're replacing the dupes. We're making new dupes. Duplicate, dupe one. So I just need to remake these so the game works right. Dupe two. But in theory, these would all be unique, and they wouldn't be dupes. But for now, it will do. Again, I'm gonna have to remake these for that new tree. That other tree I gotta change, but that's not happening tonight. Okay. So, there's that. Good. And then... the thing that I did all this for, in part, or what inspired it, was adding the trees to the outside of the boundary. On Cattle Ranch 4, or wherever that has landed. It might have gotten closed in the flurry of closing and stuff. I get lost in my tabs at the top of my Godot program all the time. Okay, there we go. Wait, not 4. 3. Wait. I am so lost. 1? 2? Which one's the one that we were doing those on? I guess it was 2, because 2 had the lane in the middle. Yes, okay, this is the one. Got it. Cool. So the mesh only. So now I can make the mesh only one. Now I can do this. So I'll come down to tree 2. Now I'm going to duplicate. This is tree 2-2. We're going to do underscore mesh only. Alright, then we open up that scene. Alright. I'm remembering to close it on the shorts feed. Remembering. And then we need to add all of the stuff that needs to be in there. Ooh. Wait. Oh, wait. We're not ready to do mesh only. Actually, we are. We're only ready to do mesh only. This was actually a good time to do it. I need to come back to tree 2 because I actually forgot to even set up tree 2 as a proper obstacle. Should probably do that. So in order to do that, we gotta come to the old tree 2. Oh, I opened something I didn't mean to open, and now I have to wait for it to load. I opened the advanced importer. Okay. Alright, are we waiting for Godot? Can I finally do my waiting for Godot thing where we take the book Waiting for Godot out and we read a passage? Am I actually at that point? Are we crashing on Godot? I think we are. Random page. Let's see what we get. Oh, we didn't make it. Well, we'll read a little bit. That's all a pack of lies. Shaking the boy by the arm. Tell us the truth. From the book of Waiting for Godot, which is what the engine is named after. Okay, close this. I did not mean to open that at all. What even happened here? I never have to use it though, Coinum. I never have to use it because I rarely have to wait. So it's like, it's supposed to be a fun gag that we do all the time, but unlike other engines, Godot never makes me wait. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's a play. It's a play written by Samuel Beckett. It's entirely, completely real. Utterly and absolutely real. Let me make it so we're facing the right direction everywhere. Oh. Waiting for Godot. It's a play. It's an absurdist play. And it is about a guy who's waiting for somebody named Godot. And someone else comes and they're like, I'm not Godot, but let's talk. And they talk. And that's the entire play. It's very absurd. It's kind of fun. It's worth reading. And it's easy to read because it's a play. So it's written like a script. It doesn't have, it's not like a big blocks of text. What's kind of nice about it is you can skip through it very easily. Okay, so what? Oh, because I'm searched. I see. Oh, God, that was so confusing. I see, because I had the search up there. That's another thing that trips me up, is if I have something typed into the search field up here, sometimes I don't realize it, and I think that there's nothing in. There's something in there. Okay. Make sure. Oh, it is all in here. I did set up the obstacle in here. Okay, we're good. Oh, okay. Now for the mesh only, it also has the search. We have to clear the search, and now oh my gosh, that trips me up all the time. Yeah, it's a cool book, and it is literally what Godot was named after as well, so it works out well. Okay, so then we're gonna delete all this crap, so it's just the mesh stuff. Wow. Wow, that trips me up all the time, that search being, see, it's still even typed in on these other scenes with just the tree on there, and it gets, the tree is still typed in there. Oh, that gets confusing sometimes. That's okay. There's worse things to be confused about. Alright. Now, truly, I have my mesh only. I'm pretty sure. And I can come over here to the right ranch, and we can drop in our mesh only trees. And the mesh only tree, again, is just supposed to be a code-free version that I can put over here. So there's still like some explanation. So this white block is actually just it's not in the game, but it's something that represents where that fog boundary would be at. That's probably a little too close, that one, but we'll see. And then I can put these out here, very, very low memory usage. It's good that you don't need to wait for Godot to compile since it's all in real time. Exactly, exactly. No, it's awesome. I love that it's fast. I love that it's fast. Thank goodness. As much as I wish I could do the waiting for Godot gag, I don't wish that it was slow. Yeah, you know, there's sometimes there are things like Godot doesn't update everything at runtime, you know. It does a pretty good job for sure. But like there are some like I can't like change certain lines of code and then it real-time update. But I know I totally, it's like the difference between like an interpreted language and something else. I don't know, compiled language, whatever. You're absolutely correct. And I love that about Godot. I love that about Godot. I'm just gonna grab these and duplicate them a little bit. And then put these on the other side. I mean, I kind of don't need them over here, but whatever. Oh yeah, because we got, whatever. Screw it, let's do it. Let's just put these over here anyway. There's trees over here, well, why not? We got them, let's do it. Something doesn't, I can't remember what it is. You're right, something doesn't. I don't remember what it is. Something doesn't update. And I don't remember, but there's something that it doesn't update in real time. And some things do and some things don't. Like I've noticed, like if I, let's even, for example, it's a little, let's see here, let's duplicate this, right? I'm gonna stick that in there, right? Imported models, yeah, something. There's something else that doesn't. So like there's that, right? I mean, this is an imported model. This is literally just a block in here. So we can see it in there. I'm gonna try moving it around. There, you can see it's not updating it, right? In the game. But this is the Oh, this is the wrong one. Hold on. Bad example. Hold up. Stop. I'm lying. Hold on. I'm lying on you. Hold up. There it goes. I was lying on you. All right? I was lying on you. I'm sorry. Okay, but there are some things that I found don't translate, and I don't remember what they are. I'm not proving this at all right now. I'm proving you correct. So this works, but this does work. Some things I have found do not work, and I don't remember what they are, and I don't want to try to remember. But there's something that doesn't live update. I promise. I just can't remember what it is. Something doesn't. I swear to you it doesn't. I swear. Someone in the chat has reminded me what it was before, but I don't think they're here. I'm quite sure they're not here. I could be wrong, but I don't know. I think there's something. Okay, so this little area, right? We wanted to put some dirt in here. We got the trees. I was changing the trees. I guess I was just playing around the game, and I realized I wanted to add those trees back in, and then it became this whole thing with making a mesh-only version of the tree. Making this, making that. Yeah, maybe stuff that loads. There's something else. I can't remember what it is. Maybe it is imported. It might be imported things. I just don't remember. That was it. Literally just putting a few more things in that center area is what I wanted to take that time to do. Right in here. But you know what? It feels good to do it. Okay, so let's fill in that last area on there, and I'll finally get the texture painting. The last couple level design streams, I've teased the texture painting at the very beginning of the stream, and then I don't actually do it until the end, which I think is funny. So this area right here, I kind of want to add a little something in here, maybe change the fence shape. We could just put dirt. You're probably right, Coinum. There, I swear there's something. Just a little something. Yeah, I think all we need is to add the dirt in there, and then we'll be good. Alright, let's do it. So for that, I'm gonna get a bird's eye view. So the way that that's set up, we actually have made a shader in Godot. I had some help from the chat. But we have a shader. And we can update that shader as a mask, and that mask accepts a few different things. So here's the mask over here on the right. Right now it's just black, but I can change that. So if it accepts red, blue, black, and then also a gradation between red and black. So for example, if I draw a red stripe across here, and I export this file right now, it's gonna export, and we hop into Godot, it's gonna update, and there you see we just drew dirt across there. It also accepts blue, so if I draw a little more on here, let me close that. If I draw a little more on here, so let's just watch that change happen. Come over here to Godot, bam, all that, there's that drawing, and you can see the mask there. Now if I add some blue in, so let's just do like a big blue spot right there, and we export that, it's gonna add some variation in there. And then we can change how much of that variation it does. Yeah. So this was a custom shader that we wrote, and so that's why you probably haven't seen it, because it's super custom. So like there's the shader code, and it's looking at different channels, the red, blue channel, and it's also looking between white and black. And then we have this gradient texture here. And this gradient texture allows me to say, if it's black, make it green. And so it's looking at like coordinates on this gradient. So if the coordinate says, if it's black, make sure it maps to this far right end of the gradient. If it's blue, make sure it maps all the way to the left end of the gradient. So like if I come and adjust this left color here, let's say we make it red. Look, where I drew that blue in there, you can see it gets the most of that new color in there. And there's randomness because it goes everywhere. So there's a noise texture in here as well that sets that. But you can see that it's, well, really that's fading through is why that's everywhere. But there's a noise texture as well that we can update and change that will adjust how that dirt goes on there and where it comes from, which is kind of fun. So we could change this to something else, and then you can see that changes the way that it looks. So basically, we just wanted more control over how the texture looks and stuff. So I'm gonna paint not that. I'm gonna paint something. It ain't gonna be that. I'm just gonna start with kind of guessing where this would go. I'm just gonna put a little bit in there and export that and see where we're at. Oh, make sure it saves. You're real new when it comes to shader code, but it's really cool to learn that though. Thanks for sharing. Yeah, absolutely. And by the way, all of this is on the GitHub repo. So if you ever want to like check out the code, you can totally go poke around and see everything that makes this game work. The link's in the description box if you're ever interested. But yeah, shader code is interesting. It's different. It's different. I gotta give big props to Procedural for helping me set up this code. Procedural helped a lot with that. But yeah, and then also GodotShaders.com is amazing. There's tons of Creative Commons Zero shader code on there that you can just grab and learn from and do stuff with. So that's where I first got the shader code, and I modified it a little bit, and then some people came through chat and helped me make it what it is. Thankful for that. So we have this little area. That's good. I'm going to draw it out a little more. For some of the other ones, I added more greens in there. And then I kind of decided I wanted it to be like dirtier than super grassy, but I don't know. Yeah, check it all out. Check it all out. Shaders are amazing. They're amazing. You can do so much. And then so basically what we're doing though is sort of like in Godot with GDScript when you set like an export variable. That's what this uniform here does. Uniform creates an export variable over here. So that's why I'm able to set these, and I can drag in a different gradient. So I could, you know, load some other gradient. Let's say this one, right? This one has a little more green in it. We can drag and drop these because it's, again, kind of like an export variable, basically. Super useful, very powerful. And then we can change, we have some other values in here, so we can change how big or small the noise texture is. We can change how visible or not it is. Change how much that gradient distributes across or not. How much some of that blue value that was in there applies. Yeah, it's really, really powerful. Shaders are super powerful, and you can do so much more. This is like just barely scratching the surface of what shaders are capable of. They're super awesome. Alright, I don't want the dirt to go that far over. I want it to just be within this fenced area. So I'm going to trim it down just a bit until it comes in there. It looks like I'm going a little too far. Or yeah, there we go. Nice. So right around there. It doesn't have to be perfect. I kind of want it to feel a little natural and like fade out a little bit. So it can go a little off the edge. There we go. We got real close to that edge there. Alright, now I kind of know where that is. It's going to be cutting it very close to the top, which makes me a little uncomfortable. But that's okay. Yeah, right? That's why I wanted it. That's why I wanted it this way. That's why I wanted it this way. And you know, what I didn't want was to be making these in an image program and then importing them in. That's what I wanted to avoid. Because now, you know, if I want to say on every single cattle ranch, I want the dirt to be the same color and I want it to be color XYZ or whatever, I can just copy and paste a new gradient. I can just add a new, just replace the gradient. Just replace the gradient on each one and they'll all have exactly the same colors like that, you know? They'll just all update simultaneously if I change that one gradient. So, yeah. That's why I wanted it to be that way. And obviously so I can paint things on here. But I wanted it to be modular, basically. And give me an opportunity to creatively adjust and change things. Kai Guy might be in the past. Are you watching an old stream, Kai Guy? You might be. Samuel Beckett is that guy that leapt through time within his own lifetime with a hologram named Al. Setting right what once went wrong, then kept through space in the Starship Enterprise. I'm assuming this is a reference somebody gets. It must be. It must be. Somebody got that reference. It wasn't me. One of you got it. I'm guessing Star Trek. I'm gonna go with Star Trek. Don't forget to make sure you're okay. Dagnam at least beat me to it. That means, okay, you didn't get it. Oh, don't make sure you're up to date. Okay, I see. I know. Yeah, I feel like there we go. If I don't type it in the text chat, then nobody knows that they're, but if I say it, they're gonna have to wait until it catches all the way up. There's a device with the rotation setting, and you were like, cool, I don't have to do animation. Nope, the settings are there, but it hasn't worked for 2 years. Oh no. Oh no, I'm so sorry, Pepe. Dang. So, did you just like lose a lot of work or something? And like, worse than that, you don't even have a way to fix it? That sounds like it sucks. Dang. Boo, things not working, boo. You leapt through, right? I don't know about this Sam Beckett character, but you certainly are leaping through time. You have to put in more work for a concept you don't even know will work. Dang. Dang. I hope, does Unreal Engine Fortnite at least let you export things? I feel like I would feel about Unreal Engine Fortnite what I feel about all the other things like Dreams and Hypipe and Roblox and stuff like that. I don't trust it. I don't trust it. So anyway, I'm just trying to fill this all in. And I want to add some variation, you know, I want it to like be different in some places in some ways. You very much can't export. Boo! I'm setting wrong what was trying to be right. Am I right? I don't know. I have no idea. I'm confused. I'm confused. I've been working on this game for 9 hours. I don't know anything. I don't know anything. I'm not smart right now. Okay, where are we at with this? I mean, there's a little more variation here than I particularly would want, if I'm being honest. Now, I'm not changing this on another one, right? I don't think I am. Sometimes I forget to make it unique, and then it updates a different one, and that's always annoying. So let me just confirm that I'm not doing that. It's always nice to know. Okay, no, everything looks fine. We made it unique. Okay, just checking. Just checking, just checking. It's okay, I just don't understand. I just don't understand. I don't get it. I don't want this level of... noisiness, or I want it to be distributed a little more evenly here. Which setting do I want? Maybe noise size? Oh yeah, definitely noise size. This one drags. This setting drags so fast. Noise strength. Okay, there we go. I guess I was just dragging it really hard. Okay. Maybe about like that. It's looking a little too soft for my taste. I kind of want it to be a little more aggressive. But to do that, Quantum Leap TV show reference. Old show, but great show. Okay, okay. I think I'm gonna have to allow some dirtiness in there. And yeah, I think that's what you want to update, is that. But then the problem is it reaches out to the edges a lot more than I want it to. Because I want the edges to stay green. I don't want that color to start changing. Maybe I need to do blue value. Is this where blue value is going to come in handy? I don't think so. I think blue value just adds more on top. Something else I want to add to the shader is a way to override the noise patches. Yeah, that doesn't really help. What this is, so what the blue is supposed to do is give me like some variety in the way the dirtiness is distributed, or like an extra layer of dark dirt on top. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. Thank you for the kind words too, Coinum. Thank you. All right, get some sleep. I'll see you, Coinum. Good luck with y'all's project. Congrats on all of the awesome, like, support you're getting. You're doing some fundraising. You're gonna be on console. Like, keep going. Y'all are amazing, and keep us updated on how it's working, so we can promote it and show it all kinds of love. All right, see you later. Yeah, of course. Good night, Coinum. Thank you again for stopping by, and thank you for the kind words. Appreciate it. Coin them, y'all. Okay, so we're adding some dirt, but this isn't quite what I want. I mean, at some point I'll let it go. You know, I kind of like that it adds like paths. I will say, there's something I really like about that. Like if you think about it, it almost would make sense to like draw a line here and then have like a bit of a path, a dirty path coming through. It's subtle, but I like it. So what if we even were to say like, come through this way, come through that way? Like, I don't know if it's gonna look like what I imagine. It's pretty subtle. I guess what I'm most disappointed is, you know what I should, I need to kind of change the noise texture. That's what I need to change. I need to change that noise texture. Whoa. And then if we adjust the size of the noise texture, we can hopefully still get some of that. Well, maybe. This one's a bit unique compared to what I've been using. What if we even just change the type of noise to something else? Whoa, this is wild. To see it like moving across, that looks cool. You know what would help? I don't know what would help. What if I changed... We need to do the color ramp. That's what I should do. I should adjust the color ramp. So if I choose a gradient here, and we make this grayer, that's what I want. Bingo! That's what I want. Yes. Yes. That's exactly what I want. Okay, let me change this noise back, because I like this noise. That's exactly what I'm looking for. Is I wanted it to be more fully dirt. Instead of creeping all that green in there, I wanted it to commit to being dirty. That's much more what I'm looking for. Okay. Oh, whoa! And then I can use the blue value to change that, make that Y shape into like green. That's wild. I mean, that's incorrect. That's kind of the opposite of what I want, though. But it's cool. Because really, I'd want that to look like a more worn in area, not less worn in. Noise size lower and or frequency increase if you want more fine detail, perhaps? Oh, if that's what you're after. I don't know what I'm after. Yeah, I tried the size being lower. Frequency increase. Yeah, something like that. Stuff like that. Yeah, stuff like that. Things like that. Yeah, it did. It has. Absolutely. Yeah, we've added a lot of things in here, for sure. If I want the opposite of that, why is it so hard-edged? I hate that. Oh, okay. Very hard-edged. It's not... Oh, because I made the hardness all the way up. That'll do it. That'll do it. Just kind of experimenting here. And then also, you know, Kai Guy, a lot of that stuff was just built into the noise texture that Godot provides. But yeah, we did add a lot, you know, from the black and white, we've got the red and the blue in here now, which gives it a little more complexity. What is that gonna be like? What is that gonna be like? What do we got now? What are we working with? Okay. Not exactly what I had in mind. What if we're just a little more aggressive with that there? I'm using this in a way it almost wasn't super intended to be used, but it can be used this way. Because I'm curious. I don't think that updated it. Okay. I like that there's a lot of dead. I do see a problem where we've lost all of the green on the outside. Ah. That's not good. How did I do that? How did I manage that? The dirtiness is too high. Too much dirtiness. Oh, we gotta turn the blue value ratio up. Here we go. That's more what I want. That's better. It's not really looking more worn in the middle parts, though. The red, now it's the opposite again. What? Okay. Let me just get rid of all the blue. Give me the Y in the middle. Then come back over here. Surprising. I mean, I'm almost at the point where I think I just need to flip the colors. And I want the Y over here. Like, literally straight up flip it. It's interesting that it still reaches into there a little bit. You know what else will help is if I blur this a little bit. Also, don't add red into the blue one. I'm gonna add a bit of a blur on here so it blends. I'm gonna do that for this as well. The red. It's still, I'm so surprised that it's doing kind of the opposite of what I would think it does. I guess it doesn't matter. I guess it's not a big deal. I don't think I want much blue on here, is what I think. At least. And the reason why I don't want the noise size up is because I kind of like the detail that comes from keeping the noise smaller. And a higher frequency kind of adds a nice look to it. Oh, geez, Pepe. It sucks. It sucks. Sucks when you're depending on, you know, a tool set like that. But I know it's fun, and you like need. I just wish. I wish that was easier. I wish that was going better for you, Pepe. I do. I think it's pretty fine. I think I'm overthinking it. Really, I'm kind of just like curious to just figure out a bit, understand better how it works, and experiment a little, tinker around with it. I guess something else I could do is I could just erase some of the red, right? That would probably help. What if I make a black layer on top, and then I paint that black? That's gonna be green though, so you would want that again around the edges. It's weird because I guess what makes it so confusing is like the not knowing exactly how the noise texture is going to change the way it looks. It sometimes feels a little chaotic with the noise texture. It almost makes me think I should replace with my own noise texture sometimes. Might be something to think about. I'm gonna try blurring this a bit. But I don't always like the randomness of the noise texture. Yeah, this is a little more what I want. And I'd almost want it to like be like a path coming in here. Yeah, this is better. This is better. I like this. This is nice. So I'd almost want to continue this path into here a little bit, right? So we see the dirt. I mean, it's a little silly, but that's the idea anyway. Obviously, it's not very fuzzy. I wonder if I should use a different brush, or... I'm just gonna undo the blur and get it set just where I want it, and then I'll run the blur on it. Nice. I just want it to feel a little more intentional. You know, like it's set up, like things happened here. Things that make sense happen here. So obviously some parts the grass is going to be more worn down than others. And I could always move things one way or the other. You know, the objects or something. That's something I kind of like about the challenge of trying to actually just fit it all in. Or like... paint on top of it where it would be. I guess I actually want to fill some of this in more. Well, it's not really what you want, is it? It's kind of not. I almost want it to follow the fence. Almost, yeah, that would be kind of nice if it like traced the fence a little bit. That would be cool. That's hard. It's kind of a tall order. Ooh, not bad. That's pretty close. might come off a little contrived. That's okay. Nice. Yeah, I like that. Alright, so then this, I'm gonna add a blur on it. Does it look like a cow? Oh, it does! Like a cow that's like sitting down. It totally does. I'm an artist and I didn't even know it. Wait. Something like that. It does look like a cow. I wasn't even looking at it like that. Someone pointed that out last time when I was painting these, that it looks like something else. I don't even think about it. I'm just so in it. But I want to think about it. I want to be able to look at something and perceive the other aspects. So I'm going to add a different layer on here. It looks like a lot right now, but I'm going to blur it differently. I have this on a different layer. So it should come out a bit differently if I do this right. I'm gonna blur the ever-living crap out of this. Might need to do a little more than just blur it. So I'm gonna make that layer a little less visible too. Maybe like that. It's a little too much dirt. Sometimes I can't tell if it updates it. Oh, you know what? It also might not be enough. Really subtle differences in opacity often aren't enough. I mean, it does kind of generally add like a nice texture. I think this looks nice. I like this. This feels good. It feels like it's responsive to the environment. It contextualizes it. And then what I think is cool too is when you crush through the fences, it'll leave that terrain path behind. And I think that's actually a nice thing. Nice. Oh, this looks good. Yeah, I like that. This is what I want. I am happy with this. See what it looks like. Nice. Look at that. It looks so much more complex now. It just looks like it belongs. It looks like stuff. It's got activity. It's got a story. I like it. Sometimes I think about like why the trucks are there. I'm probably gonna eventually replace some of those with like tractors and things. They might be more of a temporary asset for now, but yeah, I like it. I could add some cows in there. There's actually some cows that need to be added to a lot of these. So maybe that'll be my last act. Stuff, you know, it's given stuff. I also, something that bothers me is I don't like all the green on some of these other cattle ranches. I just kind of want it to be dirty. Like, this is very green here. Looking good? Let's go. I'm gonna make some changes to some of these others as well. It's a lot of green. It's a lot of green. And I don't think this green makes sense to me. So I'm gonna change it. make this unique. And I'm just gonna brown this up a little bit. We gotta keep it kind of dark or it gets weird. Yeah, you know, it can be different. I like the idea of some of them having a different quality than the others. You know, that's definitely been suggested. It seems like a bit of work to sort out, but yeah, I think that could, to me, that's something for the remake. That's down the road for the remake. For this version, and I'll tell you what, you know what I would do? If it became like clear that would genuinely make the game better right now, I might do that. Like gameplay wise. Yeah, no, it's a fun idea, and it's definitely something that in some way might get implemented for sure. But feels like too much of a distraction at this point. But I hear you, I'm with you. It's funny, this is the, can you tell? This is the first one that I made. It looks so much less like this. Look at all of this. There's so much more going on in the newer ones, and the older one is just kind of like so tame in comparison. I think that's fun. I like to see that. We'll say it just adds variety for now, and then maybe I'll come back and catch it up to the others at some point. I'm gonna save this gradient, however. I would like to have that. We have a lot of these saved, my goodness. Oh, yeah, we could, Oh, range gradient 4. We're gonna call this range gradient 5. Popcorn house from Real Genius. Yeah, I remember you mentioned that. Why again? Oh, because there's corn? I appreciate your imagination. I do. It's just a house with popcorn pouring out of it. Okay, so I'm gonna add some cows, because there aren't actually cows in some of these. Like, this is empty right now. I actually did just recently fill this up. Both of these are filled up. I don't think these all copied as easily as I thought that they would when I did go to copy it, but we'll try it. It does, it just requires some placement. Oh man, this is gonna be the hardest thing, is selecting them all. Oy. I mean, what I could do is I could try to box select it. I know, I swore off box selecting earlier today, but you know, I think I'm gonna be really careful this time. I'm gonna try to do it really carefully. So this time, when I box select, sorry Short's feed, I had that blocked the whole time. Whoops. This time when I block select, I'm gonna make sure I'm not selecting something I don't want. I'm gonna come through this list. I don't want a fence. I don't want a hay bales. I don't want an electric pole. I don't want a barn. I do want cows. Yes, the cows are what I want to copy. The cows we accept. Okay, so it should only, I think this is a better way to do the box select. Oh, but look, some of those cows we don't want, and I have no idea which ones those are, so now I have to carefully unselect these, and if I mess it up, I'm gonna lose all of my selection. Oh, I messed it up! Oh no! Ah, you know why I messed it up? It's because of my hotkeys on the for the shorts feed. I gotta fix some of those hotkeys. I got some hotkey problems. Okay, so this time I'm gonna make sure there are no other cows that could accidentally get selected. That's how we're gonna avoid it this time. And I can't play my shorts, I can't press my shorts freed hotkey. Well, I hear you, but I hadn't clicked it yet. When that happened, I mean, that might have been part of it, but I don't think so. I set up some hotkeys to control some of the aspects of the shorts feed, the vertical live stream, and I mistakenly made some of those hotkeys overlap with shortcuts in Godot. And so buttons are getting pressed that I don't mean to be pressing when I use those hotkeys. And it's been an interesting, but you know, it's just something I was only gonna find that out if I tried it and streamed. Okay, Control C. Now I'm gonna press the hotkey. So like, look, even if I'm hovering over this cow and I press this hotkey, okay, well it didn't that time. I don't even know. I don't even know anymore. Was it the other hotkey? I just don't even know. I don't even know. I'm not gonna try to figure it out. I just know I need to change these hotkeys. Blame it on the shorts feed! Okay, so I'm gonna come to Ranch 1. I'm gonna paste these cows in. Where are they? They're just floating out here. Hopefully these kind of fit in there, maybe, possibly. Okay, sorta. Did I miss one, or did I genuinely not line them up? I don't even know. Nice, kind of. It kind of doesn't matter if they're like clipping over the edge, because the player's not even gonna see them until they destroy the building. As long as their butts aren't sticking out. So you got some tails sticking out. As long as that's not happening, I think it's fine. It is one tail. Not even one tail. Okay. Oof. So that barn has cows. That barn has cows. This barn has cows. That barn has cows. This barn has cows. This barn does not have cows. Let me just make sure I fill in all the ones that have that same cow barn shape. There isn't that one. This one has some cows. I guess I'm gonna fill these in one by one. I mean, I already put some in there. I might as well leave them. I'll just do the rest manually. We'll just do it by hand. About to work on some stuff. Good luck. Thank you. Thank you, Saint Alpha Beta. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it, and hope your stuff goes well. Thanks for the company. Duplicate. Just duplicate. Just trying to give them a little variety in there. And again, all these cows don't spawn in. They're all on a coin flip. So there's a 50-50% chance that they'll even appear. That's why I put as many as possible. Because it's going to be quite a few less. Hey, Gab Games. I know, you know why I'm doing it so late today? Because, I took off for a week. I didn't work on the game on Wednesday or Thursday last week. Because it was my 1 week off after working for 3 weeks. So now that I'm back, I'm like, yeah, let's go, let's do this. All right, let's do some work. Let's figure this out. So I'm spending a ton of time getting reacclimated. The other one that usually is long is the last one too, before I take the break. Because I'm like, but I'm not gonna get to work on it for so long. So yeah. But you know, I enjoy, I'm having fun, you know? I'm doing this because I love doing it. But I really appreciate you saying that. It means a lot. Alright, add some more cows in there. Oh, thanks, Gab. I wish I didn't have to take breaks, but I do. I do. Alright, some more cows there. And then this barn is still empty. I am going to copy and paste that. Let's just copy and paste the ones from that one I was just doing. It's, you know, investing a lot of time definitely pays off. I think so. I don't know if it'll financially pay off. I mean, ultimately, I'll probably use this game to fundraise. So, for making the game even better. So yeah, it'll all be worth it. And I'll have learned a lot. I'll have had the experience of making it. Thanks, Gab. I appreciate that. Thank you. It's an honor that you already, I haven't even finished it yet. And you'd already like to play it. That's high praise. Yeah, I'm kind of broke too. Someone donated €1 to the stream today, so I'm a little less broke than I was. Okay, no, I don't, this isn't my, I don't survive off the stream, but someday I'll try to make actual YouTube videos, and hopefully that will help. No, it is awesome. It's such an honor. Anything people are willing to share is massively helpful. Every euro counts. Okay. And try to wedge these in there. And it should be the last set of cows for now, until I add more barns that I need to put in. Looks pretty good. Alright. Let's see if the game still runs. Have I put too many cows in there and the game is gonna slow to a crawl? I hope not. This is definitely the most objects that have been in here. It seems fine. Nice. I just grabbed a cow and it flew. Okay. Good. We got cows everywhere. And I see it more now than ever, how important it's gonna be to make sure the cows go running after you destroy it. Holy cow, Batman! Imagine there's a Batman that comes through to try to, like, stop the alien. That would be wild. And then this is the new one that I set up today. Oh, it didn't spawn with a lot of cows that time. So yeah, and every time we come back to that, it spawns a different number of cows. So it flips that coin again on whether there's going to be cows. Whether the cow is going to appear or not. So there's always like a different amount of cows that are in here. I mean, I've already gotten 10. That's not bad. It's a lot of... I will say, this is a lot of cows. Like, just thinking about, like, the logistics of this world, it's, like, technically endless if you don't get... The idea is, at the end of every level, or to beat the level, you have to get a certain number of abductions. And so, in theory, if you don't get that number of abductions, you'll just keep coming back over and over again. There'll just be, like, endless amounts of these cows. Was that tree destroyed already? Or am I bugging? Maybe I must have hit it. A tree should not be pre-destroyed. Although if you think about it, it would make sense that sometimes trees are stumps. Trees should be stumps sometimes. Yeah, I think I just hit it. I didn't realize I did. Hit it, didn't know I did it. I don't know what the minimum's gonna be. This is actually awesome. This is like one of the most I felt like I'm kind of playing through this to... It's crazy. Every single time I do some level work, by the end of everything, I can genuinely feel like more of the game is being accessed. Like I'm experiencing the game that it's supposed to be. And it really feels like there's enough for me to... And I've barely gotten hurt either. I've been able to dodge stuff and avoid stuff and pick up a lot of cows. And so what I kind of want to be able to do is decide, well, how many abductions should you have to get to beat the level, you know? Is it going to be 30? Is it going to be 40? 100? You know, I guess I kind of do it until I'm tired of it, and I'm like, okay, that's enough. That feels like level 1 amount. 30 isn't bad, because again, it's supposed to be an easy level. And so the things that'll adjust the difficulty, it could be that there's a higher minimum number of abductions you have to get, more obstacles to avoid, things like that. And I still haven't filled in all of the possible obstacles. But it's getting there, it's getting there. And I also know how to play, right? If you don't know how to play, how are you gonna... You're gonna have to gradually learn, you know, what things hurt you and what things don't. I think that's something in general that I want to improve a little bit. I'm going to play the outro music, y'all. That's something I kind of want to improve a little bit, is figuring out how to get the damage to feel more punishing. Like, it does feel punishing, but I want it to feel more punishing. I want it to feel considerably more punishing. So yeah, I think this was great success today. And wow, it feels so good. It feels really good. I mean, I think 30 is plenty for level 1, which is, you know, for me that would have been a pretty quick. I would have just beaten that real quick. So I don't know, maybe we could do more. Yeah, we're cow snatcher. You feel it though, right? You feel how I'm able to actually like play the game that it's supposed to be. Like, you even saying cow snatcher, it feels like I'm cow snatching. You know, I'm out here farming for cows. It's awesome. It's awesome to like play this. And it be sort of like a game. Obviously, I'm kind of floating above the ground. I'm like flying. Like, that's silly, obviously. But in theory, because I had, and that's something that I do want to work on really soon. Right now, we're not supposed to be hovering above the ground like that. What's supposed to be is that you are actually shorter and you're kind of hobbling and you're slower. So you will feel like, oh my gosh, I've lost limbs, and that's worse. Why pay for milk when you can snatch the cow for free? Yeah, oh, Kai Guy, I appreciate that. You're most welcome. It's my pleasure to come and hang out and be entertaining. On the Shorts feed, I haven't gotten the outro music on the Shorts feed yet. I will, but I haven't yet. So Shorts feed, you don't know, but I've started to play the outro, which means that I'm wrapping up the stream. We're getting to the end. I feel so good about this. This is really cool. This is really cool. I want to keep playing it. I mean, it's not like the most amazing experience I've ever had, but it's starting to feel like the game that I want it to be. And that's really exciting. That's really, really cool. I gotta give lots of love to all the people who support this channel. This is another thing I don't have for, you know what I just realized? I didn't set up the tree obstacle correctly. That tree is supposed to stop us. I want to give a shout out to the patrons. I don't have the patron scroll on the Shorts feed. I don't even know. I will. Well, maybe. We'll see. I will. Well, yeah, I will. Actually, I have an idea how I can set that up, but I haven't done it yet. But on the horizontal feed, you can see all the people who've been contributing on Patreon, and I appreciate you guys for doing that. It means a lot. I'm going to update this tree. Yay! Well, Kai Guy, you know, if you ever get into Godot, you could actually build this game right now. You could build this game right now. You are at the top, Pepe, because, yeah, you're currently the #1 patron. That's the truth. That's the truth. You're also up near the top on the member scroll, YouTube member scroll as well. You're way up there. Almost. Pretty soon. There you are. I need to set this obstacle to do certain things. Namely, oh, I didn't even give it any health. I do want to have 1 hit point, and then damage amount low is slow down. We want to say full. So I want to say that when you run into this tree, it actually stops you. But yeah, thank you guys for supporting the channel. I appreciate it. You can head over to patreon.com/hypergamedev to join. You can join for free and you'll get a secret live stream and a newsletter every Friday for realsies. But really, if you just hit that subscribe button, that honestly helps a ton. So thank you if you're willing to do that and hang out with us. It means a lot. I'm going to be back tomorrow. I'm going to keep working on this game. This tree should slow us down now. It does. Why didn't it slow me down? I said slow down amount full. That's what that does. If I set... Whoops. I'm pressing the wrong buttons. I'm pressing the wrong buttons. No, wait. Why didn't that... No, look. I ain't gonna stop streaming if I can't fix something easily that I want to fix. I said slow down amount full on this obstacle. Do we need to press Control S? Is that all? If that's set to full, when we collide with it, oh, because it has 1 hit point. If it has 1 hit point, it can't slow you down. You're just gonna barrel through it and kill it. That's why. That's why. So actually, we can't give it a full slowdown because it's a 1 hit point thing. All right, I hate that. That actually bothers me. I need to fix that. Hyper Game Dev all night party stream. Yeah. The reason why I made this be 1 hit is because it didn't make as much sense otherwise. It still kind of slows you down. Oh, that's interesting. It does slow you down a bit. I'm a little confused that it doesn't get destroyed. I have some questions about these trees. Thank you, Kai Guy. Thank you. Why am I not able to destroy the tree? Seriously, why am I not able to destroy the tree? Kaboom. Kaboom. Oh, it is oh. This doesn't have the degrade animation on it. Oh no, when I reset the tree, I reset the degrade animation. Oh, jeez. That's actually very surprising. I can't get away even if I want to, guys. Even if I need to stop, I can't stop. Oh, it's just gone. I just got rid of the animation. Oh no, I have to remake it. Oh. Oh, okay. Well, so much for that. I thought I set up this tree. I didn't. Well, we're not gonna do that. That's gonna take too much time. Oh, well. Next time. For real, though, I'm heading out. Good night, everybody. Take care. Hit that thumbs up button. Hit that like button if you haven't yet. I appreciate it if you're willing to do it. See you later. See you later. I'm out. Good night, Pepe. I'll be back tomorrow.